Arc 6, Chapter 11, The Audible Tearful Voice. He remembered, he had tilted his neck upwards. Also the moment initially afterwards, one section of the tower in front, white luster, and him narrowing his eyes at that dazzle. However, what lay in his memories was only till that point. He did not remember anything thereafter. Neither ache, nor impact, nor terror, he did not feel a single thing. For Natsuki Subaru, these were all indispensable retinues in the advent of death. Neither did he have the ache to make him wail in tears, nor the impact that would scatter his body into 1,000 fragments, nor the terror of losing everything. Otherwise that death may have had been a much more kind-hearted death than what Subaru was normally acquainted with. Above all, Subaru, who had died and gotten his brain evaporated, did not have any free time whatsoever to think about it, nor could he merely think back to it and absorb himself into it. As if in the blink of an eye, the moment immediately after he thought his field of vision had been caged within darkness, the lost life of Natsuki Subaru was resuscitated, regurgitated, and once again, into reality, was abandoned. TCH. Subaru, HK. For a single moment, feeling the weight of gloom upon his 5 senses, as if clogging up his breath, Subaru opened his eyes. Discerning the clamorous sound of the whole body of the dragon carriage, his contracting muscles screamed out in pain. The reins he had clenched so tightly that his nails could eat away into his palm, and the warm temperature insisting their existence. Beatrice. Subaru, ah. Within his faint field of vision, he looked down at the back of Beatrice's head from close proximity. The violent sweet aroma sliding into his nostrils was again different from the one when he had hugged the young girl. Beatrice's scent was like that of freshly prepared sweet confectionaries, but what wafted in the air now was, as if adhesive toxicity, self-assertive sweetness. He had memories of this sweetness, it was natural. It was what, just recently, he had continued to smell ad nauseum. Rather, even if it was only for a limited number of minutes, what was special was that it had been interrupted. TCH. Upon Subaru's dusky consciousness, reached a rhythmic sound, as if the clicking of a tongue. In front of his eyes, was Beatrice with her body stiffened up, and Patrash who was holding her breath in, watching over what lay ahead of its nose, the dragon carriage carrying Emilia and Rem, and standing ahead of that dragon carriage was a repulsive witch beast. With fine roots stretching across its entire body, the truculent witch beast starved of blood, it was a courtesan bear. For a single moment, unable to express it as a déjà vu, the fresh sense of reality returned to Subaru. That feeling was not to be doubted. It was returned by death. Natsuki Subaru had just now, experiencing death, returned to this moment in time. Subaru, HK. But, of all things, returning to this moment? Rather than the moment of transpiration of death, he cursed at how unfavorable the timing he had returned by death to was, inviting the interest of the witch beast by the sound of clicking her tongue. The one trying to remove it from the front of the dragon carriage silently, was Meili. That scheme was only barely successful, however, and it fell through in the end. The ground dragon pulling the dragon carriage was unable to bear the pressure of the witch beast, was the reason for it. While being aware of that, Subaru instantaneously hesitated in making a judgment. The state of the vital gen was invisible from the rear. But, Julius, who had clenched the reins, would not encourage the unusualness of the ground dragon. There simply lay nothing special there for him to turn his eyes towards. Each one in the dragon carriage was praying for the success of Meili's contact with the courtesan bears. However, unfortunately, that was Meili, TCH. Meili's voice wielded a faint sense of stress, and her finger pointed towards the right of the dragon carriage. Lured to that movement, the courtesan bear slowly stepped its feet ahead in that direction. An ambience of solace originated within the dragon carriage, and for Beatrice as well. However, Jen was unable to stand up to the slicing of the thread of tension. Subaru, Julie. HK. Without being able to make the correct judgment, his call was obstructed by Gen's roar. As if going through the recent progression once again, Gen stomped the ground while letting out a roar, and at that wail and rumbling, the courtesan bear's consciousness was awoken at once. Further exposing their bloodshot eyes, the courtesan bears leapt with their drool dripping down. Bluish-white radiance perforated through those craniums. The flow had been completely the same until the blast. Emilia, El Huma. Emilia, standing on top of the dragon carriage, turned over both her hands, as if fluttering in the wind, and created a maelstrom of ice blades in the sky, with movement like that of an elegant dance. The revolving blades of ice successively were fired, with their aim set above ground, as if the encircling notes of a musical saw. The sloth of courtesan bears was swallowed within the lethal weapons of ice, as they raised their death wails with their limbs being slashed away. Subaru, a run HK. Pulling the reins and speeding up Patrash, the dragon carriage, too, moved when Subaru raised his voice. He glanced sideways at the driver, Ram, who had suddenly appeared, having exchanged the position of driver with Julius, and at Julius, wielding his knight sword, who launched sword slashes upon the approaching courtesan bears, along with a barrage of kicks. That was what he was able to understand. Completely the same. Having gone with the flow, Subaru strongly gritted his molars. His consciousness being unable to catch up, due to the sudden return by death, would not make for an excuse. Putting off the impact of having passed away, Subaru's heart covered his remorse. It could be said that ever since he became aware of return by death, up until now, this had been the first time for Subaru that he had wasted return by death. Missing out on the information received through return by death, the result was that he was simply heading for another death. However, this was the first time he was tracing the very same situation, despite return by death, without even any establishment of a trick of some sort. Subaru's own puzzlement, unrelated to his intentions while thinking that, the rail of destiny was yet the same. Beatrice, Subaru. There is no free time for you to be spacing out, in fact. Subaru, HK. Lying face down in regret, tightly gripping to the reins was Subaru, and Beatrice struck her back on his chest. Looking ahead at the light impact and voice, he was able to see the truculent witch beasts advancing speedily. At the same time, grasping the small palm reaching out, making Beatrice stand on top of the dragon, thus commenced the counter-attack. Beatrice, Minya. Minya. One more time, Minya, I suppose. Through the palm, the aimless mana within Subaru's body was absorbed and resolved into power for Beatrice. The materialized crystals of violet pierced into the bodies of the witch beasts, obstructing their path, and as the crystals shattered those bodies, Patrash proceeded while stepping firmly onto the scattered fragments. Meili, held in reserve, sand earthworm. Hearing Meili's shout, who had grown desperate, the sand at the corner of his vision spouted up. The desert covered by courtesan bears, making its appearance from further below that, the sand earthworm tossed several numbers of the witch beasts within its huge jaws, and putting together its humongous frame enough to make one look upwards, proceeded to crush its enemies. The second great decisive battle of monsters, but Subaru was aware of how unfavorable this was. Ram, Barusu. Run till you die. If you do not want to die. At Subaru, who was grilling in formless restlessness, a seemingly reprimanding voice was launched. Controlling the reins at the driver's position, driving the agitated Gen, was Ram. She was driving the dragon carriage fully in control, with her handling of the reins no inferior than that of Rem, but, at this pace, this was no good. Subaru, it will be no good if you keep going straight ahead at this rate. Ram, change direction. Ram, HK. What are you trying to say? The watchtower is right in front. The surroundings are all territories of the witch beasts. Subaru, that is plausible, but still, that won't be any good. Patrash lowered her head, and pierced right through the torso of the courtesan bear in front. While having the writhing witch beast right in front of her nose, the jet-black ground dragon rushed ahead madly while using the body of the witch beast as a shield. The continuous slashes being hammered in tore apart the body of the witch beast, and its dancing fallen petals and fresh blood soaked the sand sea. Ram, Barusu, what did you notice? Say it clearly. Subaru, there wouldn't be any problems if I could explain clearly.
At any rate, it's a change of course. At Ram's words, which had a tone of irritation, all Subaru could do as well was to yell violently back. He himself realized it was a terribly absurd response, but he had no measures other than that.
After all, the current Subaru was unaware of the cause of his death. His return by death was unquestionable, and yet, he could not remember the reason for his death. Noticing it, regarding the point of return by death, this time it was close to how it felt when he had met death for the first time in the Roswell mansion. From the point of confirming the cause of death, and eliminating that problem. Subaru, the time for that, is nowhere here.
Having been caught up by the witch beasts, he had fallen prey to those slashes.
Just as how the bar's bartender had warned, had he become the cruel bait of having his intestines slurped on. Otherwise, inadvertently falling from Patrash, he may have unfortunately fractured his neck.
It was a thought really, truly difficult, but he may have broken down due to Beatrice utilizing his mana excessively. That was not impossible either.
Subaru, whichever it may be, the memories haven't suddenly stopped till now.
Even if his guts were cleaved open, even if he was put down in ice, even if his head was crushed by a morning star, even if his whole body was devoured greedily by rabbits, even if he was eaten away by entangling with an absurd authority, Subaru did return by death.
And regardless of what the cause of death may be, eliminating and defeating what had occurred right before his own death, which was stalemating him, it had been used as a method for that. That fragile string of fate was nowhere visible this time. And the time to search for that fine string was not bestowed upon Subaru and the others.
This was simply the worst entrapment of return by death.
In the scenario where he possibly passed away by the same method, it would be a completely fumbling restart.
Before that happened, Subaru, move from here. Whatever you do, don't get close to the tower.
Ram, again, why so? Subaru, the tower will shine.
Probably, that light is dangerous.
Ram, who h? In the situation where they had been nothing but cornered, even Ram did not have the time to varnish the blades of her words with poison. While clashing with the voice possessing a frank tone of repudiation, Subaru pulled the reins and conveyed that to Patrash.
To not go straight ahead, but divert their purpose at any rate.
Subaru, the tower may be visible, right in front, but right in the middle of the advancement of the courtesan bears in great numbers in the sand sea, the watchtower right in front of their eyes was clearly getting closer. However, what awaited them if they truly got close to it was only the scorch of before.
For that to not happen, what Subaru had to choose was Subaru, run backwards. It would be better to pass through sand time one more time. Let's go back to that earlier sand dune. Ram, what nonsense have you been?
Emilia, Ram.
Do as Subaru says.
At the determination where it could not be helped but think he had lost his mind, Ram raised a voice of repudiation, which Emilia detained. While she purged the witch beasts with countless ice shards, she nodded at Subaru. Emilia, because there's no way Subaru would say something weird without giving thought to it. Ram, Barusu ordinarily lives by wetting his pants with thoughtless words and nonsense. Emilia, because there's no way Subaru would say something weird without giving thought to it in a dangerous situation. Subaru, thank you for going out of your way and correcting it.
Whether he should lament being treated as a young wolf in sheep's clothing, or be delighted that he was a man who could be relied upon in times of a pinch. Keeping both introspection and conceit for later, Patrash, moving according to Subaru's intentions, thrust her feet on the sandy soil and suddenly turned round.
Her tail cutting through the air mowed down the abdomen of the witch beast, and kicking down one of the courtesan bears with her leg, she ran backwards. Ram, HK.
The two of you on the top and side. Make sure you don't fall off.
Seeing their sudden turning around, Ram, too, had Jen turn around by skillfully handling the reins.
Naturally, the dragon carriage, having to eat the centrifugal force at that moment, inclined greatly and turned sideways, but
Julius, Emilia Summer. The foothold. Emilia, eh?
Ah, is that so?
Yes. Thrusting his sword fiercely into the body of the vehicle and supporting his body, Julius brought aid to Emilia's attention to the inclining dragon carriage. Emilia rounded her eyes at those words, and magical power headed instantaneously towards directly underneath of the dragon carriage. As if assisting the wheel that had tilted due to the inclination, a slope of ice was born, and the dragon carriage, as if painting a semicircle, rushed and evaded toppling sideways. Furthermore, at the same pace, without killing off the vigor, commenced the backward dash which followed Patrash. Immediately afterward,
Subaru, Wa.
HK? The moment following the commencement of the backward dash, echoed a metallic shrill as if slashing one's eardrums.
Thoughtlessly shrugging his shoulders was Subaru. From the rear, a sudden gale was born.
Subaru, the one right now was. Hey, 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 hey. Beatrice, what, I suppose. Huh? Sensing the enigma arise behind, Subaru and Beatrice, turning back at the same time, expressed astonishment. On top of the dragon carriage racing immediately behind them, Emilia and Julius, too, widened their eyes. Meili, sand earthworm, Channes. HK. Leaning forward, her body on the driver's seat, with her throat trembling in astonishment, was Meili. In front of her eyes, in that shape, a visage behind the dragon carriage, as if concealing it, with the large build of the sand earthworm being thrown up.
With the frame of a span over 10 meters, with thickness of body such that 2 men may not be able to rotate it with their arms.
Protruding its head above the ground, the form lording over its prey seemed as if it was the ruler of the sand sea. The body of that sand earthworm, receiving the direct hit of that something, was blown off into fragments. That slimy body skin suffered 1,000 pierces, and the thick body of great length was splendidly divided into 2. The body that had lost its head toppled sideways, and the head, having lost its support, slowly, headed towards them, trickling. Subaru, get aside, dodge IIIT.
The fallen head of the sand earthworm had excess mass which could crush the dragon carriage under its pressure.
With the death agony of the witch beasts crushed under the pressure of the body that had, just now, fallen behind, Subaru and Ram subsequently transmitted instructions to the ground dragons, overbearingly averted their routes and escaped the course of the sand earthworm's direct hit. HK. Raising a shrill tearful voice, the sand earthworm's head fell onto the sand sea with great vigor. The sand whirled up, the bones of the courtesan bears, injured while escaping, crumbled into fragments and fell, and their limbs, having been caught up in the impact, were blown off. At the same pace, the head of the sand earthworm bounced, while entangling with the inevitable future of the witch beasts, tumbled, and finally suffered countless slashes, quickly turning into fragments of flesh.
Subaru, danger, danger, us.
Beatrice, Subaru, this was a mistake, in fact. He'd felt relieved for evading the crisis of the moment, but, instantaneously, Beatrice rejected that relief.
Looking at the young girl at his chest, wondering what had happened, she cleared away the fallen, fluttering petals with a troubled expression, and surveyed the rear.
Beatrice, from the one just now, the dragon carriage on the other side has gone astray, I suppose.
There is only Betty and you.
Subaru, what did you say? Pursuing her gaze in panic, Subaru confirmed the absence of the figure of the dragon carriage in the surroundings. Only the distant radiance of bluish-white mana and roars of witch beasts. Furthermore, discovering a place slightly exposed to the sandy gale, he was able to understand from his view through the immense distance, the hard fight being put up by Emilia and their new servant, Meili. However, even if they tried to meet up with the other side, the space between them was overflowing with a countless number of courtesan bears. And for Subaru and the rest, with diminished number of moves, there were no indications that the fierce attack of the witch beasts had been weakened.
Subaru, simply, half the war potential. The number of enemies are double.
Beatrice, compared to earlier, it has increased to 4 times, I suppose. Brandishing the claws, at the face of the courtesan bears attacking, the cusp of the whip let out a roar.
The striking impact, fortunately, crushed the eyes of the witch beast, and breaking through the one trembling in violent pain, Patrash dashed once again.
However, That course of direction had a different direction than that of the dragon carriage of Emilia and the others.
Subaru, Patrash. Not this way.
Beatrice, it is this ground dragon's own judgment to be left alive, in fact. Rather than Subaru or Betty, leaving it to its instincts would be better, I suppose. Interrupting Subaru's outcry, Beatrice kicked and dispersed away the witch beasts standing in their way with magic. Patrash marked the points where the tight besiegement and broke through them, risking her own life for protecting the two on its back. Subaru, shit.
This again. This shape again. What am I doing? Swinging the whip, he struck the faces of the witch beasts trying to get closer. However, with this, he would not be able to stop the power of the witch beasts, having an expression of having lost reason. Inflicting fatal wounds with the saber, he sharpened their dynamism with magic.
The power Subaru chose, even with any of those, it would not be even remotely attainable.
All craftiness would get crushed under the pressure of overwhelming power.
Doing what he could do, augmenting whatever he had the ability to do, it had become slightly easier, is what he had thought, and yet. The mere superficial cleverness of Natsuki Subaru, was fate only going to exhale a laughing sigh at it and trample upon and crush it? Subaru, I had somehow managed better at the time of that shitty bastard Regulus. Beatrice, there is no time for such deep thinking, in fact.
Are there any ways to? Subaru, Nico, Nurak on Patrash. Lighten her weight, then we can cross over the swarm.
Beatrice. Nurak. Accepting Subaru's directions, Beatrice used Murak on Patrash, a magic that abates the effect of gravity, and the speed at which they ran further accelerated. Stepping and racing ahead, the distance doubled, and the leaping Patrash used the witch beasts as a place to stand on, and tried to withdraw from the writhing flower meadow.
But
Subaru, the Lee. In close proximity to his eyes appeared a white purge, and the moment he turned his voice inside out, that dashed through the sky. The white purge above ground ran through, and the sand sea was blown off by the terrific force. Facing the swift bolt of the purge, the bodies of the witch beasts were torn apart, spouting out blood, as they leapt. And that aftermath swooped down upon Patrash as well, agitated by the wind pressure of that which was closing on the large build of the ground dragon, and got easily flipped. Subaru, Beatrice.
Hold tight.
Beatrice, Subaru too, make sure you're hugging firmly, I suppose. Patrash, HK. Patrash neighed, and Subaru hugged and clung to Beatrice's body. Spinning and revolving in the air, the large build of Patrash pranced overhead of the courtesan bears.
As if pursuing the Patrash, the corona continuously downpoured incessantly.
The sand was burst open, the witch beasts who got dragged into it and had to receive it were burst open, and the appearing and quickly disappearing Patrash raised an echo of distress. Subaru, OAH. In the midst of the attack, the divine protection of wind evasion failed, and Subaru tasted that impact altogether.
Grasping the reins and Beatrice, he had firmly interposed both his feet in Patrash's saddle but, rubbed by the force, with his body being struck hard in parts here and there, he barely managed to grasp to his consciousness. However, regardless of even that state, the pursuit of the claws of the courtesan bears under his eyes continued to shoot. Swallowed in the terrific attack, he floundered without being thrown off. Now, if he were to fall, no way would he be saved. What barely connected his life was precisely because he had not given up. Subaru, but, at this rate. Beatrice, not good, in fact. HK. Subaru, Patrash. With the remarkably strong impact, Patrash's roar of anguish pulled back her tall tail. Looking at it, at the side of Patrash, who was flipping around lightly through the effect of Murak, had been exposed to the claws of the courtesan bears and had been slashed. With the scars of the claws etched into the jet-black scales, painful to even look at, from the mouth of the deep gash flowing and spilling was fresh blood. Subaru, HK, KH. Tumbling down with the same pace due to that force, Patrash suddenly fell on top of the desert. At the same time, Subaru and the others were thrown onto the sandy soil as well,
and were left behind on the feeding ground of the courtesan bears crowding their surroundings.
Shaking his head, his body rose, while continuing to hold Beatrice's hand.
She, too, dusted off the hem of her dress and stood up, and quickly observed the surroundings with no negligence in her eyes.
However, their advantage was undeniable. "Subaru, you bastards.
Don't you dare lay a single finger on Patrash. Beatrice, Minya."
Wounded, Patrash groaned in agony, as magic pierced through the witch beasts flooding towards it.
Subaru pulled Beatrice's hand and rushed over to Patrash, and kneeling down, touched the wound.
The claws had not reached her intestines, but, if she pushed herself, her guts might brim out. She could not be allowed to push herself. He also needed time to heal it.
Subaru, Beatrice. Shamuk.
Deceive the perceptibility of the witch beasts around.
Beatrice, now?
Even if that's done, it'll do nothing but buy time, in fact. On top of that. Subaru, that time is needed for now. Hurry.
Bending their stance with bloodshot eyes, the witch beasts awaited for a gap to swoop in.
Coping with them would be impossible if they assailed from all directions. The witch beasts eventually became impertinent, and what would be their cue depended on their patience. That could perhaps not be expected.
Beatrice, HK.
El Shamuk.
Beatrice joined both of her hands together, and something entirely fell out of Subaru's interior.
It rolled towards the whirlpool within the hand of the girl beside, becoming quiet power. It swept through the sand sea, and with Subaru and the rest as the center, tens of meters in its radius, were wrapped up in black mist. With the foundation of shadow magic, this was the invocation of Shamuk.
Producing discord in perception, the expanse of Shamuk brought the courtesan bear's conduct to a standstill. Conception vanished beyond understanding, and even the instinct to chase after prey gets forgotten. Of course, it did not show effect on Subaru and the others, who had executed it.
However, it did not last long.
Beatrice, if the ones beyond the scope of efficacy get in, it would eventually be laid to waste, I suppose. Before that, escape along with that ground dragon. Subaru, I know. The effect of Murak is still left, right? If that's so, then I'll carry Patrash on my shoulders. At any rate, continuously fire Shamuk and joining up with the dragon carriage on the other side is what we should. Withdrawing from the gambling room, judging to prioritize that, he extended his hands to Patrash. Normally its large frame would weigh several hundred kilos, but in the interval it was adhering to Beatrice's Murak. That body, like a feather, would be an exaggeration. It had become light,
not enough to be able to shoulder it and run. Her yellow eyes were intently looking at Subaru.
The emotions passing by in those eyes were complex, eloquent, such that nobody could ever imagine being a ground dragon's expression.
Those eyes were telling them, "Please leave."
Beatrice, Subaru. Immediately after his eyes were robbed by the glint in Patrash's eyes, Beatrice raised a sharp voice. She, rushing over, aimed for Subaru's palm. The surging magical power took form of a shield, and right next to Subaru arrived a magical wall of violet, and it averted the fired white luster. Subaru, Goa? Reverberated the sharp sound as if an exchange of blows of steel, and Subaru's body, receiving the impact, flew backwards. Tumbling over and falling with limbs stretched out on top of the sand, the violently coughing Subaru noticed after trying to lift his body up. Blood was dripping out of his right side, which had suffered the impact, and that it had his right leg thickly soaking. Subaru, what did I receive? Grasping the side overflowing with blood, exhaled Subaru reflexively with one of knees knelt down. At that moment, the impact which had ransacked his internal organs gives rise to vomiting, and gastric juices and blood ceaselessly gushed forth out of the edge of his mouth. Air exited out of his fissured abdomen, and a goofy sound like that of fart leaked out along with the foaming blood. Subaru, HF. Beatrice, Baru. Subaru. As he exhaled hoarsely, his field of vision simultaneously inclined right beside him. Toppling sideways, he understood he had lost the ability to move his body.
He had understood, but nothing more than that could he continue. The wound on his side heated up, and there lay the pain as if his body was melting away.
Desperately, he heard the voice calling for his self. Beatrice, Subaru.
Subaru, don't I suppose. Dying is.
Don't die.
Don't leave Betty alone.
HK.
Stoppie.
HK.
His shoulder was being shook.
At the audible tearful voice, he wanted to stretch his hand out, but he could not move. His brain tissues were burning, he became unable to remember the young girl in front of his eyes. An adorable face, but it was crying. She shouldn't make a crying face, is what he thought. On the other side of that, a large lizard lay collapsed.
Black, it was a lizard with a beautiful appearance.
In that body, a white long and narrow something of an unknown source, unknown origin was lunging through, with no movement whatsoever. It was clearly dead.
Perhaps, his own self had received the same thing, is what he thought.
Don't leave Betty behind, please. HK. Sobbing, the young girl desperately hugged Subaru's body.
With that petite frame, Subaru's body, who had lost his strength, would be too heavy. Tears streamed down her cheeks. He wanted to at least wipe away those tears. He searched for a part that was still mobile in his body, but he was unable to find anything.
That is why, he hauled something mobile from someplace else, not in his body. Subaru, HK. Subaru? Invisible to the eyes, the hand only his self could see, wiped the tears on her cheeks. Black fingers caressed her teardrops, and the girl looked at him, making an expression as if she had noticed something. The strength to smile and reassure her, even that, he did not possess.
Suba. For a single moment, the young girl tried to say something. However, that was interrupted by the white purge that came flying behind her from a distance.
The second attack lunged through Subaru's chest. Slowly turning his gaze towards that, it had perforated through the back of the young girl. Furthermore, piercing through Subaru's chest, it came out from behind.
R. Leaving behind a dusky sigh, the form of the young girl, hugging Subaru, disappeared.
As if she did not belong to this realm, the form of the young girl was rendered invisible. Losing support, Subaru collapsed on the spot.
He could not move.
He did not have the reason to move. Subaru, KHO. His weakly moving fingers scratched the sand, that was all.
Losing its caster, the black fog which was interposing the environs and space, was dispersed by the breeze.
Divulging from the magic that deceived perception, all what remained was only the corpse of a ground dragon and a young boy on the verge of death. The flock sloth of which beasts slurped on their tongues, and advanced closer to that prey. His breath stopped, the focus of his eyes blurred.
Excessive blood loss was not how it felt. Something, which felt fatal, poured upon him.
He was rendered unable to understand anything. In close proximity to him, the courtesan bears, with their claws sharpened right overhead, he could hear their roars.
Those claws had swung down, and his cranium had been crushed.
Or instead, now, on the edge of his field of vision, which was on the verge of vanishing, that, which had faintly shined, was the one to blame. Despite not knowing which one of the two was the reason, Natsuki Subaru's life came to an end. Arc 6 Memory Corridor Chapter 12, The Watchtower's Baptism. In an instant, the throbbing and burning pains were all gone, and Natsuki Subaru returns.
He wanted to praise himself for not screaming at the scene before him.
After the second return by death, Subaru had returned to the flower garden surrounded by the beasts again. He earnestly thought so, closing his mouth with hands in panic.
Chichichikichi.
In a place dominated by the violent scent of flowers, what could be heard was the sound of Meili clicking her tongue. Stealing the attention of the Oyaran bear standing in front of the dragon carriage by shaking her fingers silently and letting out this sound from her lips.
Holding their breath, everyone was watching it.
Just a few minutes ago, he watched this same scene. This was the second time he was brought back at this time.
Are you kidding me?
Subaru's brain starts spinning at a high speed while trying to get the picture of the events that happened to him.
He needs to switch his focus immediately.
He had to forget that just a moment ago, countless demon beasts chased after them, ending up in gore and bloodshed. But before that happens, he had to deal with what was in front of him.
The problem in front of him, right before his eyes. He could hear something that sounded like calling a kitten.
The actual situation was totally different than that, but that thought was hindered by the smell of flowers. Smelly, sweet, noisy, annoying, itchy, painful, hot, which one was the correct word to describe it?
Question mark. The more he thinks about it, the more it stresses his brain, but no concrete solutions come to mind.
His brain cannot keep up with the discrepancy between the current situation and the situation that he had been experiencing up to now.
Subaru desperately tries to adapt to now. He felt a little push against his chest.
Looking down, it was Beatrice's small body leaning on his chest. As Subaru completely embraced her against his chest, she looked up slightly to show that he should be gripping the reins instead of her.
Perhaps he caught her in the immediate shock after return by death. He remembered the last death, he remembered Beatrice's crying face and tears.
HGH.
That's right. This was the third time that Subaru had reached this situation. He died here twice. The first time he had no clue how he had died, but the second time, he could picture that death to some extent. But his suffering at the moment of death was not clear. Feeling like his internal organs were melted after simmering in a pot, that feeling. No, that should not be the priority.
Now, the priority should be Chi. Just as Subaru's thoughts caught up to his second death, Meili successfully drew the attention of the Oiran bear. Following the clicking of her tongue and movement of her fingers, the demon beast slowly diverted its gaze from the dragon carriage and was guided to the right-hand side.
There would be no problem if the Oiran bear leaves just like this.
However, Subaru knows that this won't be the case. Right next to the Oiran bear who was moving away, stood an earth dragon. Jen's breathing was wild. The pressure of facing the demon beast so close and the scent of flowers that continues to spread violently, two kinds of pressure torment the calmness of the earth dragon, which would make it snap abruptly. If the earth dragon makes a noise, the swarm of the agitated demon beasts will attack all at once. If so, it would result in nothing but a repetition of the previous two deaths.
However, no one could notice the agitation of Jen, except for Subaru.
Even Julius, who held the reins, also has attention unconsciously diverted from the earth dragon, concentrating on the threat of the monsters in front of them. Therefore, Subaru was the only one who could deal with it.
But how to deal with it? He couldn't speak. It was impossible to quickly approach and touch it. There was a big risk in calling out to Julius and making him calm it down.
Before that, if he couldn't make a decision right now, he wouldn't be able to make it in time.
What should he do? Then, in the last seconds, Subaru closed his eyes.
If he can't think of anything in this moment, he decided he would call up Julius. Reviving back into his brain, he recalled the last two deaths, the onslaught of demon beasts and the light of the watchtower. At the moment of the second death, he remembered that he was being held by Beatrice, who cried and said, "Don't leave me alone. Subaru, Biko, I love you. Betty?" He hugged her small body from the back and whispered those words in her ear. Beatrice was surprised at the sudden expression of love, but the hand over her mouth didn't allow her to shout. Instead, Subaru extended his hand towards Jen at the front right corner. The hands which had gently caressed and wiped Beatrice's tears just before his death.
Invisible providence.
Though, as his mouth was too busy confessing his love with a whisper, the name of that technique was chanted only within his heart. Unfortunately, just then, in the center of Subaru's body, a different sensation from when the link with Beatrice drains his mana permeated from him. Something dark is summoned, arousing a silent cry. Summoned into this world by an unspoken shout, the unseen hand of Sloth comes forth to aid Natsuki Subaru in achieving his goals. The black hand that was created slowly manifested in this world from Subaru's chest. Of course, its existence cannot be seen by anyone except for Subaru. As he was embracing Beatrice, the unseen hands just went through her, and it seemed like they did not make any unintended contact.
While admiring that fact, he could feel that something in him was being drained away each second. Whether it was his soul or sanity, Subaru does not know.
However, he couldn't take too much time if he doesn't want to have to call up Julius.
The black magic stretches out to Jen's neck, who seemed like he was about to roar at any moment.
The palm slowly stroked his thick neck that was coated with thick scales. The big earth dragon trembled from being touched by someone, but somehow his instincts probably felt that there was no hostility in that touch.
The earth dragon settles his rough breath and relaxes his body.
Julius, huh? Then, as Julius also noticed Jen's reaction, he pulled the reins and calmed the earth dragon to his earnest. As expected from Julius, he skillfully handled the earth dragon, noticing its agitation, with what could have otherwise been devastating. Seeing that, Subaru immediately cut off the connection with the unseen hand. When the black palm is deprived of freedom, it dissipates in an instant, and disappears into the parched wind of the sand sea, as if nothing had happened.
Wow, Fu.
After dodging that bullet, Subaru took a long breath of relief. At the same time, he felt like a dark black cloud was stuck in his chest, and he wanted to vomit.
Of course, things aren't so easy.
That sense of loss is the price he paid for using the invisible providence, and it remains engraved in the soul. Thus, Subaru thinks about the feeling of loss being gouged in his chest.
Invisible providence, the cost of using the unseen hand, the feeling of loss and breathlessness due to its influence, is clearly easier than before.
The first time that Subaru used the invisible providence was when he had fought Garfield in Sanctuary. At that time, Subaru, who had unleashed his power in a feverish manner, was attacked by this sense of loss and drunkenness that made half of his body feel unstable. It gave him a feeling of disgust to think of the opponent who used that same power before Subaru, and it was no excuse that the incident happened after not being able to beat Garfield in the first place. It was a strange ability, rather, authority, that endlessly intrigued Subaru with the dangers of using it, as well as the circumstances that made it available to him.
Therefore, he had never thought to actively use this force until now.
Subaru's invisible providence has no power or flexibility like the original unseen hands of that madman. At best, wiping away tears or stroking the head is all he can muster. The cost is too expensive if he has to pay with his soul, but he thought the only means was to meet it halfway.
Subaru, it's not like I've gotten used to it.
Shaken with a feeling of loss and disgust, Subaru felt more anxiety than relief. It's always good to have more cards in your hands, is what Subaru theorizes.
But it doesn't mean that possessing multiple pairless jokers in Old Maid would do you any good. Of course, it would serve as the best hand of cards in other games.
Subaru, ah. Betty, just now, what have you been doing, I suppose? Subaru, oh?
What?
As Subaru let out a small shriek amidst his worries, a grumpy voice suddenly appeared. It was like, if you were to open your eyes to see what's happening, you would see a face in front of you, as your eyes would meet Beatrice's eyes.
And that Beatrice looked quite unusual.
Subaru, Biko, what happened to your head and dress? Betty, it's the result of Subaru being glued to Betty's hair and clothes all the time. I wonder why I have to suffer such a humiliation. Subaru, huh, me? In front of Subaru, who was tilting his head cluelessly, a furious Beatrice was trying to hide the anger in her voice. Her splendid drills were jumbled, and both the delicate dress and the white cloak to protect the dress from the sand wind, were arranged eccentrically and running at the forefront of fashion. It is a state-of-the-art pattern that no one has ever thought of.
Betty, your lack of self-awareness is irritating.
You were very worried, I suppose, but then it went on and on and on and on and on. That's enough. Do you even remember saying those words of love? Subaru, no, I remember that. Biko, my love is true. Betty, HMP. To those candid words, a red-faced Beatrice completely covered her head with her cloak. He really wanted to admire that unfamiliar cute appearance, but right now he can't play with Beatrice. As a result of Subaru's unspeakable efforts, Jen will not make a fuss and will try to resume the march of the dragon carriage with Meili's ability. However, Subaru goes through the gap that opened between the Oiran bears and brought Batrash close to the coach. Subaru, Julius, Meili.
Let's make a temporary retreat, things are bad.
It was because of the two deaths that he proposed a rework in their strategy. Meili, I'm disappointed in you, big brother.
It was only a bit tense, I didn't want to run away so soon.
Ram, after all, Barusu is still Barusu. I thought after becoming Emilia Summer's knight, he would be a little better.
But I guess a person's character doesn't change that easily. Pulled out too early.
Subaru, there's no harm in just reinforcing a safety measure. After somehow running back from the flower garden and returning to the meeting place which they set up after breaking through sand time, Subaru was being stabbed with strict criticism for making the decision to withdraw. First, it was Meili who had successfully tamed the Oiran bears and opened the way towards the tower, and then the second was Ram who had been stuck by the window in the dragon carriage, prepared for any emergency situation. Subaru, who stopped the dragon carriage and requested a face-to-face meeting on the sand, was shrinking as he was cornered about stopping their progress on just his own opinion. Emilia, but I don't think that Subaru's judgment was wrong. Even if we got really far through the flower gardens, I think that it's still the same situation as a little while ago.
If we did that, you wouldn't have been able to get out like we did now.
Meili, big sister doubts my ability?
You believe big brother more than me?
Emilia, we've come this far.
I believe in both of them. But it is my opinion that I especially want to believe what Subaru says.
Sorry. Subaru, She is Emilia Major Goddess, who fights against Meili's childish rebuttals and puts her heart into it. Subaru puts his hands together, and beside him, Beatrice fixed her messed up clothes and hair. Betty, so what do you intend to do after all? If you don't trust them, a beast girl, it is too reckless to pass through this flower garden. I suppose, even if I had to, I wouldn't have been able to annihilate the whole herd of this kind of beast, but that's not the case. Emilia, if only Puck was here, oh well.
I guess I'll try my best.
Subaru, I really want it to be the last resort.
And even if you completely annihilate the Oiran bears here, I feel that other monsters will fill the gaps, and it will become an infinite loop.
What do you say, Meili? Meili, who was by the water, pouts and turns her face away.
The girl crouches down, putting her chin over her knees, like a little child. Meili, what is it?
Subaru, from what we heard, it's unusual that the flower gardens would be a territory for only Oiran bears.
To put it bluntly, even if the bears aren't around, other demon beasts will fill their places.
Meili,
it may be right, or it may be not right.
Subaru, which is it? Meili, yeah, what Big Brother said is right.
But what are you gonna do?
While affirming Subaru's point of view, Meili questions him back.
Receiving her dissatisfied look, Subaru frowns, and Julius shrugs his shoulders.
Julius, I understand Miss Meili's point. Subaru's worries are justified, but there is nothing to be gained just by fretting over unexpected situations.
If we could predict what would happen and deal with it, we wouldn't call it unexpected.
Subaru, even so, just leaving it all in the hands of divine protection and rushing in without thinking, is a different story.
Or maybe I should say, that proposal would be very out of your character. That's more like Garfield's role. Julius, naturally, I would never suggest such recklessness. We should decide what to do after a constructive discussion.
Whether we proceed or return, that is. Just like before entering the flower gardens, Julius said this, raising his two fingers. As Subaru snorted at the gesture, everyone started to think about the situation. Ram, what if Barusu acted as a decoy to lure out the demon beasts?
Then while they chase after him, we find a gap for us to break through.
Subaru, united we stay. Ram and the others will be safe, and we can set out to cure Rem.
It's a good idea.
Subaru, I'll be devoured. Emilia, still, I'll work really hard to fight for everyone and such. Subaru, Emilia-tan, this is an unexpectedly meat-headed reaction. Emilia, meat-headed, huh, what are you saying suddenly?
It's embarrassing. Subaru, it's sudden for me.
This doesn't match the unconditionally praising Emilia-tan? Julius, leave it to Miss Mayli's divine protection, and we will advance through the flower garden until the point we can. When we have reached the limit, we will launch a preemptive attack and rush to the watchtower.
It's a powerful gamble.
Subaru, I can't explain it, but it will fail. I can't explain it, but I'm sure. Julius,
You say this as if you have an absolutely certain basis.
Subaru, I don't know.
I can't say that for sure.
It is tough to dismiss the progression strategy without touching on the forbidden subject of return by death. And in the discussion that seemed somewhat lacking in progress in terms of the strategy, Subaru tried his luck with what he had noticed. Because he had to prioritize Jen's shock, then afterward the retreat from the flower gardens, he forgot to sort out the cause of those two deaths which actually got him back in the first place. The first time it was too sudden, and the second time it was a mess, and he couldn't say very clearly, but the cause of both of Subaru's deaths was related to the fact that the tower in front was glowing. Subaru, that tower glows, is there anyone else seen that? The watchtower glows?
At Subaru's question, everyone tilted their heads with surprised faces.
Subaru groaned at the poor response and that no one saw it.
It's kind of obvious.
Honestly, Subaru saw that light at approximately the same time of his death.
If that light really had a killing intention, then those who saw it would not live to tell the tale.
The secret attack that was carried out to kill him, he should think about that. Sounds really better to me. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, you saw the tower glowing? Subaru, what?
I might be mistaken, but I think it might have lightened up. Anastasia, when did that happen?
Subaru, when I was in the flower garden, I think.
He replied to Anastasia's inquiry in the form of another question.
However, because there was a situation in the flower garden where he could not raise his voice, it didn't seem suspicious that he had kept quiet about the tower's light. Since Subaru saw the tower's light both times around when he activated Return by Death, it could also be risky to touch the subject in this case.
For a second, he feels sorry that he can only report the truth in irregular bits.
Subaru, if the tower lights up, doesn't that mean the sage in the tower-san was watching us? Anastasia, not necessarily, it's nighttime too, it wouldn't be strange to use a light. Emilia, I see. If the sage noticed us, it may be a good idea to let him know that we don't mean any harm. Except, since Subaru was so ambiguous about his argument, Emilia's thoughts went in a completely different direction. Of course, it is a journey to seek friendly contact.
If the cause of the light is the sage, it is natural that such an opinion arises.
But to Subaru, who knows the light is anything but friendly, this would be the same as running towards a cliff. Subaru, wait, let's try to sort out our information for now.
And then let's decide whether or not to get in touch with the sage.
Emilia, sort out our information?
Subaru, yeah, organize.
Because, it's all there.
That light is not necessarily a sign of life from the sage.
It's more, there's a possibility of it being a dangerous, searchlight-like light, isn't there? Emilia, search, light. Anastasia, in other words, Natsuki-kun suspects that the light he saw is from a defense mechanism that the sage has planted? Subaru, that's it. While Emilia is in her head trying to figure out a word that she wasn't used to hearing, Anastasia/Scarfdonia gets to the true meaning of Subaru's words.
And hearing that and pondering, is Julius. The knight murmurs, is that so? Under his breath.
Julius, I don't know whether the sage has been alive for hundreds of years, or if it's only exaggeration. Might there be some legacy left behind by the sage that still works as a device to protect the world?
Subaru, oh.
I didn't think so far ahead, but it's possible. Julius, if that's the case, it would assume for convenience that everyone approaching is one who schemes to resurrect the Witch of Envy, even royal messengers from the kingdom.
It has been a long-standing mystery as to why the sages, who were supposed to be friendly to the kingdom, would be as violent as stories told.
In Julius's words, it sounded like he was somewhat relieved, and Subaru admired that. So there's also this way of thinking? Indeed, if the defense system was prepared and left behind by the sages, even after the death of its master, it would still refuse intruders.
It is not so strange for such a system to exist in a magical world.
Subaru, if that's the case, I want you to give me a break because this trip will be a waste. Ram, if the sage is dead, but there is any information or documents left by the sage, it would be good too. It's still too early to leave the world in despair, Barusu. Subaru, I'm not gonna let Nay Summer's bullying manner get to my head. If Julius's speculations are correct, the whole foundation of this journey will be undermined.
But even against such a possibility, Ram's determination does not shake. As one would expect.
Anastasia, in any case, to keep watch for hundreds of years without rest. Although in no way realistic, I don't know if it's even possible. Besides, I don't think there's such a need to be disappointed about whether the sage Shaola is dead or alive. Emilia, really? Why? Anastasia, if you are a long-lived species, it's not particularly surprising to be alive even now.
Echidna's birth itself was hundreds of years ago. Pulling out the white scarf from inside her robe, Anastasia laughs.
In response to that, Emilia immediately touched her pendant, thinking of Puck. Emilia, oh, my Puck also lives a long time.
I'm not losing to that Echidna.
Subaru, why are you competing, Emilia Tan? Well, my Biko is quite a lowly granny too. Right? Betty, do you think Betty will just laugh and answer that, I suppose? Disgusting. As Beatrice sneers with anger, Subaru shrugs.
When the conversation diverted from the subject, Ram claps her hands.
Ram, the sage being dead or alive is not relevant to the discussion.
Leaving that aside, the problem is the true identity of the light that Barusu saw.
Whether that is dangerous, or just the illusion of Barusu's, we have to reach a conclusion. Subaru, sooner or later, it won't be very doubtful whether the contents of my report are true or false, to all of us. Ram, it's not about deciding if it's a lie or not, Ram will concede on this matter.
It might be that, if they don't reach a general agreement, there won't be any progress. In any case, the discussion ends up returning to the subject of the true identity of the light. Subaru, I think it's dangerous. At least not friendly.
Julius, and the basis is, just intuition?
Subaru, well, that's right.
Julius, right.
That's troublesome.
The light of the watchtower, Subaru was convinced that it was the cause of both of his deaths, but it is very difficult to convey that fact. So, he thought it would be impossible to use intuition as his reason, but surprisingly, Ram seriously considered the reply. And not only Ram but Emilia and Julius too. Subaru, eh? Just on my intuition? Aren't you more suspicious? Emilia, if this was just a hunch, I think so, but it is Subaru's intuition, right?
In that case, it makes more sense to think about it than to doubt it suddenly.
Julius, don't be so self-deprecating.
You've been through this kind of hopeless situation already, haven't you? There is a certain kind of intuition that only works for such a person.
To put it in other words, it's sort of a rule of thumb, it's by no means something to make light of. Ram, like when field mice change their territory before heavy rain. Barusu's intuition can't be fooled. Subaru, it's just stupid enough, is that what you're saying? Like a reflex reaction to the poisonous remarks thrown his way, Subaru's shoulders relaxed a little.
Not being able to reveal the source of his information, even to those close to him, is an absurd reality.
Subaru had come across the same situation many times, but each time he was saved by the concern and trust of others, in the same way, over and over again.
Rem in the royal capital. Otto and Ram in sanctuary.
Emilia and Beatrice in the city of Pristella. They all believed in Subaru, in what he was.
And so, Subaru, even if you want to call them out friendly, there's no way to do it. If you even make a loud voice, Bear-san will come to welcome you before the sage does. Julius, that is something I want to avoid.
Then, the realistic means should be sending Emilia Summers' magic.
Or so it seems.
While looking towards the watchtower, Julius stretches his right hand and closes one of his eyes.
It's a gesture like a painter trying to figure out a distance. Then staying like that, silently thinking for a moment.
Julius, roughly, from here to the watchtower is around 10 kilometers, from the front of the flower garden. It is not a realistic range to cast Emilia Summers' magic. Subaru, by the way, how far can you cast your magic, Emilia-tan? Emilia, the distance? Well, I haven't tried to measure it before, so I don't know, but I don't think it can reach the tower from here.
It will disappear before it hits.
The silhouette of the watchtower from this point is clearly closer than the silhouette that was visible before the sand time.
In fact, closer than they were after crossing the distance of the flower gardens.
Even so, the plan to aim at the tower from the front of the flower gardens was not realistic. Subaru, in the first place, if you could pass just by sending a message, Reinhard would be able to do it. Being that guy, it's like, couldn't he make a magical attack that could cover the distance way beyond 10 kilometers? Julius, there is no way of knowing that, except asking him. Reinhard probably didn't pass through Sand Time Point when he challenged this trial. Until now, we've only reached so far because our Miss Anastasia, no, because Echidna knew the way. Subaru, is that so?
Ah, shit.
Don't you know anything more?
As the proposal is rejected, Subaru points to Scarf Donia with a melancholic voice.
Then, playing her part as Anastasia, Scarf Donia appears skillfully handling the muffler concealing her state.
Anastasia, I don't know what to say.
There was a road to go on the other side of Sand Time, and it was an unprecedented achievement just to be able to claim so.
Shouldn't you give me more credit?
Subaru, we're the first to get here, is that it? Knowing only half the way off memory, like you are giving directions to the newspaper stand.
That's a tough job.
Anastasia, you have a point. Subaru spouted a rude theory, but Scarf Donia didn't try to refute it. The scarf fell silent and that pondering attitude also passed on to Anastasia.
Then, Anastasia raised her face suddenly. Anastasia, that's right. But now, it seems it's better to sum up the things we know at the moment.
Subaru, the things we know, so. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun's light of the tower, as well as the supposed danger of it, the extent of the demon beast's flower gardens in front of the tower, the 3 sand times, and… Is there something else? The information that Anastasia listed had all been established so far.
It is important to build a path and pave the way to a conclusion.
Subaru folds his arms and recalls the journey so far and the dangers he saw, for a while. Subaru, now, this is the place that we came to after choosing to cross the sand time of the night.
Then, it became too much of a burden on the dragons to pass through that flower field.
And then, it seems Meili kept silent that she was bringing a monster along with us. Meili, huh? Subaru says while counting on his fingers, and Meili's shoulders raise up in a panic. At seeing the blatant reaction of the small girl, everyone's eyes turn to her. Meili, wait. Yes, Big Brother is right, but, how does Big Brother know that?
Subaru, guesswork. It was just a leading question.
Julius, still, it seems that Subaru's imagination was right.
What will you do?
Julius, in a quiet voice, asks about the procedure for Meili's betrayal. Hearing that attitude, Meili's face turned pale, but Subaru didn't want to make matters worse. Stopping Julius with his hand and fixing his eyes on Meili.
Subaru, don't worry. I'm not talking about scolding her. I understand it's just your insurance. Still, it was just a suspicious factor.
Meili, do you want me to let it go? Then, you won't be angry?
Subaru, there's no need to let it go. If you think you need one, please keep it.
If we're surrounded by a group of Oiran bears, or chased, it would be a great help. Meili.
Thinking he must be joking, Meili widened her eyes and just nodded. Just to be sure, Subaru looks back at Julius, who has yet to loosen his vigilant eyes. Subaru, that's what children do. Let's give her a pass.
Julius, if it is a child that can only be handled properly, I also do so with my full power. However, the girl's power is too strong to simply trust and let her go.
Even more so in the land of Augria, which can be said to be the garden of demon beasts.
Subaru, even so.
We're all sharing the same dragon carriage, so please get along.
When Subaru says so, Julius hesitates a bit and then stops going for his sword. Then, instead of the silent Julius, Emilia raised her hand. Emilia, so, Subaru.
Let's continue the talk from earlier.
Subaru, yes, yes.
I'll go on.
Emilia, when it comes to passing through the flower gardens,
what do you plan to do? Do you want to try the same thing with another sand time and try out a different place?
Subaru, on the other hand, though.
Just a second, there's something I'd like to try.
Emilia, something you want to try? Emilia, who had no idea what Subaru was thinking, tilted her head in confusion. Copying Emilia's tilted head, Subaru turned his eyes toward the flower gardens, the sea of flowers surrounding the watchtower.
Of course, he couldn't see the end of it.
Subaru, if the flower garden has an opening somewhere, at least we won't have to worry about being targeted from all sides. Whether there is an edge like that or not, it's worth a try, right? And so, their plan had all the participants going to check for the existence of any edge on the flower gardens. Julius, if moving in separate groups, getting lost would be devastating. Besides, it won't be sensible to advance in the immediate vicinity of monsters without Miss Maylie's assistance.
Julius's point gained everyone's unanimous approval.
Subaru also agreed on this and decided to give priority to safety rather than convenience alone. Subaru, well, I'd like to start departing soon, but... Everyone prepares to depart, getting on their respective dragon carriage or earth dragon. If they make the rule to always keep the watchtower's silhouette on their right side, the party can make sure they are following north. However, whether the rules of east, west, north, and south still work in the dunes, is a different story. Subaru, when you calmly think about it, this whole place is also a strange case of space-time distortion. If by going through the sand time you arrive here, it's somewhat similar to door crossing.
Betty, I don't know what Subaru is trying to say. The application of door crossing surely distorts space, and makes the physical distance vague, I suppose. Betty set up Subaru into it once, too.
Subaru, you did, to me?
When? Betty.
I'll never forget it, on our first encounter, I suppose.
Subaru, first encounter, oh.
In Roswell's mansion, when I cleared the corridor that seemed to be an infinite loop.
I'm sorry about that.
Even though you prepared it so hard, I'll do my best not to do something like that again, sorry.
Betty, you seriously apologizing for it is seriously frustrating.
Forget it, I suppose.
Subaru, you reminded me.
Betty, TCH.
That's it.
Riding with him, Beatrice was getting somewhat angry. Subaru had no choice but to take on the difficult task of handling the peculiar girl.
For the time being, he held her in his arms and calmed her down, commanded Batrash to walk towards the dragon carriage, and then...
Subaru, are you ready there?
Julius, without a problem.
After that, Emilia Summer would like to do one thing. Emilia, that's right. Nodding to Julius, who had finished his preparations on the carriage's coach, Subaru looked up at the roof. As in their march into the flower garden, Emilia's position is still fixed on the roof of the dragon carriage. Subaru raised his hand to Emilia, who seemed enthusiastic while standing high, and asked her to create a landmark just like earlier. Subaru, Emilia Tan, please hear.
For the time being, this is our base camp.
Be as quiet as possible, without disturbing the demon beasts.
Emilia,
okay, understood. If I wake up a demon beast with this, all the trouble we went to being all quiet back then would be meaningless, right? So, quietly. Subaru slowly moves his hand gesturing to go slowly, and Emilia mimics it while before their eyes, a tower of ice rises up from the sand floor. It seemed like they were right in their judgment that it would proceed quietly. In fact, the ice tower was built slowly and gently, and he could not hear the usual sound of tensing in the air. A few parts came out looking a bit weak, but it had a fine finish, and seemed to be able to fulfill its role safely.
Emilia, is it okay?
Subaru, okay, no problems.
As expected, Emilia Tan.
Giving the anxious Emilia a big O and K, Subaru peeks in the direction of the flower beds. There were concerns over if the demon beasts would be able to sense mana activity, but fortunately, there was no signs of any movement other than the sweet scent of nectar flowing from the flower gardens.
Actually, it seemed quite dull.
Subaru, even now I wonder, why they pretend to be a flower garden?
If they want to camouflage themselves, don't you think a desert is a strange place to do it? Betty, demon beasts aren't expected to have that much intelligence, I suppose.
They're simple, can't do anything except what is carved into their instincts, and they think of nothing else.
Animals are just like this, I suppose.
Subaru, I see.
Very interesting. Beatrice's makes a bitter evaluation at his bosom.
Nodding at those words, Subaru diverted his gaze to the flower garden and aimed to give the order to their departure, and he noticed. At the edge of his field of vision that looked towards the flower garden, a change took place. Something was different in the flower garden.
The watchtower glowed.
Subaru, Emilia. Emilia. This time Subaru raised his voice and called out to Emilia on the roof. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Emilia held on tight to her position.
But the effect of light exceeded it.
HK? Making a violent sharp sound, something hits the ice tower, and smashes it to pieces. The ice tower, which was long, thin and about 10 meters tall, was nothing but fragile. However, as if destroying a sand castle, the attack broke the ice with ease, and reduced it to mana.
Again, he couldn't see it.
But he understood.
Subaru, I knew that light would attack.
Betty, Subaru.
Next one is coming.
While his body is bathed in crushed ice fragments, Subaru turns his neck to Beatrice's call. Immediately after that, the watchtower shines again, as thought. The light's next blow was aimed at Subaru. The light approaches at a speed that does not even allow them to blink, and it targets his vital points with its single blow. Its devastating power is already known to Subaru, who had died from it. Therefore, the moment his brain detects that it has been targeted by the light, death has already been determined. Dash.
The light attacked, aiming straight for Subaru's forehead.
It is death itself, killing its prey without a sound, only leaving behind a skewing wind. Natsuki Subaru is once again, at his wit's end, about to be killed in cold blood.
Subaru, E.M.M. Betty, I suppose.
In this case, Natsuki Subaru was not the only one who was aimed at. The sound echoed, and the attack that should have hit Subaru, misses. The cause is simple: Subaru's strength surpassed the power of the attack.
E.M.
M is one of the 3 original spells Subaru developed with Beatrice.
This particular one is absolute defense magic.
During the activation of E.M., Subaru will not receive any interference from the outside world. It is the result of applying all of Beatrice's yin magic skill and knowledge into manipulating time and space in a limited area around Subaru. Subaru, I know the effect is similar to that bastard's, but I kinda feel weird. Regulus, Sin Archbishop representing greed, could stop the effect of time in his body by the transferring of his heart. E.M. can be said to be a downsized version of that ability. However, there is no harmful side effect like stopping the heart, and you can be invincible as long as one's mana is not exhausted. In this situation, though, it's nothing more than buying some time. Subaru, but, just buying time?
I've got important things to do.
Betty, hey. Subaru, what are you screaming for? Are you okay, I suppose? Behind Subaru, Beatrice's worried voice yells as she shields them. It was like this because even though they were being defended, sound and shock are still transmitted. After activating the light of the watchtower seemed to wonder why Subaru was not dying even after being hit again and again, so it kept bombarding him with consecutive attacks. Subaru, oi. UF?
Ah? The speed of the rapid fire and the accuracy of its aim were extraordinary.
Although the pain and shock passes right through Subaru's body, unfortunately, it is human reflex to react with a yell when something hits him. Emilia, Subaru.
It's already, Watching Subaru being showered by a concentrated attack, Emilia tries to cover him from atop the roof.
Looking to protect Subaru from the watchtower's attack, a thick and enormous ice barrier is raised from the sandy ground. Perhaps, the toughest defensive wall Emilia could create in an instant. It was a shield from the attacks that were being shot at Subaru without any other aim, but... Emilia, no way?
Julius, even the ice walls do not stand a chance.
Emilia lets out a shriek and Julius a startled cry. As they could see, the ice wall was crushed in one shot.
That unbelievable power was not the only reason.
The ice wall was struck, but somehow weakened the light enough to avoid it hitting Subaru. A lot of it bounced back and struck the sand, which blew up in a white smoke. If you look at Emilia's damaged ice wall, it was melted rather than drilled. Emilia, heat?
Did the heat melt the ice?
Julius, something fell to the ground, a needle? Looking at the effects of the attack, Emilia and Julius get different conclusions at the same time.
In the meantime, the attack continues.
Subaru was assaulted by a staggering amount of attacks, and even though he was in an invincible state, it was exceeding their limit. Betty, Subaru.
There's a problem.
Subaru, I'm listening.
But I can't
Betty, if things keep going the way they are, we'll be running out of mana very soon, I suppose. Subaru, already? Betty, it's almost over.
At Beatrice's cry, Subaru grinds his teeth while still being shot at.
Of course, what Beatrice means to say is not since mana is running out, you should supply more, I suppose. But since mana is running out, we should counterattack, I suppose.
Subaru, can you do it? Betty, what a foolish question, I suppose. Beatrice doesn't even answer his question.
Hearing the response of his trusted partner, Subaru loosens his jaw as he prepares himself.
Subaru, the third is incomplete. Let's go with the second one.
Betty, I'm going to deactivate M right after it hits.
There was no time.
Subaru looked at Emilia. Emilia looked at him and nodded.
There was no time to discuss concrete measures. But he believed it was conveyed.
Subaru, HKK? The light sets off, and again Subaru suffers a direct hit. Because M is activated, the attack will not reach him, it will be cancelled. Each of the original spells is a trump card that can only be used once a day. Upon releasing M, Subaru will lose its protective function against that light.
And they'll have to fight back before the next one reaches. The light.
As if it could read Subaru's actions, the next strike of light was even faster. So far, the speed, power and frequency are obviously meant to finish off Subaru. Naturally, with Subaru's paper-thin defense, only one shot would be enough to send him out of this world if it hits directly, and so, Emilia, stop. A vortex of magical power gets casted in multiple manners in front of Subaru, and creates walls of ice standing on the sand ground. This time the defense that was not limited to only one wall, but 6 sheets of ice walls were made in the same time. The light struck straight into that 6-sheet defense. It went through the first one simply, the second one with ease, the third one like it was nothing. However, there was a slight resistance on the 4th sheet, and the 5th one almost managed to stand up.
And in the 6th and last one, the speed of light was clearly dulled. But could still go through it.
The light penetrated through the 6th ice wall, and was about to pierce through the forehead of defenseless Subaru. Just before it hit, a knight's sword draws a semicircle, catching the light that had lost its speed and cuts it off.
Julius, unfortunately, there are a number of women who will grieve if he is hurt.
Rushing from the dragon carriage to them and striking the light with a slash of his sword without minding the danger, is Julius. Emilia's defense weakened it, and Julius stopped it. Even though he is slightly jealous of the combined technique, Subaru's preparation is complete.
Subaru, let's go. The second.
Absolute invalidation magic E.M.T. Lifting up the hood that protected him from the sand, Subaru opened his mouth wide and chanted. Then, hiding behind Subaru's back, Beatrice drained mana from Subaru and multiplied it with her own magical power to cast a new spell. Dash. In the next moment, a light expands around Subaru and Beatrice, forming a spherical field of about 10 meters, also encompassing the dragon carriage. It was transparent in appearance, equally wrapped themselves in a sphere of light.
However, the effect is enormous. Julius, this is.
In front of the astonished Julius, the watchtower again radiates light. He sees it at the corner of his eyes and takes up his sword at once, instantly opening his eyes wide. The light went straight ahead, aiming directly for Subaru, but the moment it entered the field, it simply had lost all of its force. The overwhelming speed that seemingly surpassed even bullets disappeared, and the only thing left behind after losing speed and power was a strange white object that was long and slender.
It was easily brought down by Julius's swinging sword, falling on the sand and scattering away.
Subaru, a needle, huh?
Julius, something like that. No, more than that, Subaru, this magic.
Subaru, wait. There are heaps of things I want to talk about, but for now we have to withdraw.
Get in the dragon carriage right away. Let's get out of here. We can't take too long.
Julius.
Understood. Let's hurry. With the call of urgency, Julius jumps into the dragon carriage along with his questions. He took the reins immediately, and the dragon carriage turned over its head towards the sand time. It would be a suicidal act to go towards the watchtower now. This was the right decision, and he had no choice but to believe it. Subaru, let's go. Don't get too far from me. Stay within the light.
Emilia, wah, Subaru, wow.
Even though the light's firing,
clinging to the roof of the running dragon carriage, Emilia watches Subaru with astonishment. It seems like even though it has no effect, the light continues to target Subaru.
But no matter how many attacks it launched, the light will simply lose its power as soon as it enters the E.M.T field, and fall into the sand as it is. The invalidation is absolute. Julius, at any rate, it's a great power.
Is this yours and Beatrice Summers' trump card of some sort?
Subaru, one of the trump cards. I'm not going to spoil it.
For now, our priority should probably be getting away from the watchtower.
No, definitely.
Julius, I think it is an application of yin magic, invalidating the effects of mana within the range. If that's the case, it's the natural enemy of mages.
No, you're a formidable opponent for anyone who uses mana to aid their skills.
Subaru, I would say, it only seems to give a relative advantage, it doesn't make me stronger. I'll still lose in a fair fight against a strong guy. This is the ability that I developed thinking of when I'll give Rozchi a black eye.
It seemed Julius had genuinely praised him, so he felt a little better.
Of course, escaping from the attack of the watchtower also brought him relief, but in any case, it was nothing more than letting his guard down.
However, it was probably impossible to predict what letting his guard down would bring right now, even for Subaru, so no one could be blamed.
Emilia, Subaru. Are we going back to the dunes in front the flower garden this way? Subaru, for just a short time, but yeah.
We need to polish and refine our countermeasure anyhow.
Saying that, sand time, the way to their retreat, swirls in the sandy wind. The moment E.M.T field touches it, the world breaks. Subaru, huh?
Betty, damn it, I suppose.
Until then, Beatrice had been clinging to his body with relief at getting through the attacks. Right in front of her, the view of the nightly sand dunes was tore apart as she watched, making her voice tremble.
Betty, The distortion of space is invalidated by E.M.T.
Subaru, eh?
Betty, it's like you said, I suppose. The distortion here is similar to Betty's door crossing in that house.
In other words, the distorted space will return to its original state. Subaru, what does that mean? Subaru's question does not go on to the end, only the feeling of Beatrice clinging to him remains. As it is, the world is torn and unraveled like paper, coming apart, and the crack in space swallowed up Patrash with Subaru and Beatrice, and the dragon carriage with Emilia and the others.
Subaru, not good.
Emilia? Emilia, Subaru. Thrown down into the darkness, Subaru cried out while losing any effects of gravity.
He didn't know where the dragon carriage was,
but he could hear Emilia's voice echoing in response to Subaru's cry. Subaru, this is bad. Before he could say it, he was thrown out into the other side of the broken space. Dash.
The boundary between the flower field and the sand sea was broken, and it was seen that a small group was swallowed in it.
Dash. From very, very far away, watching, a shadow wriggled inside the tower. It walked away from the window, stepped onto the cobblestones, and went down a spiral staircase. Its steps were slow, but gradually became faster and more impatient. Shadow found him. And, as if it hadn't spoken in many years, let out a cracking murmur. Except, no one who heard it would be mistaken, it sounded absolutely delighted. Shadow found him.
That was for sure.
Arc 6 Memory Corridor Chapter 13, Mockery of the Sand. Space distorted, the world broke, and they fell straight into the rift in reality that resulted from it. As if it was made of fragile thin paper, the world was easily torn apart. Swallowed by the distorted space, Subaru's eardrums heard no sound, which was in stark contrast to the magnificent visuals around him.
He only heard a voice screaming, as if someone was calling him.
Even that voice also faded away, and before long, he could not hear it. The feeling of someone holding his chest also went missing, and the hands holding him were tore away from each other, drifting apart far away. With no one around, abandoned in this empty place, it seemed like he became completely alone. While being tormented by such loneliness and sadness, Subaru's consciousness began slowly emerging.
And then, Ram, how long are you going to sleep?
Get up, lazy Barusu. Subaru, Ark. Feeling something sharp poking at his side, Subaru got up screaming in pain at the shock.
Having jumped up reflexively, sand falls off from all around his body.
Coughing, he spits out dirt which had gotten into his mouth. Subaru, Ark.
Thursday.
Phew. Huh.
What? What happened?
Rubbing his eyes, he checks his surroundings as he stands up. With shaky knees and a poor foothold, he gets up comically. Beneath his feet, the fine grains of sand were laid just as before. As his consciousness returns, Subaru could determine that this was an extension of the Augria dunes.
However, the view around him was not clear. Because it was dark, really dark.
In the darkness where he can't even see his own hands, Subaru's eye caught the presence of a small artificial light. Ram, you can sleep so well in such an emergency, it's amazing.
I'm speechless. A bitter voice hits him, and the owner of the light snorts.
What is emitting the light is a type of mana stone, and the light is made of processed ragmite ore and fashioned into a tool like a lantern. Looking at the face illuminated by the light, Subaru raised his eyebrows. Subaru, Ram, is that you? Ram, who else can you see? Rem? I didn't expect such a lame answer. Subaru, you and Rem look alike, but it oozes from inside that you are not her. In response to Ram, who seems harsher than usual, Subaru gives a bitter reply.
He took the lantern out of her and looked around with the light.
Subaru, this place, where is it?
What happened?
Ram also wants to know the whereabouts of this place. As for what happened, it is 3 times worse than what Barusu can imagine. Subaru, does that mean you expect me to be an optimist? Do you look down on pessimists?
Ram, in this case, I wonder which is better. That reply was probably accompanied by a shrug.
Even if she is right next to him, it's hard to tell Ram's state in the darkness, as the space illuminated by the light is awfully large.
Perhaps it seems that they are in some sort of hollow space.
Overhead, there was a slightly tall ceiling, joined with walls that indicated the extent of its depth. Subaru, can't feel any airflow, can't see the sky. You mean we were thrown in somewhere? Ram, if Beatrice Summers' words before we were separated are true, the space distortion is the cause, right?
Subaru, separated, that's right, separated.
Where are the others? While listening to Ram's disinterested and emotionless demeanor, his understanding caught up with reality. Subaru moved the light from right to left, seeking a figure other than Ram's in their surroundings.
However, as he searched the illuminated space, the figure that he desperately wanted to see was not reflected.
Ram, as you can see, we were separated. Barusu's nullification magic tricked the watchtower. As a result, it's not clear, but maybe instead of going into the right path, we were trapped in a distorted spacetime where we'll wander forever. Subaru, what are you saying?
Why are you so calm? The combination of me and you.
It's totally randomly shuffled? At Ram's calm expression, Subaru's face turns pale and he raises his voice.
Beatrice's cries, space breaking apart right before his eyes, and he instantly remembers it.
The rift swallowed Subaru and the others' whole party and dragged them into another space. At that time, Subaru and Ram were both traveling along, but they should have been in different groups. Subaru was riding Patrash, and Ram was in the dragon carriage. Ram, it seems that this separation does not take into account who you are in contact with to determine who accompanies who.
As soon as we entered the rift, Ram should have been hugging Rem. But it turned out like this.
Subaru, I was also supposed to be clinging to Biko.
And yet I can't find her, I can't see her.
No way, there's only Ram here with me?
What kind of grouping is this? If the condition of that separation was not contact, then is there any other reason? This group was made up of 8. There is no particular common feature that only Subaru and Ram share.
Again, is it completely random? Subaru, no, I'll postpone guessing the conditions for now.
More than that, we have to hurry and join up with everyone. No. There's something even more important.
Ram. Subaru, you and I are too, so it's still good. If any of the others who were separated were with someone else, there's still hope.
But if there's someone who's alone, and if that's Rem?
That's awful. Emilia and Julius, who single-handedly took on all the fighting power in this party, were no problem. Maylie and Beatrice could also manage to get by alone with their respective abilities. In terms of Anastasia/Scarfdonia, there is probably a trump card used to fight back against lust. Although less honorable than other ones, Subaru and Ram's combination was still manageable. But Rem was a different story. Unlike the others, Rem is unable to perform any independent actions by herself.
Even if there is someone with her, protecting the perpetually sleeping girl would turn any kind of undertaking into a Herculean task.
And the worst of all, if Rem was completely isolated from others, then death would be the only thing awaiting her in this lonely sand sea. Subaru, it's important for us to meet up with everyone else, but the top priority is securing Rem.
I can't leave her in such a lonely place. That much is sure, not at all. Absolutely not.
Ram, Barusu. Subaru, cause I said I'd bring you here, thinking that you might be able to wake up if you meet the sage.
It's useless. Absolutely, shit, just Rem.
Ram, Barusu, calm down.
Even I will lose it now.
Subaru, why are you telling me to calm down?
Are not you worried because Rem is missing from your memory?
Ram, huh?
There is no such thing.
Imagining the worst possibility, Subaru starts mumbling desperately about the future, and counting up his regrets.
Hearing Subaru speak, Ram could not stand it and exploded.
She grabs the confused Subaru by his collar and presses him hard against the sand wall behind him. Ram, Do you think you're the only one who cares about Rem? Don't push it too far, Barusu. Even without my true feelings, Ram is still Rem's older sister.
Don't make a fool of me.
Subaru, Ram, I can still slightly feel my connection with her. So, at least for now she is okay.
That much is certain, so settle down for the time being. It's not like that face expresses any emotion.
However, seeing the unbearable unease and sadness in her eyes as she tried to appear calm, Subaru loosened the tension in his shoulders.
Ram also moved her hands. Released from being pushed on the wall, Subaru looks down in shame.
Subaru, my bad.
I'm sorry. Really, I was the worst idiot right now.
Ram, just about, as usual. If Barusu starts to reflect on his life, it'll take a whole day.
Stop wasting our time.
Subaru, my bad. Experiencing Ram's sharp tongue and emotional testimony, Subaru finally lets out a single apology. Then he slaps his cheeks with all his strength, getting back his fighting spirit. Although Ram assured him that Rem was safe, the fear of her being alone couldn't be dispelled.
Their situation will not change if they don't reunite with the others soon.
Subaru, anyway, let's rush this reunion. Ram, can't you use your connection with Rem to work out her location?
Ram, it's difficult.
That girl is asleep, so the only thing transmitted is her heartbeat. There are other means of clairvoyance, but they're not too reliable. Subaru, why? Ram, this sand dunes, it's full of beasts, and there are almost no ordinary animals or plants around. Clairvoyance is not able to borrow their sights if its wavelength does not match with Ram's.
It doesn't synchronize with the demon beasts.
And at this time, Ram is only able to borrow the eyes from Barusu's Earth Dragon. Subaru, Patrash?
No, that should be enough.
I want to check if Patrash and Jen are with someone, especially if we can rescue the whole dragon carriage. Ram, that wouldn't be very useful.
At Ram's disinterested attitude, Subaru feels frustrated and tilts his head, deep in thought.
Now was the time to collect as much information as they could to get reunited again. And yet, he couldn't understand why Ram was hesitating here. However, before he could touch on the subject of her true intentions, an answer appeared in front of them both. Subaru? Subaru sees a light pass by from the corner of his eyes, different from the lantern he was holding. Subaru shivered as he had a bad experience with light passing through the edge of his sight, but the light that appeared was shaken by a gentle movement, totally different from that.
The light gradually comes closer, and slowly the figures become clearer.
Anastasia, Ram-san and Natsuki-kun, it seems that your discussion is over. Subaru, Anastasia and Patrash? Hearing the familiar Kararagai dialect, Subaru's head slightly lifted up in surprise. In front of him, holding the lantern from which the light that Subaru saw emanated, and straddling Patrash's back, is Anastasia.
At Anastasia's question, Ram bows as she lifts the hem of her robe on the spot.
Ram, thank you for your consideration, Anastasia-sama. May I ask, how are the surroundings? Anastasia, I just checked all the way back, but I could not see any of the other children.
There are only 3 of us out here. And this sort of girl.
Ram, is that so?
Anastasia, there is no use worrying about it. Although it may be a pitiful fact.
Ram, thank you for your concern. Oh, I see.
I shall do so.
To Anastasia on top of the dragon, Ram responded politely. From the course of the conversation, Subaru vaguely understood that Anastasia had been looking around.
But even convinced of that, there was not enough information to understand what was going on.
Subaru, hey, Ram.
Weren't we the only ones here? What does this mean, can you explain?
Ram, I don't remember telling you that Ram and Barusu were alone. Barusu was the one who made that rash judgment of his own accord.
Unsightly.
Subaru, you were so worried about Rem you failed to mention it, is what you mean, charming Ne-sama. Ram, huh? Hearing Subaru, Ram snorted her nose with her usual tone. Subaru walks towards Anastasia while recovering from that attitude. Subaru, regardless of any deception, it's good news that Anastasia is safe.
I'm relieved.
Anastasia, are you not confusing this deception with a misunderstanding?
I would be relieved to learn that I am not alone.
Besides, Natsuki-kun's Earth Dragon Patrash-chan was a very helpful good girl. Stepping on the saddle, Anastasia carefully tries to get down off of Patrash.
And Patrash immediately crouches down to help her descent, as expected, a proper Earth Dragon.
It's a handsome Earth Dragon.
But it's a female.
Subaru, no one else is hiding, right? It's genuinely just the four of us? Anastasia, including Patrash-chan, there is no doubt that we are four people. Emilia-san and Julius would have no reason not to come forth, but, I don't know about Meili-chan. Subaru, she might have taken advantage of the commotion to run away, huh?
You don't have to say it.
Picturing the girl with braided hair in his mind, Subaru thought about Meili's options. Just before being separated, Meili's secret insurance for having a demon beast accompanying them was exposed by Subaru. Subaru, who returned by death, actually knows that Meili's monster served to protect the dragon carriage, both from the watchtower and flocks of attacking Oiran bears. However, since that was an event that didn't happen in this loop, essentially, the only one who knows Meili's reason for having the sandworm follow them is the girl herself. In this particular situation, having Meili escape the group and try to leave the sand dunes alone wouldn't be strange. Subaru, but she won't do that.
Is what I want to believe.
Anastasia, expectations?
Or should it be trust? Subaru, make what you will of it. Leaving that aside, how are the surroundings?
Setting aside the topic of Meili, Subaru asks Anastasia for a report on her inspection. She put her hands in the sleeves of the robe and tilted her head, saying, "About that, huh?" Anastasia, judging from what I saw, we are certainly in the sand dunes, but
perhaps this place could be the underground.
Subaru, underground? How could there be an underground in sand dunes?
Anastasia, under the sand of the dunes.
A cave. More of a cavity, so to speak, but the temperature is obviously lower than above ground, and the air also feels heavy. Subaru nods as the girl swings her robe in an appealing gesture, joining the front parts to keep out the cold. Certainly, the chilliness of the atmosphere felt here is far stronger than the earlier setting.
In a space with a tall ceiling where you can't see the sky, it was a suitable guess.
Subaru, underneath the dunes.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
I pray that this isn't a sandworm's lair.
Anastasia, it's a possible scenario.
In fact, they have witnessed the existence of sandworms inhabiting the ground, and given the enormity of the individuals employed by Meili, this cavity is just large enough for it to be possible. Considering the ecology of eyeless sandworms, this dark space devoid of any light would be an exact fit. Subaru, this team seriously lacks combat power. Me, Ram, and Anastasia, is this a special front of non-combatants? Ram, Emilia Summer's own knight, proudly describing himself as a non-combatant.
This is hopeless. Subaru, I'm just stating the reality.
Without Beatrice, I can't be so conceited and rely on my whip skills alone. In terms of everyone's self-defense measures, this really was a group that lacked fighting power, restrained Ram and Subaru without Beatrice, to name a few. Ram, by the way, what about Beatrice Summer? Do you feel any connection relating to your contract? Subaru, unfortunately, my and Biko's heart are strongly tied, but not in a realistic sense.
No, Beatrice said before that she could feel me, but I can't.
Ram, useless.
Subaru, shut up.
As Ram sighs and looks away, Subaru discreetly zoomed his face closer to Anastasia.
As he murmured at her calm composure.
Subaru, so, can you fight?
What do you say?
Anastasia/Scarfdonia, if it comes to it, of course I'll fight no matter what.
But it will shorten Anna's life. I'd like to avoid it as much as possible. I would be relying on you guys.
Subaru, those expectations will probably not be met.
I don't know if that's a good thing or bad.
For a moment, Subaru snorted at Anastasia, who appeared as Echidna.
Then, looking at Patrash, who quietly awaited for instructions, Subaru stroked the tip of her nose with his palm.
The jet-black dragon kept silent and nuzzled Subaru with her hard scales.
Subaru, it hurts, what? It's a relief.
Without Emilia or Beatrice.
But I'm relieved to have you.
Except, it still doesn't make a complete group reunion. Ram, Barusu. As he was sharing his anxieties with Patrash, at Ram's call he looked back at her. Then, Ram crossed her arms while facing Subaru and jerked her chin towards Anastasia. Ram, we can't stand here forever.
Let's move to meet up with others.
Fortunately, thanks to Anastasia, we have light.
Ram and the rest will proceed.
Subaru, oh, I didn't know, the light was brought by Anastasia. Anastasia, just before the dragon carriage was swallowed, I could only grab the emergency bag that was prepared by Natsuki-kun. Thanks to you, I was able to bring in the light, a knife, and some emergency food. Anastasia pointed at Patrash, where a small emergency bag was hanging on the saddle.
It is literally the equipment that Subaru had prepared for the dragon carriage as an emergency takeout. Even if such opportunity doesn't occur to use it, he felt relieved that he had thought of it.
Subaru, you shouldn't have made fun of the wit I have in hand, after all. From now on, let's not forget to check the emergency door at any place where we will stay for the first time. Ram, jokes aside, it is Barusu's hand.
So, I will give you a light as a reward, please lead the way at once. Subaru, ha.
This is reward?
Passing him the lantern, both Ram and Anastasia get on Patrash's back. This scene, regardless of how you see it, puts Subaru in the position of a servant.
Anastasia, as a matter of fact, it's easily a 3-seater, there would be plenty of room if Ram-san and I cramp in, wouldn't it? Ram, let's stop there, Anastasia-sama. If he can get close, you can imagine Barusu would happily try to touch my body. Subaru, you are imagining stuff all your own, but if you go that way I'll imagine a lot more than that.
Don't mess with me. I'll give you a taste of puberty. He strongly argues with his middle finger up, and Anastasia smiles bitterly, as one would expect.
Ram reacts as usual, as Subaru continues walking the cave with one lantern in his hand. Subaru and Ram's light skirmish made it seem like they had forgotten the circumstances, but it surely hid their anxiety in each other's heart and brought just a bit of relief to their minds. Perhaps they both realized it, but didn't say anything. Although walking anxiously, Subaru and the others were advancing through the great cave of the sand. As expected, Patrash is used to it, and there won't be any problem with her movement even if you were to put 2 heavy stones on her back. Apart from the feeling of sand entering his boots, Subaru had learned the technique for walking in the sand sea these past few days, and was able to proceed without much difficulty.
Subaru, the wind. I can kind of feel it, and also can't.
Ram, I feel it. But given the wind's thinness, it's still a long way from being connected to above ground. Along the way, wetting his finger on his tongue, Subaru tried to examine the airflow, but it wasn't quite clear. On the other hand, as the wind-sensitive Ram feels it out, she concludes that the exit is still far ahead. The way to this exit was what he wanted to give priority to, looking to meet up with his companions. Unfortunately, though, there was no indication that the signs of wind would be very reliable. Ram, Emilia Summer and Julius Summer shouldn't get lost due to the guidance of the lesser spirits. And that's why I doubt that there is a malicious intent in the selection of this grouping. Subaru, well, it is quite useful to be guided by a lesser spirit. Damn, in my case Biko is so strong that she keeps away the lesser spirits.
She's far beyond their capacity.
To be clear, this was something beyond Emilia and Julius's exceptional fighting power.
Even when setting out to look for a lost member, things may not proceed as you would expect. You can only try not to overlook anything around you as much as possible when you proceed.
Anastasia, Ram-san, before Natsuki-kun woke up,
seemed considerably shaken. Looking for Ram now, she seems to be hiding behind her attitude. Subaru, is that so?
Secretly, Anastasia shares this story, which made his fight with Ram after waking up feeling more and more awkward. Subaru had spent the past year alongside Ram, after having the memories of her sister completely erased. Any connection those two previously had must have left behind some remains after being erased. If no one else, Subaru at least had to believe so. Anastasia, well, ain't fun seeing you huddled up all gloomy and miserable like that, so why not look ahead if you're so down about it?
If you don't, you might miss something important. Subaru, don't throw me off like that. Stop giving me those nice words.
I'm stuck in the exact same situation as the one you came from. Anastasia, sooner or later, I wish you would start thinking of me separately from my originator.
Your distaste for that girl is excessively obstinate. This is something I've picked up with time.
Subaru, I don't know any other approach.
I'll keep it in a corner of my mind. The tongue-in-cheek talkative exchange seemed to distract from the impatience and anxiety of not making any progress. In the midst of that conversation, the party advances through the great cave.
Nothing really changes, the sand path and the sand walls. Walking along that path there were few things to think about.
That was. Subaru, might be a beast nest, we have to be quite careful. There's a chance we'll run into one.
Ram, that's what Ram is concerned about.
Kicking the sand under his feet, Subaru grumbles at Ram as she expresses a similar opinion. They continued into the great cave, and soon an hour had already passed.
With no one and nothing around, their anxiety, impatience and bad premonitions continue to grow. Of course, not having enemies show up is a welcome situation, but the extensive silence couldn't be any help to wipe out the bad feelings regarding this place.
As if it was detached from the whole world.
Subaru, no way, we couldn't have been swallowed by a hyperspace that does not connect to anywhere, right? Anastasia, well then, would you tell me where the wind we're relying on is coming from? Do you think it's the heavy breathing of an unusually big and ferocious beast who owns this cave? Subaru, that's not even funny, it's rather scary.
In fact, it would be no wonder even if that happened.
They had already seen it with their own eyes that even the world could be broken apart.
Whatever this rift is connected to, it would not be worth a surprise.
Ram, regardless of the maliciousness of this selection, it is hard to believe that whoever set it up had considered it could be broken.
We weren't aiming for it with the negation spell, it was just a coincidence.
Subaru, what do you mean, precisely? Ram, it is useless to imagine the worst scenario that this road, as it is connected to the monster's stomach.
Look, see.
The lack of progress was leading to pessimistic theories, which Ram rationally denies. Then, at the end of the explanation, she urged Subaru as he stopped to look ahead. Following her indication, Subaru holds out the lantern to look forward. Then, the illuminated passage of the cavity gets narrow, in front of their eyes.
Subaru, it's a crossroad.
Anastasia, right or left, we have to make a choice.
What do we do?
Subaru, according to my knowledge, Ka-Pika said to choose right when the time called for it.
TN, Hunter x Hunter reference. Anastasia, who's that? Looking at it practically, he remembered hearing that people tend to unconsciously choose to proceed left when they get lost.
Perhaps it had to do with dominance, as for the dominant hand, dominant leg, and other complicated factors like those, or that's what was said and thought of it at the time. For that reason, Subaru wanted to follow the theory of a skillful character he once knew and chose the right path which he thought was correct, but... Ram, so, Barusu, which way do you want to go?
Subaru, honestly speaking, left.
Ram, what happened to Ka-Pika?
Anastasia, who's that?
Subaru replies, Ram asks question after question, and just Anastasia just pokes fun.
If you look only at those words as written, the exchange may appear to be as such. But in reality, the three people who exchanged words had a stiff expression and worrisome looks on their faces.
On top of that, even Patrash, who can't speak, was staring at the right path with stern eyes. The cause was the overwhelming negativity they were feeling from the right path.
Abstractly speaking, a detestable premonition. If you choose more words, it was almost a dread. It's deadly to select the right path, their instincts were ringing the alarm bell. Subaru, the right. I think it's dangerous. I have a feeling it's not going to be pleasant.
Ram, surprisingly, I agree with Barusu.
What you think, Anastasia-sama?
Anastasia, according to the Kararagai rule, it goes to the majority, by the support of 2 votes.
Besides, I am honestly lacking the courage to choose the right side. As no sleeves would swing, Anastasia made the gesture of swinging both hands as the answer for all. Subaru is not the only one.
Both Ram and Anastasia were having a strange sensation from the path at the right, as well as Patrash.
Therefore, the right road couldn't be chosen.
Subaru, then, left?
That also feels like choosing a terrible option though.
Ram, so, turning back?
There's nothing we can get that way.
Subaru, there's nothing to lose is what you're saying, I might just be overly negative. As Subaru failed to make a decision, Ram and Anastasia seemed ready to jump in. As he cannot help but shrug his shoulders, Subaru steps forward to walk in front of Patrash.
Straight towards the road on the left.
Embracing their hesitation as they advanced, it seems they grew their distance from the right path in this great cave.
He found that the pressure that he felt through the walls of sand kept getting farther away, and the stiffness in his shoulders was naturally released. Ram, what an unpleasant place.
She felt the same thing, and as he heard Ram murmuring, Subaru agrees in silence. At this crossroads, the right path caused overwhelming negative thoughts. They chose the left road out of something like instinct to avoid the other, but there was one more reason. Inside the Subaru's chest, he felt the presence of something shouting in joy towards the right path.
It would be horrible to obey what it said.
It was also undeniably a major factor on why Subaru didn't choose that road.
The team of non-combatants went through the cavity, and a few more hours passed by in the way.
Subaru, Anastasia, Ram,
As they slowly advanced their search on the great cave, the number of words spoken between them dropped drastically.
With their fatigue, and not to mention the darkness, any sense of time was fuzzy, but what was wearing down their spirit along the walk was silence. In fact, Subaru felt like that several hours had passed, he didn't know if it was true.
There is a possibility that they had utilized the time better than they thought, or even that they had completely wasted it. What they knew for sure was that there was no progress, no more than that. Subaru, at that split, I wonder if we should have gone right.
Ram, after that much silence, you can only think to complain?
Stop it.
Shameful.
Murmuring, he moved his dry lips to complain, and Ram bitterly pierces back.
However, her poison also lacked ambition.
Not being able to find anything like this, it caused her to also be slightly dominated by anxiety.
Although the foothold in the sand path was bad, there was some confidence after already walking a few kilometers on it. So if you couldn't see any end to the cave, you couldn't help but be swept over by a bad feeling.
It is natural that you would doubt that you made the wrong choice.
Even more, if you reach a dead end, you'd have to give up. Subaru, the rapid fire of those lights above ground.
What do you think it was?
Subaru changed the direction of the topic, for fear that the negative conversation would continue as it was. The topic that turned up was the light of the watchtower, the defense mechanism of the dunes, which seemed to have been prepared by the sage.
Ram, it was a needle.
Subaru, needle?
To that question, Ram responded with a few words.
She spilled a sigh at Subaru's following question and gently stroked her pink hair. Ram, I don't know the small details, but it was firing long and narrow needles enchanted with magical powers.
The needles carried high heat, probably the effect of firing magic. But the needle itself seemed to be specially made.
As it was repelled and fell on the sand, it disintegrated and disappeared. Subaru, in that uproar, to see so properly. Ram, if you just looked at it, you would know about that much.
Without a doubt, It seemed Ram's observation power was not as ordinary as she said so.
When Subaru just kept staring, Anastasia shook her head in amazement. In Ram's case, she was aware of her own talents, but was still speaking sarcastically. Subaru, what do you think was the purpose? Ram, kill those approaching the watchtower. It's a mystery why it relentlessly aimed at Barusu. It's standard practice to take down the weaker enemies first, so that might be it. Subaru, shit, I can't deny it. If you look at it from afar, you couldn't help but arrive at the same conclusion.
Nonetheless, because of that they had no casualties.
The conclusion you reach is, it's good to have a weak, invincible, magical Subaru.
But in that case, Subaru, it means, a friendly encounter with the sage would be difficult.
Anastasia, I think it's premature to say so. If I'm not mistaken, did we not set out with the intention of challenging these setbacks knowingly?
There is a chance for a discussion to occur, it's what I think.
Ram, at worst, our business is with the sage's knowledge, and not their personality. If they don't talk, you can just tie them up and give them a good shaking until they do. Subaru, nay Summer, was that your villainous side talking? Ram, if there is something you want, take measures.
It's not a child's play. As Subaru becomes dumbfounded, Ram remains strangely calm.
Just hearing those statements, he felt he was being reminded of how sweet and shallow his own resolutions were.
Regardless of whether it's actually done, there is no doubt that Ram is prepared for it. That only is a proof that she is serious about Rem.
Subaru, To touch Ram's resolve, Subaru might have to make some decisions regarding his own resolutions.
He hadn't thought of getting his hands dirty for Rem.
Rem is not to be blamed for that either.
What he has to do is to be prepared to rip off the results.
When confronted with the existence of the sage, no matter what kind of opponent that is, he has to be absolutely determined, such resolution. Patrash, Subaru, Patrash? At the same time, Patrash holds her breath and Subaru bits his lips. The dragon glares at the path with stern eyes and groans a little. Subaru, who noticed that stare, also stopped his feet and returned to calm the earth dragon. He stroked her neck and called out, "What's wrong? Subaru, did you saw something?"
"What?" "Ram, cause, that is,"
Ram said on behalf, interrupting Subaru. Anastasia frowns and looks at the passage like Patrash. Of course, nothing could be seen anything in the extended darkness, but a different feeling that appealed rather than seeing. Seeping inside the nose was a smell of something burning. Anastasia, do you think it's a smell of fire?
Ram, I can't think of anything else. But I don't think something like a kitchen could possibly be here. Subaru, if this is a fire.
The cause behind this smell is civilized people, right? Ram and Anastasia, At Subaru's clinging question, neither Ram nor Anastasia could just easily nod. He could also understand the girl's judgment. But the smell that was drifting was clearly a scent of something supposedly burning. Ram said like cooking something, but also the aroma was close to it. It's a bonfire, or a stew for a meal. If that's the case. Subaru, do you think there's a possibility of that being Emilia's? Anastasia, if the premise was skipped to the same place, there is enough possibility.
Nevertheless, whether it's rational or irrational to use fire in such situation, I would leave that judgment to the rest.
Subaru,
Even if it's discussed here, the answer won't come as for who lays ahead of the road.
If so, you should call out and check what your partner's intention is. Anastasia, even people who are ahead of the road are not always friendly.
If not Emilia's, could it be it's the sage?
It's hard to believe that the sages who should be in the watchtower would come down, or not. In that case, if the sage continues to be hostile, a corresponding attack is also to be expected. Subaru, hide the light and move forward?
What I mean is, if they are using fire then there is light on their side.
We, at least, should hide. Anastasia, it's funny to keep speculating about it, we also have to check what's the cause is, so I think it's a reasonable idea. Anastasia nods to Subaru's proposal, and after that Ram also quietly agrees with it. When the lights of the two lanterns were turned off, the party went back to the path where the smell of fire was drifting from, relying only on the Subaru's light. Ram, Barusu. Subaru, what? Ram, if anything happens, just leave it and run straight away.
Don't hold a grudge. Subaru, curse me if I do that.
In the light held by Subaru, Ram slightly loosened her lips, and Subaru led straight through the passage.
When the scent of the fire gradually increased, he felt Patrash's breath on his back.
Subaru.
It's the light. Beyond the passage, he found a slightly shimmering red light.
Subaru immediately dropped his own light and instructed the three behind him to be silent.
Then he squatted down and stepped on the sand stealthily to confirm the state of the light.
1 step, 2 steps. As they moved forward, they could see that the light was somewhat coming across the corner. The passage was slightly bent to the left, and the fire was from there.
Quietly reaching the turning point, and slightly peeking on the other side while leaning against the wall.
At that moment, the wind carrying a slight heat tickled Subaru's forehead and unintentionally closed his eyes. Immediately after, Subaru's foot gouged down unexpectedly, the sand slided and it rolled his body diagonally. Subaru, what the?
He couldn't bear the surprise attack, and Subaru forgot to step, and he rolled down the slope.
The fine particles of sand couldn't, and he slided long down all the way to the bottom. Thrusting down from the top of the sand hill, Subaru rolled down from a steep slope of sand about 10 meters high, again spat out sand and raised his body. Subaru, uck.
Thursday. Again sand. No, that then.
Subaru shakes his head and looks around.
In this sudden surprise he dropped his lantern.
If it was somewhere nearby, he started searching for it, stretching his hand, and he touched something hard.
For an instant, he thought he had found the lantern, but it felt different compared to the hardness of that he was holding. The surface was crisp and pleasant to touch, like a wooden stick. When he lifted it up, it was lighter compared to its thickness and length.
Subaru, what is it?
Even if you looked closely, you wouldn't know what it was in that pitch-black darkness. When he timidly smelled it, it felt like the smell of charcoal.
Subaru, The next moment, when he was thinking that, a light came right behind him suddenly. The wisps that appeared in the back were red, shimmering and primitive, and they were called flames. Then, as the flames began to light up the world, Subaru saw the identity of the thing he grabbed.
That's probably a creature's foot.
Things that were animals, burned down until it turned into charred remains, as a result. Around the place where Subaru was sitting, the remnants of former creatures that became these charred remains were scattered, and Subaru had slipped right into the middle of countless burned dead bodies.
Subaru, oh.
Oh. Wow?
Throwing away the charred waste in his hand, Subaru aimed to retreat.
However, there was a terrible flame that existed behind while he tried to retreat back, and his neck was burned by the heat wave, and this time he fell down just on his face. And finally, he turned back and looked at it face to face. Monster, _ Subaru was thrown out of reality, facing a tremendous roar from his front. Why all the demon beasts' roars are so disgusting that they irritate human beings to the limit of their disgust. With such a high-pitched roar, it was like countless babies were crying all at once. It is a blasphemous creature that Subaru had never seen. It burns red in a place full of burned bodies. It is truly a devil beast, but the fur color is different from what he has seen in the past. As far as Subaru knew, all of the demon beasts were distorted and ugly, but they were often in such a form that they resembled an existing creature one way or another.
Same for the white whale or the great rabbit. In any case, there was a basic foundation of an animal. However, this time, the monster that exists in front of him, he doesn't want to apply the same concept.
Monster, _
The monster cries again. At first glance, some similarities could be found with a horse. Thin, but strong forelegs that exist to charge over the earth.
It is the same as a horse that has a trunk supported by its 4 legs and a long tail swaying from behind. However, There was a human torso in the part where the horse's neck should normally be, leading to the head.
The human torso has 2 more arms, in addition to the 4 legs. And there was no head above the neck of the human torso. As from the neck to the top, the horns were growing. The proof of the devil makes it easy to understand that it's different from other animals. The horns were growing in place of the head. It doesn't have a head.
Speaking of where the mouth raised the cry, from the chest till the belly of the human torso was torn vertically, and in the oral cavity, the fully grown horizontally aligned fangs were ensuring their existence.
Subaru, it's a monster.
Even calling it a magical beast was sort of absurd, rather it was a profanity of life. To Subaru's knowledge, it was close to a fantasy creature called Centaur, a half-man and half-horse, but that was a distorted figure as if it had been thrown out of production halfway. And the Centaur, the mane of the flame was forming from the back human torso part, burning the sand cavity with incredible power, surging up the red light. If you look at the fire's strength, it's obvious that who created all the burned dead bodies lay around there.
Using fire meant civilized people, or whatever, was a mistake to embrace such expectations. The arms of the centaur was the human arm itself with 5 fingers. The foot of the horse part of the centaur was the legs of horse itself, which formed hoofs too.
The figure was about 6 or 7 meters long, and it could be said that it was just the right size to walk in this hollow. That's, the lord of this cavity is in front of you.
Subaru, it was a trap. Holding his breath, Subaru despairs. There was nothing he could do. He quickly turned his hand to the back of his waist, and grabbed the handle of the whip, but he didn't think he could do anything with it.
And to the breathless Subaru, the centaur tilts his eyeless head. Hearing it from its mouth, bathing in its roar, fueling his fears. For the moment, Subaru moved to create a gap. He turns around on the sand, roughly kicks one of the charcoal debris that hits the centaurs.
The corpses that went through the fire were well burned and too light, and that there was no strength even if it hit. But still, it's good to be in control.
Clinging to the steep slope, trying to return to the upper aisle.
He would go back the road he came, but that didn't mind it. The problem was he didn't know how far this centaur was going to go.
It's dubious how much appetite that thing had, as it burns its prey this way. Of course, as far as he heard that the demon beast had the nature to kill humans instinctively, though it does not always work according to that.
Still, if it was possible to turn the situation a little.
Subaru, Carfu.
When he was thinking about it, Subaru noticed that his body was not trembling.
Trying and create a diversion by kicking a charred debris, or climb the steep sand slope and turn back, or could reach out to the whip, Subaru could do none of this. Because before he could get to it, the breath of the monster burned Subaru.
Subaru, ah.
As soon as the conception reached that his whole body was being burned, Subaru screamed in pain and suffering. Perhaps because his throat was burned, his lungs were burned, as he could not raise a bit of his voice.
When the burned skin formed bubbles, they swelled and burst instantly.
The fluids that had flown inside the body, which had never been seen before, instantly evaporated, and the blood boils for real. Subaru,
Never mind, rolling over on the ground in this suffering.
The muscles and fat were burned to the ground, melted and lumbered. The pain faded far away, and Subaru experienced an illusion being drowned in flames.
Burned and burned.
He'd read somewhere about the depth of the burn. He heard that there were stages of the burn, and when it went to the 3rd stage, the scars would remain, and the skin would have to be transplanted. He also heard that when a person burns 30% of the body's skin, that alone makes breathing difficult and leads to death. Subaru, Short hair burns till the roots, and the eardrum and brain matter melted and flowed out from the earlobe. The lips and gums evaporated and the teeth were peeled off, and the tongue was gulped by the suffering of the heat wave.
It doesn't matter. He had already drowned. If it was burned, could it be healed?
Even though he was not confident with his face, if it gets burned, will it give him some kind of fancy appearance?
To Amelia, to Beatrice, to Rem.
Subaru, Ru.
Burning, the field of vision was burning. Everything is burning, turning red, and going white.
Blood was eradicated by the tremendous heat, the eyelids melted away, the fluids of the eyeball evaporated, it turned white and cloudy, and nothing could be seen.
He just heard something. He heard someone calling. He heard the baby crying. Someone came down beside him. Idiot.
Why?
I told you to run away. Why did you come down here? But he didn't know what it meant to go down. Moreover, what's left or right?
A horse, a person.
It melts and burns and sleepy. Melts and disappears. Ram, how long are you going to sleep?
Get up, lazy Barusu. Subaru, Gua? Subaru was pulled back to reality with a sharp poke, as his hands and feet were unable to move, and his scorched thoughts collapsed. Suddenly rising up his body, Subaru wipes cold sweat from his sand-laden forehead. Subaru, oh, what?
Looking around.
Dark, he couldn't see anything.
There was something that evoked fear just a few seconds ago.
Subaru, huh?
Ram, I am stunned.
How frightened are you in the darkness?
You are not a child. Subaru.
Unwillingly shivering his body, Subaru had his eyes open wide to her voice. In the light of the lantern, Ram spills a small sigh. Then, when she quietly kneeled down on the spot and stroked Subaru's cheeks with her hand. Ram, what a pitiful face. Subaru, has my face melted? Ram, except in front of Emilia Summer, I have never seen such a pitiful sight. The heat of the palm touching the cheek was so warm, but it does not get even close compared to what Subaru has just experienced. Thanks to that feeling, the flames and the other warmth, Subaru finally understood the situation.
Again, ye have returned by death and came back. And here is the another save point other than the two deaths that he met in the sand dunes.
So it said, you can't challenge the labyrinth of the sand without risking your own life. He felt like the cold sand flowing on the sand sea silently mocking the scorched Subaru. Arc 6, Chapter 14, Faith built atop the sand.
Warmth coming off from Ram's palm contrasted with the scorn of the cold sand.
Both of those were the realities which Natsuki Subaru was faced with now, that was the present that he should accept. Subaru, Ram. Ram, what? Subaru, your fingers sure do feel nice and smooth, it's as, Bubby. Ram, this Barusu sure pushes his luck, doesn't he? Subaru, will you ever stop using people's nicknames as curses? Subaru voiced out his complaints with tears in his eyes after having had his cheeks slapped in recompense for his careless remark.
However, Ram, who held a lantern in her hand, did not reply to him.
Instead, she hurriedly moved off, keeping her distance away from him. It was something cold from her, even though up until now, she had shown him a kindness which was seldom seen. Though, if things stayed like this, since Subaru would be unable to even have an awkward conversation about it.
Part of his true intention had been to go back to how they usually interacted.
Subaru, right here, we're. Ram, it's pitch black absolutely everywhere. You remember the crevices opening up in the sand sea, and our dragon carriages being swallowed up by them, I presume?
I don't want to have to explain more than that.
Subaru, no, I'm fine with hearing just that.
I get it.
Ram.
Okay.
Subaru received an outline of the current situation from Ram as he took a deep breath. He understood that he had returned by death and that his returned by death point had been changed already. Subaru had met death 3 times in these sand dunes with this.
Twice he had been killed above ground by the flashes of light, which had likely been fired from the watchtower. However, this third time was far different to the other 2. He had died from being attacked by a monster at the underground. He could barely keep his body from shaking as he recalled the manner of his death that he'd experienced just a minute ago. Subaru, I never thought I'd die like that. The manner in which Subaru had died now was what you would call a fiery death. His whole body had been scorched by crimson flames, and he had been burnt to death still without understanding everything that was going on. It was hard to forget that his whole body had been licked by red-hot tongues, and that every part of him had melted rather than burnt. He knew from knowledge that the human body was a lump of fat.
However, was it really something that melted away so easily and runnily like that?
That his burnt remains were tragic, was something which he would indeed agree with.
Ram, Barusu, have you calmed down yet?
If you've settled down, we need to talk.
Subaru,
Yeah, I'm okay. Is it just me and you here?
Ram, if that was the case, Barusu, I would be ditching you and running away for my own safety. Since I haven't, well, you understand what that means, don't you? Subaru, did you just show a part 2 to the kindness you seldom show? Ram, you sure do say a lot of disrespectful things towards the bundle of love and compassion which is me, don't you?
She came back whilst you were spouting out nonsense. Looking to his left at the lantern, and then looking at where it was pointing from Ram's right, he saw the glow of a lamplight approaching from deeper within the cave.
The lantern was swaying back and forth at around head height, and just as he expected, the source of light was held by Anastasia, who was riding Patrash. Anastasia, Ram-san, Natsuki-kun, seems your conversation's finished, right? Subaru, Anastasia, Patrash, is that you? Anastasia, who was riding on Patrash, spoke out the same greeting as she had before as she flashed him a grim. And, to those words, Ram pinched the hem of her skirt like before and bowed. Ram, thank you for your thoughtfulness, Anastasia Summer. May I ask, what do the surroundings look like? Anastasia, Aiju went to look a little further inside, but I couldn't find any of the other young'uns. It's you, the three of us, who were hurled down a rune here.
This youngin lookin' one.
Ram, I see. Anastasia, you gotta keep your chin up, though mayhaps that in itself ain't gonna be of any use to us. Ram, thank you for your concern. Indeed, I understand.
I'll make sure to do so.
Anastasia voiced her apprehensions from Dragonback. To which, Ram replied in the likeness of how she would usually speak, different to how she spoke to Subaru.
Anastasia's face was clearly visible this time since Ram was the one holding the lantern. Everything Anastasia had said was exactly the same as last time.
She had come to tell them the reality of the situation, namely that the others were lost and scattered about with Rem. TL note, in the Japanese it certainly is, but I may have translated things differently to chapter 13 since that chapter had a different translator. Subaru, so for now, the only ones that were able to join up is just us four?
Pretty damn awful that we have no fighting strength.
Anastasia, we ain't as scattered as we thought, eh, Natsuki-kun? What special good luck charm did you even get Ram-san to cast us? Ram, unfortunately, nothing would happen even if it has to decide between just me and Barusu. Only Barusu would end up dead when he would be found the next day.
Subaru, what do you mean?
Do you mean like the werewolf in a game of werewolf? Scary. Their comments were not meant as a show of bravado, but rather, Anastasia and Ram exchanged words in such a way as to calm Subaru, who had just woken up. Though his grasp of the situation was quick since it was the second time around, they were still in a place where it paid dividends in getting a move on immediately, even now. Subaru, Ram, just to make sure, you don't know where Rem is using your synthesia, right? Ram, that's correct, it's no use.
Since I feel the link, I have no doubt that at least she's alive. But, I don't know any more than that. All we can do is pray that she's not alone.
Subaru, given that my everyday deeds are tied to fortune and misfortune, Rem's deeds will just be good ones, make no mistake in that.
I absolutely believe in her safety.
If this theory was right, it was entirely because of his own deeds that he was going through an absurd amount of suffering and death.
He wanted to go and close his eyes to that. Subaru on top of that.
Subaru absolutely couldn't let Ram and Anastasia know, that was his greatest anxiety. It seemed like everyone he wanted to save had been scattered away from him thanks to his return by death point having been updated. It was just like when he couldn't use his return by death to get Rem's name back.
What if tragedy had struck his companions due to his return by death updating now?
Subaru, I absolutely won't allow that.
For those who weren't here.
Emilia, Beatrice, Julius, Maylie.
And Rem. He prayed that nothing disastrous had happened to them.
Natsuki Subaru prayed that they weren't hurt, even if they weren't in his reach. Ram, Barusu.
Aren't you connected with Beatrice Summer? Subaru, I've tried, but it's no good. As long as there's a path between us, Miko herself should be able to sense me. But even if I try to call her, the connection is pretty weak.
Anastasia, might be due to the miasma. Even spirits can't keep their breath held long, even my echidnas grumble in every so often. It was Zhu Emilia-san who was fine tired. Subaru, I guess it was the same for you as well, eh, Biko? Beatrice, stout-hearted as she was, probably wouldn't let out any complaints even if she was in a bad state.
Were that to happen, Subaru would have absolutely noticed it.
Beatrice being in a bad state would influence everyone else's safety as well.
When they safely reunited, he'd have to tell her off.
Subaru, that's why, for that too, we need to rejoin with the other guys.
Let's go deeper into the cave.
It was likely that they'd come across the monster which had burned him once again if they went towards its depths.
But, even so, there was no other way but to go forward.
So to reunite with his precious companions as well, there was no other way but to go forward. Anastasia, you're the only one walkin' Natsuki-kun, ain't your footin' gettin' worse?
Subaru, I'm fine.
Do take care though, since Patrash won't welcome anyone with open arms except me. Every time, it seems like she's about to bite off one of Biko's drill curls. Anastasia, ah ha ha ha, what a great joke. Patrash-chan is a good girl, she wouldn't do that.
Ain't that right?
Patrash, dash. Patrash gave a quick grunt at Subaru, who was leading them with his lantern whilst they made their way deeper into the cave.
Her grunt was the sort she made when she had no complaints.
Patrash was still a hard worker, even in spite of her carrying other people who weren't Subaru, since she knew it was an emergency. As expected, she was a woman worthy of being part of the Emilia camp. Having placed Ram and Anastasia on Patrash, Subaru was the only who traversed the maze of sand on foot.
They followed the same way as last time, with the four of them moving forward towards the depths of the cave.
They may have left dozens of minutes earlier than last time, but since he didn't know when that monster would appear down here, it'd all be down to nothing more than a margin of error. Subaru, its lair is way over there, maybe it's its feeding ground, or its playground. What couldn't be called feed was the sheer amount of burnt corpses which had littered that area.
The charred corpse which Subaru had accidentally grabbed had probably been an animal's. From its shape it seemed like he'd grabbed the hind leg of a four-legged creature, but there weren't any indications that it had been eaten. The amount of charred corpses over there had been countless.
He could even have appreciated its cuisine as being simply gourmet witchbeast if it was using fire to just prepare its meal. However, it merely burnt its prey and left their corpses behind untouched. That monster possessed a cruel nature that delighted itself in burning its prey to death. It made sense that it had a way to capture it and a place to burn it.
It was a grotesque figure, munitioned with abnormal amounts of heat.
Subaru also feared the witchbeast itself, which existed with a wrong form as a living creature, at the same time as he recalled the moment he had burned to death. Anastasia, from what I can see, we should still be in the sand dunes Arun here, but maybe underneath it.
What do you think, Natsuki-kun?
Subaru, dash. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun? Subaru, eh?
Ah, that's right. I think so too.
Ram, did you actually hear what she said?
You're being rude if you think that response adequate.
Ram swiftly exposed Subaru's mindless agreement. However, Subaru hastily shook his hands and head in denial.
Subaru, no way, I heard everything properly. And what's more is that I'm sticking with my stance of absolute agreement.
Ram, really, when you take off your bra when you go to bed, your breasts don't sag an inch, is that what you're saying?
You're affirming it.
Disgusting. TL note, roughly in Japanese, that's what Ram is saying. She's basically calling Subaru a bullshitter with this colorful anecdote. Subaru, isn't the way you're bringing that up to me disgusting? Or rather, it's not like what she's saying, don't you agree with me? Subaru, in a state of disbelief, turned towards Anastasia for help.
She gave him a wry smile, and then spoke out saying, "You shouldn't worry."
Anastasia, Ram-san was messin' about you now. I don't think it's proper to speak like this in this terrible situation. Subaru, why yeah? Yeah, that's right.
I was in a hurry.
And in the first place, neither Ram or Anastasia's breasts would sag, nor do they have enough to even notice. Anastasia, whoopsie, sorry Natsuki-kun.
My hand slipped. Subaru, why the past tense, and why so hot? Her lantern was pressed to the nape of his neck, and the heat coming off from its magical or burnt his neck.
With the sensation of his fiery death resuscitated within him, he shuddered and rolled down onto the cold sand, shouting and screaming as he relieved himself from the pain. And as he did so, still collapsed with the back of his body lying on top of the sand, he glared at the two of them on dragon back. Subaru, isn't that cruel doing that all of a sudden?
I would have liked at least a chance to explain.
Anastasia, you can't go criticizing people's physical characteristics and then showing contempt for 'em.
You absolutely can't do that unless you're masochistic.
If this was Kararagai, you'd lose all your reputation and become broke. Don't you agree, Ram-san?
Ram, I don't mind. Besides, Rems are bigger, so we keep the balance between us.
It's no issue for me.
If he went and spoke out on their beautiful sisterly love which complemented each other, he'd once again provoke their ire. Thus, he kept quiet.
Subaru grimaced, his nape tingled in slight pain. He stood up and coughed, brushing away sand. Subaru, anyways, let's get down to business.
We're underground here, that's what you said, right?
Anastasia, what, you actually heard me?
That's right, I think so.
The reason why is 'cause the air is heavier than above ground, and the temperature is lower.
Don't you agree? Ram, underneath the sand dunes.
We'll have to pray that this isn't a sandworm's burrow.
Subaru, it could also be worse than that.
Anastasia pulled her robe in tighter, appealing to the chill, a gesture which Ram followed suit in. Subaru subtly weaved in the reality of the situation, while he agreed with their opinions. Of course, even if there were sandworms here, it would be a Herculean task to beat them back with the meager fighting strength they had available amongst them. Even so, sandworms were still better as they somewhat had a strategy to deal with them.
That witch beast, which for now he'd call a centaur for convenience, was something which Subaru had no idea of how to deal with in battle. He had come across it and been immediately burnt on the spot. He was sure he'd meet the same manner of death, if he bumped into it like last time.
Subaru, practically, it's likely we'll come across witch beasts other than the sandworms. Even though they're witch beasts which roam these sand dunes, I think it's a good idea if we came up with a plan for them for later. Ram, yes. Nonetheless, I can only say that I just know what I heard Meili speaking about on the way here. And other than that, perhaps how a typical witch beast lives. Anastasia, the witch beasts of the Augria sand dunes are far more aggressive due to the effects of the miasma, and there are also witch beasts that shouldn't be living here in the first place.
Even so, knowing is better than not knowing. When Subaru put out his suggestion, Ram and Anastasia both nodded in agreement.
As a result, they talked about the witch beasts whilst they continued their search forward into the depths of the cave. Ram, sandworms stand out due to their stench and ugliness, but in contrast to their aggressive nature, their bodies aren't that strong. Even if their bodies are large, my magic can kill them easily. If anything, your whip may actually be useful, Barusu. Subaru, seriously? My whip would damage them? Anastasia, it said they tend to be cowardly and if they feel pain it'd seem like they'd back away. It'd depend on the type of pain they'd feel, but at least the chance ain't zero, wouldn't you think? Ram, I don't want to come across a Banasi, if possible. Subaru, is that a vicious witch beast despite it having the name of a rodent? Anastasia, nah, it ain't got any fighting strength.
But it fights dirty.
It puffs itself up until its body goes kapow, blowing up anyone near it.
And with that, its blood and guts will shower its enemy.
Subaru, then, is its blood poisonous or something?
Ram, it's not like that.
It's just pestering, but, Once one of them does that and their stench pours out, other Banasi flock over and do the same thing.
You end up becoming smeared in blood.
Subaru, scary. TL note, is the kanji for Banasi, which is a term used for opossums. I am guessing Tappei gave these kanji special furigana when they were introduced, as that's how it's written on the Wikia. But that is why Subaru mentions the word rodent. As expected, there were a lot of witch beasts which were unfamiliar to him, and there were many things which made him want to frown when listening to their composition. After they finished their discussion on those witch beasts, Subaru felt like the time had come, and chose the topic. Subaru, so, the next one is about a witch beast I saw in the distance back at the sand dunes. Do you know about a witch beast which has a human body attached to the body of a horse that spouts flames from its back?
Ram and Anastasia dash.
Subaru told them about the centaur, keeping in tune with the discussion which they'd had so far regarding the mode of life of witch beasts.
It was a distinct witch beast. Even if this witch beast was one of the more aggressive varieties which were native to these sand dunes, if there was an origin to it, he should be able to make a breakthrough on it.
It'd be ideal if there were weak points to it which were easy to understand, such as being weak to water due to its fire. Anastasia, sorry, but I ain't got a clue. What about ya, Ram-san? Ram, I'm sorry as well, but this witch beast invites only revulsion even in just listening to this. Subaru, you both don't know, huh? However, he only got those answers from both of them. It seemed that neither of them had any knowledge of the centaur or a different kind of them with those abnormal characteristics. But that was the witch beast they'd likely first come across. He didn't want to give up on finding a breakthrough with only the answers he'd received now. Subaru, you really don't know? Like, part of Batrash's head becoming a human body, and two arms sticking out from there.
And a mouth stretching vertically across part of its body.
And finally, a horn growing from its neck of its human body instead of a head.
Anastasia, what the hell? That's so gross.
Ram, honestly, that's so off-putting.
The more details he put into his explanation, the more he put off the women.
Seeing even Batrash's face looking disgusted after she received Subaru's semblance of an explanation, Subaru dropped his shoulders in defeat.
It genuinely seemed like they all had no clue about it.
Ram, if you happened to catch a glimpse of a witch beast like that in the first place, you needed to report it back then. Why did you let such a seemingly dangerous witch beast go by? Subaru, no, that's not.
It's because it was nighttime.
Maybe it was because Meili's divine protection was active, so I just saw it in the distance not approaching us from all the way over there. It was like, when you were being treated by Emilia Tan inside of the dragon carriage. Ram, disgusting. Subaru, so that's all you're gonna be saying? Subaru was discouraged by the lack of a response as he fumbled around for a suitable excuse. With it ending up like this, they had no means capable of striking first against the centaur.
All he could do was search for a plan to avoid meeting the real thing whilst he spelled out its danger in anticipation.
Subaru, for now I'll call it a centaur, but
I reckon it's a really dangerous thing. A mane grew from the back of its human body, and it was burning like fire. It had quite a tenacious look to it.
I don't know how since it didn't have a face, but that's the feeling it gave off, so it's likely that if we don't take care, it'll come and chase us. Ram, then why did you ignore it?
Do you have a death wish?
Subaru, I think there were misleading words in the explanation right now as well.
He couldn't deny that his explanation had become fairly absurd in wanting to let them know of the danger.
However, by telling them this as a precaution, the girls would likely be able to keep themselves on guard for danger in regards to an encounter with an actual centaur.
That's all he had managed.
He hadn't managed to tell them about when he had really met the centaur, and they had no countermeasures against it. Subaru thought about a more fundamental approach as well.
That was,
Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, Ram-san. Can you stop the chatter for just a mo?
Anastasia said that, and motioned for Batrash to stop.
The clever earth dragon had stopped before she had been told to, but she drooped her head as if she understood what Anastasia meant. And then, Anastasia held out her lantern in front of her and said,
Anastasia, There's a fork in the road.
Before his eyes was the first part of his plan to avoid meeting the centaur.
As before, a dread hung in the air at the fork, enough to make one grimace.
And that dread came clearly flowing in from the right path. Anastasia, left or right, which way do you want to go? Subaru, if we follow Karpika's theory, going to the right is the correct option.
Anastasia, who's that?
TL note, Karpika is a character from HXH. I haven't watched that anime, so I don't know exactly what the reference is, but it's easy enough to figure out what it means. As before, Subaru's knowledge was nothing but foreign in this other world. Subaru had already experienced it with his body, so his words weren't unsubstantiated. Subaru, in times like these, people tend to unconsciously want to pick the left side. Though various factors are at play like one's dominant hand or eye, ethology has shown actual evidence of that, especially when there are no additional conditions attached.
Ram, ethology. What a smart word came out of your mouth.
However, are you ignoring this horrible presentiment which you can feel coming from the right path? Isn't this a condition?
Whether it would be correct or not to take the right path, this time, they had to take it.
Having deemed so, Subaru would have to try and persuade the others with logic. However, he felt a strong feeling of aversion to the horrible sensation that was drifting in from the right path. If they could, both Ram and Anastasia didn't want to take the right path. He could see that from the look in their eyes. Persuading them and making them take the right path was what Subaru had to do. He wouldn't let them go towards their death so easily after getting the chance from returning by death. Subaru, it's true that a blatantly horrible atmosphere is coming from the right. But I think it's just a little too blatant. It's as if it's saying, don't come here, right? Ram, dash. Subaru, it's exactly like the mechanism which breaks through that sand time and the flower garden of witch beasts before the watchtower. They're far too intricate to be something that cropped up naturally. Didn't you think so? Anastasia, in other words, Natsuki-kun, you want to say that the sand time, the flower garden and this cave as well are things of artifice? In contrast to Ram, who had sunk into silence, Anastasia followed what Subaru had been trying to say. Subaru cracked his fingers at hearing her response and voiced his agreement with her. That's right,
Subaru, they've set a bunch of traps since they want to keep us away.
Why haven't we come across a single witch beast here in nearly an hour if this wasn't something artificial?
We all seem to agree that this is part of the Augria sand dunes.
And though Meili's not here, we haven't encountered any witch beast lairs.
That's unnatural.
Ram, so, here we're in a place where someone's hand.
No, where the sage's hand came into play.
Subaru, with that, we know that the sage's personality isn't very pleasant. Ram, dash. Although it was an opinion which was half-coated in truth, Subaru admired that even if he spoke himself, it didn't mean that he hadn't been able to sound persuasive. In fact, when he looked back on the journey through the Augria sand dunes up until now, there had been many things set which could certainly be called traps that were there to impede their journey towards the watchtower. It could even be called a trial, and it was a fact as well that they hadn't come across any witch beasts yet in this cave. Of course, Subaru's thoughts were incorrect in the end, as he knew that they would come across the centaur at the end. However, no, perhaps that centaur was the last guard. There was a chance that its presence was a mechanism that denoted a last show of strength to those who came to enter the watchtower. In that case, he just had no way to express the malice in their choice of guardian. However, Ram, there's certainly logic even in Barusu's point. Subaru, dash. Seriously? Anastasia, why are ya actin' so surprised? Is it strange? Subaru instinctively reacted with surprise at Ram's words, who had sunk into pensive silence. And after that, Anastasia, who had seen that response, gave a wry smile and lifted up the pom-poms on her hat with both of her hands. Anastasia, to tell you the truth, I really don't want ta go to the right. But, now that you said that our opinions have been induced, ta form up and pick the left.
I don't want ta go with it anymore.
Subaru, that's an opinion that doesn't seem like you, who lived by your do or die intuition.
You sure have been swept away.
Anastasia, are you saying even I'll do it if your opinion becomes approved? The wry smile on her face grew deeper, which as a matter of fact, probably indicated that Aridna was unable to imitate the vital point that had been Anastasia's do-or-die intuition.
This was a last resort for her too. She should have had a difficult time deciding whether or not to get on board with Subaru's point.
Subaru, so, what about you, Ram? Ram, it's as I said. I can understand Barusu's point too, considering how things went in the sand dunes up until here. We can just agree that apart from the sage's wicked disposition, there's also the harsh environments that those who can't reach the watchtower are subject to one after the other.
That's why it's obvious that someone has meddled.
Subaru, I sure don't agree with calling them natural things. Ram, so, although I don't fully agree with your point, Barusu, it doesn't mean that I don't agree with some parts of it.
With that said, there's no hesitation in checking the right path.
Subaru, what do you mean? Anastasia, it's annoying for her to do what Natsuki-kun says, but she's going to go along with it, is what she's saying.
Anastasia politely interpreted what Ram had meant to say.
In fact, it seemed like it was the correct interpretation considering that Ram didn't correct any of it. In short, it meant that both Ram and Anastasia had accepted Subaru's cajolery. Subaru, all right.
Excellent, muchas gracias. I won't make either of you regret it.
TL note, Subaru actually says thank you in English.
Decided to use Spanish to mark the difference in language here considering this is an English translation.
Ram, I will take at least some share of the responsibility in my choice.
Don't you go trying to carry my share of the burden on your back as you please. Focus your useless resourcefulness only on Rem.
Anastasia, if you make me regret it, I'm gonna let you take the responsibility for it.
If that happens, we'll have to consult with the abacus for how much it's gonna be, don't you think?
Subaru, both of you are so damn scathing.
His delight was short-lived, and his speech in which he had taken responsibility for the choice was quickly assailed by the both of them.
Although he didn't know how serious Aridna's trace of Anastasia was, Aridna was putting in great efforts so that things wouldn't end up in regret.
Only that feeling was genuine.
Subaru, plus, it's not like the obstacles end with just their persuasion.
Indeed, that was right.
In the end, all Subaru had got was the right to make a challenge.
The challenge against the real hurdles started from here on out.
The fork in the road awaited their decision as it exuded an overwhelming negative atmosphere out.
They were going to take the right path where the air lay thick and visible, ever worsening.
If this was a trial which the sage had prepared, he wondered what they were thinking by opting to make this path its start. Subaru, if he's waiting for us beyond this point, then let's give him as much of a surprise as possible. I'm gonna slap his face and make him apologize over and over, and after that, I'm gonna make him find Emilia and the others. TL note, no gender pronouns are included when talking about the sage, a more accurate TL would be using they, but if I am recalling correctly Subaru presumes the sage is a male at this point in the story. Determining that, Subaru turned towards the right path and brandished his lantern there, having declared that. And then, Ram gave a soft sigh, behind Subaru's back. Ram, I agree with you, but there's still a chance that Emilia Summer, along with everyone else, will make it to the watchtower before us. Subaru, honestly, wasn't this a good spot to show off? Subaru, whose spirit was being strained even before the challenge began, voiced out his disgruntlement. After those exchanges, the three of them and their Earth Dragon, the group of four went into the right path.
He still had a bad feeling, even now. That feeling seemed to make even the sand underneath his feet feel different.
Whilst tasting this discomfort, Subaru wiped the cold sweat that trickled down his forehead and grinned at Patrash. Subaru, come to think of it, I was wrong to decide which way to take without hearing your opinion. Patrash, dash. Subaru, huh?
Where you're going is the road I will take? And whatever road it is, no matter how harsh, you'll believe in me since I always weather through?
Hey, you're way too handsome, I'm falling in love. TL note, when Subaru is pretending to speak for Patrash he's using as Patrash's personal pronoun whilst using his usual to refer to himself. Ram, he's being nonsensical, but he doesn't seem to be doing it by mistake, so he's being sinful, don't you think?
What good do you see in him?
Ram muttered that out as if she were shocked when she saw Subaru rambling on about Patrash's feelings as if he was her, whilst she remained taciturn.
Though Patrash would usually immediately rebuff such talk, right now she had remained composed as if he hadn't said anything wrong. Or, she had thought it foolish to waste strength doing that, so she was saving it for until they reached a safer place. One of the two. Likely the latter.
Subaru, even if so, can you go easy on me, if possible? Patrash, dash. Subaru, was that a voice of denial just now? Despite having chosen silence until now, she abruptly let off an impatient bark of denial at what he'd said. But then, having the mettle to first of all escape safely from here before berating him was quite the good thing. Because that meant Patrash believed that they could get out of here safely. Dash. They kept on walking without any change, with Subaru at the head, and Patrash at the back. The lantern's light illuminated the way several meters ahead, making sure to tread carefully. Their exploration continued.
Their pace, however, had definitely slowed down compared to their way here.
It was even slower than when they'd taken the left road before he had returned by death.
The reason why was simple.
Subaru, my body
is so heavy. It wasn't that his weight had increased, or that an invisible yokai had climbed onto his back.
And, in practice, it definitely wasn't any sort of issue that affected his actual corporeal self. TL note, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/y%c5% 8 kai roughly, Spectre, but I wanted to keep it like in the Japanese.
That both his body was heavy and his feet unmoving was entirely a mental problem.
Sure enough, the right path was brimming with a negative sensation that had caused his feet to seize up. He hoped this was one of the sage's detestable trials, and that if they came out of the forked road, they'd find a safe spot awaiting them ahead. Of these hopes, he didn't hold a single one.
But unfortunately, even those hopes were fleeting and quickly turned.
Rather, his negative thoughts, which felt like a curse, grew ever stronger. Subaru, dash. Gulping down some saliva, still keeping his silence, Subaru took a step forward so to move his leaden feet from the sand.
His feet were frozen in place, he wouldn't move.
Even if in his heart, Subaru knew just how weak and fragile he was, he shouldn't have felt like cowering in this passageway of sand, where nothing had happened yet. Indeed, he felt no fear at heart, and even his head felt clear. Just, his limbs didn't try to move in line with that purpose. His flesh and body, only, were acting against his reason and the course of his soul. His body instinctually rejected it, and tried to stop him from moving forward. It cost Subaru twice as much time, strength and willpower to move forward.
And even he couldn't help but feel tired. Subaru, fool. Can I really whine this much? Violently shaking his head, Subaru tried to forget the feeling of tiredness that ladened his body. Choosing the right path had been no one but Subaru's decision. Even though it had been, he couldn't permit himself to try and whine, or such, before the two behind him did.
Subaru, well, this walk sure may be a little difficult, but it's no big deal. Surprisingly, our goal may be getting closer. Ram, Barusu. Subaru, oh, what's up? Ram, shut up. Subaru, oh. His attempt at trying to drive away his whining with a show of bravado was shot down by Ram's curt toxicity.
Their pace had fallen drastically, and their fear of the surroundings had also only increased. It seemed like probably even Ram was being taxed mentally.
That her words were more toxic and curter than usual was proof of that. Subaru, hey, I get what you're feeling, but I think I suck at walking in silence. Ram, are you walking to enjoy yourself?
Remember why we're doing this.
Subaru, well, no, but like. Ram, be silent and walk.
An unapproachable, obstinate attitude.
Of course, though Ram's opinion was correct, Subaru had a point as well. Right now, the weight of his body was pulling into sync with the weight on his mind. In other words, it had become a vicious circle where the heavier his mood got, the heavier his body became.
He'd wanted to take their minds off it a bit so that things wouldn't end up like that.
Keeping on guard was important, as well as wanting to show some consideration, but he wanted them to show that they'd understood that and taken it on board.
Or rather, Ram especially should take it on board. She always showed consideration. Still, she might be really struggling.
Subaru, do you reckon we should move faster? Ram, dash. Subaru, Ram? Subaru called out, trying to determine how urgent the conditions had got, but Ram didn't bother to reply to his words at all. The light from the two lanterns, one of which was illuminating the path ahead of Subaru, and the other which was illuminating their surroundings from Patrash's neck, didn't allow the particulars of Ram's expression to be seen. With her hood pulled over her head, Ram cast her eyes down to look at Anastasia's back.
Her face wasn't visible.
Subaru, Ram? Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, is that quite enough?
Subaru, ah? Stopping in his tracks, Subaru turned his head around to try and look at her expression.
But Ram, stubborn as she was, didn't let him see her face, and on top of that Anastasia had defended her. Seeing Subaru's lips bend in frustration, Anastasia scratched her cheek, with a troubled expression adorning her face. Anastasia, I hadn't mentioned it, but Ram-san was considerably flustered after she woke up in the underground. Her composure seemed to have come back because of how plucky she is, but I guess it still looks like she hasn't fully regained it. Subaru, tch.
You're saying too much.
Anastasia, look, will you leave this to me? While Anastasia had put some consideration to Ram's feelings, her words lacked in it. Having just had her hidden innermost thoughts divulged, Ram gritting her teeth could be heard all around them, but Anastasia took no notice of it. She raised one of her small hands and pointed it in front of her so that Subaru could see it.
Anastasia, we shouldn't talk right now. When your nerves are frayed to the limit, no matter who says what, nothing good will come out of it. Isn't that right?
Subaru, dash. Anastasia, isn't that right? Though it annoyed him, Anastasia equals Aridna had a point.
He had put too much priority in trying to move forward and getting out of the cave safely.
Subaru this time definitely hadn't been able to consider Ram's feelings much. The price for doing that had come to bite him back here, and mayhaps had ended up expressed in Ram's attitude.
Now that he thought about, it was overly hasty of him to assume that there was a problem there because of Ram. Subaru, you're right. You're definitely right. It was my bad.
Ram, reflect on it. Subaru, tch. Hey, you. Anastasia, stop that, no fightin'. Come on, Natsuki-kun, keep moving forward, keep moving forward. Subaru's nerves had become frayed on seeing Ram's attitude, which gave no signs of letting up. However, Anastasia had gotten in between them and somehow stopped him there. She then pointed at Subaru, motioning him to move forward. She nudged the lantern that was fastened around Patrash's neck with her feet, rocking it about. Seeing the silhouettes of the passageway of sand flickering across his sight, Subaru clicked his tongue. Although he couldn't stomach her attitude, there would be no point in them falling into strife here. Fortunately, he could excuse it as the unpleasant atmosphere influencing the highs and lows in their mood.
While he could lay the blame on something, there was no need to worsen their relations with such an unnecessary thing.
They could talk about their current foul attitudes when they made it safely out from here.
Subaru, let's get going.
Once again, the search spearheaded by Subaru resumed.
However, their pace was still slow, and didn't get any faster. In the end, his so-called attempt at picking up their spirits and removing the loads from their body had failed.
Since nothing had changed for the better, the chances of the situation improving had naturally become zilch.
Even so, when it came to change, there had been some. And it wasn't a change with Subaru and the others, but rather a change with the maze of sand itself.
Subaru, no matter how you look at it, the path has become narrower. They had probably spent nearly an hour steadily advancing through the right path. The pathway of sand was narrowing from the left, right, top and bottom. The height and width of the path was reaching a size that would make it impossible for large witch beasts to pass through.
There was just enough space for Patrash to squeeze through.
However, it was at a size where it wasn't wide enough to accommodate the dragon carriage which Jen pulled. Likely, it was impossible for sandworms and centaurs to pass through too. At least in other words, when it came to the worst situation, i.e., a centaur lying in wait ahead on the path, that situation seemed to have been avoided. Compared to that, no matter what was awaiting ahead, at least they seemed to have avoided going towards that terrible direction. Subaru, but it looks like we'll have to be more cautious since the paths become narrower. We'll probably end up unable to move without any warning. You guys will need to be on your guard too. Ram, TSK.
Subaru, hey.
Subaru, who had said that thinking about what would happen soon, raised one of his eyebrows at the sudden sound.
Turning his head back, he looked at the two on Dragonback, who were illuminated by their lantern. No one responded to his shout.
However, he knew that Anastasia, who was sitting at the front on top of Patrash, had covered her face with the palm of her hands. That seemed natural for Anastasia, who wanted in one way or another to move forward and keep things rolling along smoothly. Anyway, what Ram had done now was that she had st at Subaru's words. Subaru, what have you really been planning from the start?
Ram, nothing. Subaru, it ain't nothing. I asked you what have you been planning?
Raising his voice at the limit of his patience, Subaru kicked at the wall of sand beside him.
Part of the surface of the fragile wall came loose, but Subaru didn't care at all about the sand which sprinkled down on him.
All that Subaru saw right now was the insolent Ram. Subaru, all I can hear is you butting in over and over again when people are walking in silence. It seems like this isn't the first time you clicked your tongue at me, isn't that right? Hey, oi, what are you planning?
Ram, nothing in particular. I have nothing at all to say to you, Barusu.
Subaru, nothing at all, and yet aren't you clicking your tongue at me year after year going tch 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 tch?
Aren't you doing that?
There's got to be a reason for you to be saying that you aren't doing that, even though you are, hasn't there? Subaru's fervor continued to grow stronger than before, in contrast to the cold Ram's attitude.
It seemed natural.
Everything which Ram had shown was cold and one-sided in contrast to the exertions which Subaru had made up until now. Subaru did not know why he was being looked down upon and rebuked.
Subaru, if there's something you want to say, then say it. Go and say it since I'll listen.
Ram, that's why I have nothing to say. Subaru, liar.
Are you stupid?
If you feel like hiding stuff then hide it all. Now that you've slipped up, flaunt it all off.
You say there's nothing?
That's a fucking idiot's expression, huh, dumbass. Ram, dash. Ram's mood changed at seeing Subaru hurling insults at her, spittle flying from his mouth.
Sat behind Anastasia, she leaned her body out and glared at Subaru. He was unsatisfied with where she sat as well. Hiding behind others, looking down at him from above. Was she planning to rise above them all by borrowing something's strength?
Ram, it seems like you've really gotten yourself all worked about moving forward, haven't you, Barusu? Subaru, that's to be expected though isn't. What do you think we came here for? We came to meet the sage, didn't we?
All the hardships we faced for this, and all the progress we made, what's so funny about it?
Ram, you're wrong.
We didn't come here to meet the sage. Subaru, ah?
Ram, we came here to return Rem back to how she was. Ram clearly asserted this, all the while glaring at Subaru. Overwhelmed by the sharpness and pressure that emanated from her eyes, Subaru, who had been seething's conviction weakened a little. Saving Rem equals meeting the sage, wasn't it like that? Subaru, it's the same thing, isn't?
Meet the sage and then save Rem. It's connected.
Ram, isn't.
Saving Rem comes first, and meeting the sage comes after that.
You've got your priorities wrong, yes, you've got them all wrong. Ram's voice trembled as she spoke the last of those words. The fury she had voiced was a wrath that burnt like an unquenchable raging fire that brought together everything the emotionless girl had felt up until now. In the underground area of these cold sand dunes, Ram continued to speak, her words still full to the brim with the fever of wrath. Ram, I came here for Rem, I came here to remember my little sister, and yet, what are we doing now?
Rem isn't even here. So stop messing about idly in this place. Subaru, no one's messing about.
Because things ended up like this, now that things ended up like this, there's nothing else we can do at the time it did.
Am I wrong?
Ram, yes, maybe so. But, before we make sure of that, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem even once? Subaru, Ram, ever since you woke up below ground, Barusu, have you ever worried about Rem? Or about Emilia Summer?
Or about Beatrice Summer?
Have you ever at all worried about those who are missing? Ram showered those questions at him, but he kept silent, speaking not a single word in return. Certainly this time around, unlike the last, Subaru hadn't tried to check how everyone else was doing, after he had woken up from returning by death. However, this absolutely wasn't because he wasn't worried about them, but rather because he knew that Ram and Anastasia didn't know anything about them.
It was Subaru's consideration. It was care. And despite that...
Ram, no, you never did you? You never did, Barusu. You don't care at all about Rem, Barusu, because your head is full of Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer.
Well, so be it, you're just that kind of man. But, I feel bad for Rem. Subaru, shut up.
Ram, didn't Rem believe in you, Barusu? Though I don't know, since that too is a convenient story which I've just heard from you, Barusu.
Maybe you were just saying whatever popped into your head. You only say what's convenient in front of women.
I feel bad for Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer as well, deceived by such a man. Subaru, shut the hell up. Ram, no, I will not.
How many times must I repeat myself?
Barusu, you don't care about Rem at all.
Even if she isn't found, you would just feel glad. Subaru, don't you mess about with me.
His field of view was dyed in crimson, and his nerves had flared up hearing her vent those thoughtless remarks. His anger at the arrogant woman, who had vented out those selfish words whilst looking down upon him from her perch, exploded.
He would grab her and drag her down, though the time it would take to do that wasn't quick enough. Subaru, invisible providence.
Ram, Khr. Subaru dropped that darkish sensation which swirled through his brain down to his chest, and let it loose. The black palm which had come into being cried out in joy and smoothly stretched itself out. It crept up to the rear of the earth dragon's back, where it threw down the pink-haired girl who had denounced him. Letting off a shriek, Ram wildly tumbled onto the sand. Confusion racked Ram's face, indicating she had no idea what had happened after she had been hit by the demonic hand which wasn't visible to the naked eye. Subaru rushed over next to where Ram was lying down atop of the sand.
And then...
Subaru, don't you mess about with me. Saying that he didn't think at all about Rem, saying things like that, was no joke. Consumed by anger, everything had become like whichever way he looked at it from, following his overheated thoughts. Ram, irk. Subaru leaned down over the supine Ram and began to strangle her slender neck.
Creak, creak.
Creak, creak, creak.
Arc 6, Chapter 15, Scattered to the Sand. Subaru's fingers wrapped around the slender, white neck.
As Subaru tightened his hold using all of his strength and felt their neck bones creaking underneath his palms, he felt like something was quite out of place, like it was a girl's slender neck. Ram, Uke.
Ram was being straddled, and her neck was being strangled by someone with all their might. A groan escaped from her lips.
Her noble features were warped in agony, and drool could be seen dribbling down from the corner of her rosy lips. Her red tongue danced from side to side, searching for freedom inside of her mouth. She thrashed her arms and legs about, desperately resisting him. Ram, dash. Subaru couldn't possibly put up a fight against Ram if she put up a serious resistance. She had managed to strike Garfield down for a bit back at the sanctuary by herself, and even if she hadn't, she was a woman that should be well acquainted with the art of self-defense. It would be reasonable to assume that she should possess multiple ways to restrain him and deal with a situation of this ilk where she was seized from above by a man like this.
However, that would boil down to whether she could at least get one of her limbs free or not. Subaru, Invisible Providence.
Ram, GH. Subaru set free the dark emotions within his chest as he strangled her neck with a creak. The dark, invisible sediment took shape and helped keep Ram's arms and legs firmly pinned down now. With her limbs pinned down, Ram was unable to struggle about effectively. Her breath would soon stop so long as he continued to put his strength into strangling her neck. Ram, too, would have regretted her reckless remarks from earlier if she stopped breathing. Subaru would be able to make her pay with her life for having wounded his heart with her misdirected callous remarks, and for her ungrounded thoughtless remarks which had been spurned by her selfishness, and for having spoken light of Rem, for thinking he never cared for her.
Subaru, it's you who's at fault.
It's you.
Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable. Ram was detestable.
All of those little things that piled up poured out one after the other.
He put his hatred into the fingers which were strangling her neck, his nails dug into her pale skin, and blood trickled down.
Ram, Triple H, HK. Ram turned her eyes full of hate at Subaru, who was breathing heavily and relishing the touch of hot blood at the end of his fingernails. What was with that inflexibility in her light pink irises that gazed at him while the light of her life was about to be snuffed out? It's as if they were complaining, saying, "I won't truly die by having my life taken." He decided that he would gouge out her eyes after he strangled her to death. Subaru, gonna rip you apart piece by piece, bitch, you. When I think of you looking at me with that face which is a spitting image of Rem's, it makes me wanna hurl. Ram. Subaru, oh?
What is it? I can't hear you. If you got something to say, then say it clearly.
Ram, la. Ram wheezed something out that overlapped with the last syllable of Subaru's abusive tirade. For a split second, Subaru narrowed his eyes to the echo of that sound. Then the sand beneath Subaru, who was pushing Ram down, exploded and both of their bodies were blown away. Subaru, WH, Ram, G. Subaru was showered in sand by the sudden blast which got inside of his mouth and eyes.
He toppled down towards the back to the taste of sand and pain.
Ram too had been caught up in the explosion, and her small body had taken the brunt of it as she tumbled away from him.
Bearing cuts from the explosion, the blood Ram spilled had spattered across the sand. However, Ram had escaped from Subaru's clutch. That was the fact of the matter.
Subaru, Ram.
You used fucking magic.
Ram, I had enough time
to take a gasped breath. That's all I need.
To be able to chant, GH. Ram picked herself up from her knees. Her breathing was in a feeble state. She had barely managed to chant out her Fula wind magic whilst her neck was being strangled. Unable to afford to miss, and unable to aim accurately, she had instead aimed underneath her. As a result, she had dragged both herself and Subaru into the blast and escaped from danger. Subaru, TCH. Ram, dash. As soon as he came to that realization, Subaru turned his hand to the back of his waist and pulled out his whip. At the same time, Ram pulled out a short wand from her bosom, letting her fighting spirit well out, showing that she was prepared for battle. Ram as a magician had the capacity to deliver one strong blow, but even Subaru wouldn't be bested when it came to the speed which he could attack at. The swift nature of the whip was one that was favored even by the big guns of this world. He should crack his whip straight at her unperturbed-looking face so to make it one that he'd never have to see again.
Subaru, even if you start crying and apologizing, it's far too late.
Ram, that's my line. There's no value in letting an uncaring sex freak like you Barusu meet Ram.
Turn to pieces and wither upon the sand. Subaru, whatever you say.
Subaru's resolve in dealing with Ram, who had softly let her murderous intentions flare up, stiffened as well. Making use of the light of the lantern which had dropped down between them, Both Ram and Subaru continued to glare at each other, moving around each other in a circle as they slowly tried to get within striking distance. And just as the lid was about to be blown off on them slaughtering each other, just a few seconds before that happened. All right, that's enough. Subaru and Ram, dash. The sound of violent applause echoed throughout, and both Subaru and Ram's faces jerked up on hearing its withered timbre. The one who had interrupted them, Anastasia, was looking down on them from Dragonback. She glared at the two who had been on the verge of trying to kill each other in turn, still sat alone on top of Patrash.
Anastasia, that's enough.
I don't think it's acceptable that you're both glaring at each other with such angry looks on your faces despite us all being on the same side. There ought to be limits no matter where you are. Subaru, limits?
Of course there's limits.
And the one WHO stepped over them and said something that she never should have. Is that girl there, ISNTIT? That's why I'm making her pay for IT. Anastasia, since I ain't getting through to you, what about you, Ram-san? Anastasia looked on in shock at Subaru as he jabbed his finger at Ram, and spoke with spittle flying out of his mouth. She had turned her flow of talk towards Ram, but the response she received from the pink-haired girl wasn't all that different from Subaru's. Ram still warily kept the tip of her wand pointed at Subaru, keeping herself on guard for battle.
Ram, what a foolish question.
It's Barusu's attitude that's intolerable.
I'm rather at the limits of my patience.
If all he cares about is himself, then why don't we go and drop him in the pitch-black darkness alone just like he wants? Subaru, I have no words for this bullshit, fuck off. Anastasia, no good from her too, huh? Geez, why?
Seems like I've got too much on my shoulders.
Seeing Ram's attitude, whose anger remained unrelenting, Subaru's anger also showed no signs of disappearing. Anastasia shrugged her shoulders with a gesture that indicated she'd given up on the two of them, who continued to exchange sharp looks of murderous intent. Looking at her from the corner of his eye, Subaru began to feel irritated at Anastasia as well. In the first place, why was Anastasia alone making a face that looked just like she was an outsider?
He wondered who the hell it had been that was behind everything that had happened.
He wondered who the hell it was that had first told him to travel to the Augria Sand Dunes, a name for the Sage's watchtower. Who the hell did they think they were, leaving everything to others despite unmistakably having the strongest incentive for setting out to the watchtower? And on top of that, they were sitting alone, even now, looking down from the top of his Patrash. Subaru, hey, you.
What the hell are you preaching to me from up above? Get down. Anastasia, it's come to that?
Subaru, get on the same level as me before you run your mouth with your arrogance.
I'll hear what you have to say after that. I ain't gonna let you run your mouth at me unless you can do that.
He swung his whip down, scattering sand up with a whoosh. His whip caused skin to split open if it hit its target. Even by looking at it, his whip was a weapon designed to inflict cruel wounds.
It probably wouldn't matter if he hurt her host body regardless of whether Aridna was inside of it.
As a matter of fact, Anastasia complied with Subaru's orders and slowly climbed down from Patrash's back. Right after she landed gingerly onto the sand, she cocked her head and asked, "Now what?" Anastasia, "There, I got down too, but... Natsuki-kun, what is it that you want to do?"
Subaru, that should be obvious.
I'll let that idiot take back what she said before, and if she doesn't want to, then there'll be just one thing left to do. If Ram changed her attitude and apologized from the depths of her heart, taking back everything she had said up until now, then Subaru would consider taking into account the extenuating circumstances. However, Ram's reaction, who'd heard what he'd said, was something that was easy enough to understand. Anastasia, well, that's what Natsuki-kun's sayin', but, what do you think of it, Ram-sam? Ram, that's out of the question.
You're leaping to conclusions, for I have nothing that should be taken back. I'm having a hard time understanding what on earth I'd be saying differently.
Ram snorted, declaring that with an attitude that looked like she was making a fool out of them from the depths of her heart.
That was her answer.
Thus, with that, she had forever lost her chance to be forgiven.
Subaru, you heard her.
Back off.
I'm gonna make it so that there's only one face which is the same as Rem's in this world.
Ram, dash.
Subaru, hey? You got nothing to say?
Ram, I'm talking to myself here, but idiocy is a contagious thing when speaking with idiots.
That's why I'm not say anything.
A vein bulged across his forehead. Subaru's remaining patience got closer and closer to its limit. In that state, Subaru gathered his strength and tried to get to where Ram was, straight ahead of him, so he could tear her limb from limb. Anastasia rushed out, spreading out her hands in front of Subaru. Anastasia, whoa hoa. Hey, calm down.
You're jumping to conclusions again. Subaru, get out of my way.
Do you want me to pummel the life out of you first? Anastasia, you left this to me.
Remember?
Hey, Ram-san, just a second. Holding Subaru back, who was trying to step forward, Anastasia turned towards Ram. The taciturn Ram glared at Subaru, before reluctantly moving her gaze slightly towards Anastasia.
However, it didn't seem likely that she would change her opinion. In fact, the look in her eyes betrayed that she had no intention to do so.
It seemed like she had stepped towards Anastasia just out of obligation. Anastasia, look, Ram-san, I get that 'cause the air's bad and such, various feelings end up getting frayed, but Ram, such talk doesn't matter right now, don't you think?
More than that, go say it to that idiot. Anastasia, all right. It doesn't matter, geez.
Giving off a fidgety impression, Ram tried to end her conversation with Anastasia as well. For the first time, she had moved her face away from Subaru and looked dead on at Anastasia.
The reason was because she'd felt a sudden impact.
The impact which had pierced into her body, more precisely, the left part of her chest was due to the thick knife which Anastasia held in her hand. Ram, gh. Anastasia, I had to eyeball a decision of which of you would be useful. Can you forgive me?
She twisted her knife and pulled it out from the wound.
Ram looked down at the fatal wound that had been birthed on the left side of her chest as blood tricked out from the corner of her lips. Then, she looked up at Anastasia, who had raised her hand up with a smile on her face, and collapsed in front of her.
Ram feebly fell down onto the sand.
The blood that gushed out of her continued to be soaked up by the parched sand. Subaru, huh? Subaru looked at the scene with his own eyes, at a loss at what had occurred.
His palm which he held his whip with trembled, and his molars creaked in anger. Subaru, why did you?
Anastasia, since you were going about it slowly Natsuki-kun, didn't it seem like you'd have ended up killing each other if Ram-san's vigilance couldn't be loosened? What would I do if both of you got injured, or both of you died? I can't escape from this place all alone, you know? Anastasia cocked her head at the angered Subaru, her face showing no ill will. Her words made logical sense, but what could he, who was crushed by logic, do about this fury of his? His urge that he should have attacked Ram was still uncontrollable, and his rage was still bottled up.
Anastasia, or
are you feeling like taking out your annoyance on me? Subaru, dash. Anastasia, don't you think it's stupid to get seized up by your current rage and lose sight of the goal?
I think that's enough of getting rid of companions for the time being.
Anastasia's words continued to quench his fury as if she was slowly pouring water on them.
It was certainly as she said, continuing to get rid of the thinking minds which had come this far was foolish. Moreover, Anastasia equals Aridna was their guide for their journey to the Pleiades watchtower. It was dubious whether her knowledge had come in use, but casting her aside would be regrettable. She was different from Ram. The latter's words only made him sick to the stomach and had no use to him.
Anastasia was a piece that would be bothersome to lose, yes, that's how it was. Subaru, all right, I'll get on board with your persuasion for now. Anastasia, that's great with me.
No, thank goodness. What a relief.
Making a show of patting her chest in relief, Anastasia smiled from ear to ear. And then, she stepped through the sand, giving off a perilous impression, and came towards Subaru, proffering her hand out.
Perhaps she wanted them to shake hands?
Anastasia, a reconciliation, a handshake, Ta show that from here on out, we'll treat each other well, won't we? Subaru, dash. Subaru faltered for a moment in thought as he looked at the hand she had offered out to him. Her face showed no traces of maliciousness. Anastasia's true feelings, or rather, right now it was Aridna's true feelings.
He didn't truly know what she was scheming. He was neither comfortable or optimistic enough to think that everything she'd spoken was the truth.
To start with, Anastasia had killed Ram with the knife that she'd kept concealed, whilst she expressed the same smile as she was showing now.
Indeed, with a knife that she had kept concealed. The thick knife she was holding looked like it could cut all the way to the bone depending how it was handled.
Since it had been put in their survival kit along with their lanterns, the kind of utility of an item that was presumed to be for survival was pretty high.
However, she had kept it concealed all this time, and had used it in self-defense at her time of need. No, it may not have been self-defense.
Anastasia, Natsuki-kun? Subaru, dash. Anastasia, ya ain't taken my hand.
The hand she had offered out, her right one, was empty. However, her left hand was still holding the knife, even now. The range at which he'd be able to shake her hand was also the range at which the knife would be able to reach him. At least one of his hands would be occupied if he took her hand.
He didn't even need to consider which out of his whip and her knife would be more effective at this distance. Taking her hand, wasn't that in itself a trap?
Shouldn't he kill her before he was killed?
Anastasia, Natsuki-kun?
Subaru, don't worry, it's nothing.
Subaru gave a weak smile and reached out for Anastasia's right hand.
The moment in which she lowered her guard completely would be his chance, after they took each other's hand. Invisible providence.
He once again invoked his unseen hand, and the black hand slowly fixed its sights onto Anastasia's slender neck.
He wouldn't make the same mistake as he had with Ram.
Next, he would make the black palm mercilessly crush her throat. He would teach a lesson to the woman who had kept belittling him ever since she had managed to secure the upper hand with her knife, although, even if he wanted to show her, this palm wasn't visible. TL note: I lost a bit of the nuance in translating as to teach a lesson. Literally it reads to show it to her eyes, which is why the part after that paragraph references wanting to show her, more or less. Subaru, dash. Then, Subaru slowly took her outstretched hand with his own whilst he put the fingers of his black hand around Anastasia's neck.
The touch of slender fingers, Anastasia's smiles grew deeper. And at the same time, Subaru's lips broke into a sad smile too. Anastasia, well then. Right here. Thus, he believed.
He would use the strength of his demonic hand before Anastasia could finish speaking and raise her knife.
He would grasp her slender neck with his black fingers, and crush her neck bones in an instant.
Just before that happened, however, a blade of wind came streaming in and cut Anastasia's body in two from behind.
He felt like he'd hallucinated that a wind had blown, straight after that.
A spray of red gushed out right in front of his eyes, a daft voice let out an "A,"
and Anastasia's body was cut in two across the middle. A heap load of blood was strewn out onto the white sand.
Steaming shit and warm guts mingled in with the cold air, leaving behind a putrid smell to hang over the inside of the cave. Pink small and large intestines, along with many other internal organs that still showed faint traces of activity, rolled onto the sand. The sand itself had turned into a showcase of organs, in which the items on display were the raw ingredients that made up a young girl.
Subaru, ah? Seeing the spectacle in front of him, Subaru cast his gaze down to his own hand.
What he saw there was Anastasia's upper body swinging about. She was still firmly grasping Subaru's right hand with hers. She opened her eyes and speechlessly looked up at Subaru. Behind her, the lower part of her body, which had been cut at the waist, was flopping about.
Her legs were convulsing like a marionette, and shit was pouring out everywhere as her muscles had relaxed.
Subaru, AR. Subaru let out a scream at Anastasia's horrific condition.
He immediately tried to shake her arm away, however she was holding on with inordinate strength.
Unable to shake her off, Subaru just swung the now half-in-weight Anastasia about. More blood spewed out of her as she was swung about, and the intestine that still connected the upper half of her body with her lower jolted about, scattering body fluids everywhere and emitting a foul odor.
Subaru, ha, let go.
Let go. Anastasia, no.
I don't want to die.
Subaru, you're already dead. Can't you grasp that you're beyond saving? TL note, Anastasia, i.e. Aridna, has been using exclusively as her personal pronoun.
However, where I've marked in bold here, she emphasized it by saying,
this essentially is saying to the reader that she's dropped her act as Anastasia now, and is speaking as Aridna. I will still be marking her with Anastasia as speaker since I don't believe Subaru would realize. Either way, even Tappei mentioned it in Anna's latest Q/A. Her vivid laments were far more clear than imagined, leading Subaru to scream in return. The upper and lower half of her body had now separated and so much blood and guts had flooded out.
It was wrong for her not to have died immediately. It was also wrong for her to still keep grasping his hand. It was all so ridiculous.
Subaru, let go. Anastasia, no, no. I won't, I absolutely won't, HK. Subaru, even if you say that now, I can't do anyth, gar? The upper half of Anastasia clung to his arm, and pain shot through Subaru's shoulder as he tried to throw her off. Anastasia was still holding the knife in her left hand, and had thrust it into Subaru's body in an attempt to hold on to him. The sharp blade easily pierced through Subaru's left shoulder, and cracked his collarbone beneath it. Bleeding and scorching pain caused Subaru to scream. Subaru, gah! Fucking idiot, hurry up and DE. Anastasia, no, HK. Subaru fiercely grabbed Anastasia by the face and forcefully tore off her body. With great difficulty, he held the girl who had shouted something out whilst in tears, and threw her away.
From the start, Anastasia's body had been quite petite. And now that she had become half, and with all the blood she had lost, she felt as light as a feather.
Subaru, ha, ha, ha. TL note, panting/gasping SFX. Without taking any notice of that, Subaru put his hand on his wounded right shoulder. His sight flickered in pain, and his heartbeat accelerated like it was going to explode.
However, it wasn't a life-threatening wound.
Subaru sluggishly reached into his thoughts whilst besieged by an unchanged sickening tension.
The blow that had killed Anastasia before was...
Barusu. Subaru, GHA. A shadow swayed up in front of Subaru, who had fallen onto his backside and was gasping in pain. A slender girl with blood covering half of her body came into view from the dim light of the lantern, which was half buried in sand. Ram.
Since she had been stabbed in the chest by Anastasia's knife, he'd taken her for dead.
Yet, the girl still breathed.
And keeping a hold of her tenacity, she had killed Anastasia with her magic. Subaru, this fucking idiot. If you're gonna die, then fucking die on your own.
Subaru declared that with annoyance in his voice as he looked up at the staggering Ram.
It wasn't as if Ram wasn't covered in wounds.
Anastasia's attack had been fatal for sure. The bleeding from the wound in her chest hadn't stopped, and even now, blood was endlessly soiling her skirt all the way down to its hem. It looked like she'd soon die due to blood loss.
However, before that happened, she could take Subaru with her.
Subaru, it. Subaru looked around his surroundings, trying to find his aide de guerre, his whip. However, even if he located it, his right arm which he used to wield it was injured from the shoulder.
He couldn't wield it with his left arm like he did with his right. Then, he had just one choice left.
Subaru, invisible providence?
His trump card, which he'd already relied on many times in this short period of time.
Once again, Subaru's brain throbbed in burning pain the moment he tried to unleash the strength of his invisible black palm. An agony like his skull was being bored through by a drill exploded within him. Subaru, GHA.
Hugh?
Puke trickled out from the corner of Subaru's mouth due to the agony that visited him in waves.
In exchange for trying to use his trump card past its limits, his consciousness was broken up by the hellish banquet that had woken up inside his skull, starting from his cranial nerves.
The pain of his right shoulder and such wasn't even comparable to this.
Whittling at his brain and skull, the sense of loss froze Subaru's will like it was gnawing at his soul.
Speaking nothing of the resistance he offered with his crappy whip, Subaru, who was writhing in agony, was prime prey. The dying ram moved her body fueled only by hatred and slowly made her way towards Subaru, raising her blood-stained wand. Ram, phew.
Subaru, ah.
Gah. Ooh-ah-ah. Subaru rolled over to where Anastasia lay in her pool of blood, still holding his head.
Looking down at him, Ram's lips stirred, and she began to chant her spell. And then...
Ram, la. Subaru, dash. She completed her chant, and the blade of wind which she created hewed Subaru down. But before that came to be, the sound of something hard being chewed echoed out across the cold cave of sand.
That horrible grating sound continued, and it changed into the sound of flesh and water being chewed.
Subaru, ah, ah.
That he would die, that he would be hewn down, Subaru had been convinced of that. However, the death that should have come to him didn't come at all.
Finally, Subaru, who had been breathing heavily and rolling around, headache and feeling of loss slowly started to subside. Subaru, ah, ha, ah, ah.
He covered his face with his left hand, and briskly shook his head, which was drenched in cold sweat. Though a dull ache remained, the sharp blade-like agony had faded.
Taking deep breaths, he lifted himself up using the strength of his entire soul. Subaru wiped his moistened cheeks whilst he foolishly took the time to raise only his upper body. He noticed that his palm was covered in bright red, the source of which came from his own eyes. It seemed like he had shed tears of blood. A lot of blood dripped from his nose as well. The lower half of his face was probably in a horrific state. There was likely no doubt that the drilling pain which pierced directly to his brain was in recompense for his unseen hand.
It was a familiar story. The feedback from having used his special superpower had come. Subaru, what hap?
Briskly wiping his face with his sleeve, Subaru looked around his surroundings.
He had no idea how much time he'd spent in agony. Nevertheless, he had hardly even thought it possible that he had it in himself to spend his time like that. Something had happened, and with that he had been.
Subaru, Patrash? Patrash, dash. Subaru's jet black earth dragon nestled up beside him as he sat in blank amazement. Crouched down on the sand, she heard Subaru's call and shook her long tail, indicating that she was in good health. Subaru, so you were uninjured?
Let me think.
Just now, he recalled what had happened before.
He recalled the scene in which Anastasia had been cut in two by Ram, and the latter aiming down at him. Subaru should have been ripped to shreds by Ram's doing. Subaru, and yet, why? Did Ram?
Perhaps she had used up all her strength and collapsed? Though it was a really convenient development, Ram had been bearing fatal wounds.
It wouldn't be far-fetched to think that she'd collapsed.
Subaru, is that lucky, or unlucky?
He didn't want to say that he was lucky since she had been no less than almost dead.
However, if he thought about it, he still couldn't say he was unlucky since he ought to have been dead if things had gone south.
In any case, now wasn't the time to go on about these things.
Given that everyone who had gotten in his way was gone, he had to get out of this place as soon as he could and make his way to the watchtower. Subaru, Patrash, sorry, let me hop on. Patrash, dash. Subaru, Patrash? Subaru called out to her and touched her back, but the Earth Dragon didn't obey his instructions.
On the contrary, Patrash, who had crouched down, still didn't make any move to show her face to him.
She was sitting next to him on the sand, looking rather at peace, merely breathing heavily over and over.
Subaru, hey, Patrash.
Are you listening? Hey.
His irritation slowly started to increase.
It was a spiral of negative emotions which built up at supersonic speed, similar to those which he had felt against Ram and Anastasia.
He felt like he wanted to teach the unresponsive Earth Dragon her place.
Subaru, hey, Patrash, you, look over here. Hey. Patrash, dash. Subaru, bastard, listen to what I've been saying from the start. Patrash lifted her head up at Subaru, who had raised his voice and furiously slapped her back. He realized that she was trying to come face to face with him to try and express her words, breathing heavily out of her nose. Patrash's mouth looked far from normal and was dyed in red. Subaru, dash.
That crimson color was one that he had become used to seeing already in this short period of time.
That color coated parts of Subaru's body as well, and still streamed down from his right shoulder even now. The foul smell which drifted around the area lay thick in it, along with that of piss and shit. There was no mistaking it.
However, he hadn't wanted to notice something, he shouldn't have noticed it.
Subaru, dash. Pink hair innumerably entwined itself between the fangs that lined Patrash's mouth, who had now turned his way.
Subaru, eep. On the other side of the crouched Patrash's large body, Ram, whom he had lost sight of, fell down to the ground.
Though the body of the girl fell, he couldn't tell whether she was lying face up or face down. Checking that would be easy to tell if he looked at her head, but it was precisely because of that which he couldn't. He couldn't assess that because everything above her neck was chewed and its original shape was lost. Ram's skull had been crushed by vicious fangs and her brain juice had spilled out, leaving her dead. Just like Anastasia, who'd had her guts spilled out before dying, Ram had had the contents of her skull spilled out. And, the one who'd done that, Patrash, was staring intently at Subaru now.
Her yellow eyes, which resembled that of a reptile, were sharply and cruelly tinged with madness.
Subaru, shto. The last thing he saw was her maw opening up millimeters from his eyes. All that Natsuki Subaru heard was the sound of his own body being chewed up all the way until just before he slipped out of consciousness.
Even after his head was crushed and his ears stopped working, the sound continued. He almost ended up laughing, wondering where he was hearing the sound from.
However, he had no mouth to laugh with, no life that he could merely laugh at, and nothing which he could laugh at.
He was chewed up by his companion, and died.
Arc 6 Memory Corridor.
Chapter 16 Remnants of Chewing. The sound of something breaking, only consciousness continued to hear endlessly.
Bones were being chewed, grey matter being crushed, eyeballs cracking as liquid overflowed from them.
Cranium, the head's bones are being crushed.
Blocking what was inside, that important thing was thoroughly defeated by the pressure of sharp fangs, and it was clear that it was all turning into a pulpy mess, grey matter and spinal fluid flowing out together, mixing with an unknown yellow liquid pooling on the forehead, where blood vessels tore like thin mesh and red blood gushed forth. With all of that coming together, consciousness and memory transformed into flesh-colored vomit.
Pain, there is pain. Stifling, too. It felt like a cracking headache, and thinking so, the consciousness bitterly smiled. The pain from being shattered is not what it's about.
There was nothing left to break, and everything important was already smashed. Besides, even when the part that feels pain has collapsed, what is left to say? The brain that accumulates memory flowed out, the organs used for thinking collapsed, the parts necessary for maintaining life in the first place were severed from the root.
Do you know what happens when that happens? Once that is the case, humans will meet death.
So, naturally, him too. Ram, Rusu. Barusu.
Get yourself together.
Beaten up and grabbed by the scruff of the neck, the intensely muddled consciousness was forcefully brought into light. The first thing he felt when returning was someone's voice close to his ears scolding him with a stern face.
Not only was the sound of a trembling voice, but also a slight feeling on his face as if it had been slapped.
Ram, Barusu, if you don't get up, I will burn off your eyelids. Subaru, HK.
As the sleeping mind heard those dreadful statements, his consciousness rapidly rose to the surface.
As the voice called and dragged it out of that dark world, consciousness passed through a suffocating environment that appeared like the surface of water. And so, opening his eyelids before they get burned. Ram, Barusu, did you get up?
Subaru.
Immediately in front of him, he encountered Ram's face, who narrowed her light crimson eyes. His breathing came back, her face was so close that he could touch her lips if he raised his mouth a bit. Of course, it does not mean that such colorful circumstance could exist. The reason Ram was leaning down so close is because the surroundings were so dark that they couldn't see each other's faces unless they looked very closely. That was there was to it.
When he became aware of Ram in front of him, his sense of touch started to come back from the bottom up. Fine particles of sand rolled out from atop his body. Subaru had been lying spread-eagled on the sand sea.
One breath, air leaked out of Subaru's mouth, and Ram seemed to stare deep into his eyes for a short moment, and then slowly with the other hand she shined a lantern on his body. From the girl's hand, an orange light tore through the darkness, and Subaru understood that he was still trapped in the labyrinth of sand. No, he understood he had returned by death. Subaru, I am. Looking around the darkness, Subaru gradually remembered what happened. The shock at the moment of death was always vivid, and there was no sign that shaking off the memories was at all something he had gotten used to. Immersed in the trembling memory field, he struggled to remember the meaning of his certain death, and Subaru's last moments grazed past his fingertips as he remembered it. Subaru, _. His mind recollected the awful situation, as the lantern illuminated Ram's expression of hatred. And then, although they had a history of insults and abuse to begin with, there was no meaning behind the murder that led to that miserable end. Subaru, Ubu. Ram, Barusu? Making a confused face in front of Ram, Subaru involuntarily puts his hand over his mouth. Remembering the reality of Ram's death just a couple of minutes ago and wanting to scream, was not it? Actually, facing Ram and reliving his gruesome last moments, he wanted to vomit. Subaru, Uog, A.G.H.
For Subaru, his deaths had already exceeded the number that could be counted by the fingers on both hands.
And in this world with return by death, it could be said that the experience of losing a close friend like Emilia or Beatrice was the same as his own death. However, for Subaru, he never got used to death.
For his own, or the death of someone else is equally the same. The fear of being dead himself or thinking that someone in his family might die, tore at his heart.
Indeed, in the last loop, the tragedy of Ram's brutal death was a shock he experienced for the first time. He had seen her figure being torn by the belly, breaking her neck, having her whole body mercilessly slashed, and then dying.
Each death was full of anguish and grief, and Subaru can't compare people's deaths lining them up side by side. It doesn't feel right.
However, it was the first time his head was crushed, chewed down and smashed. He also saw Ram's beautiful face being crushed by fangs without mercy. That was also a tragedy done in the hands of Patrash, who was also one of the most trusted beings for Subaru.
Subaru. Being desperate was not the same as remembering.
The more he tried to forget Ram's miserable end, the clearer the pink hair and the remnants of the head that remained in the mouth of the Earth Dragon gets engraved in Subaru's head. As a result, it was not possible to get over the urge to vomit, so Subaru turned towards sand. However, his throat and stomach have not recovered from the impact of return by death, they just clamped and wouldn't obey Subaru's will.
Subaru, hey, oh.
Ram, is this just because you woke up suddenly? Miserable. Tackling the ground, desperately trying to vomit the contents of his stomach, nothing came out. He was surprised because his throat was dry and not even a drop of saliva came out.
He couldn't see Ram's expression looking at him with a lantern, but the surprised tone in her voice was easily heard. Naturally, the coldness reminded him of events just before that death.
The passion that led to the murderous intent was rising for no reason, and the abuse that spewed out in the beginning and joined the violent passion, the impulse that drove to the urge inside the chest, it became dreadful.
However,
Ram, don't bite. Subaru, HK. In a word, the preamble. Ram sat down beside Subaru and lifted up his chin. The kneeling Subaru was surprised for a moment. Ram opened Subaru's mouth, with the same uninterested look as always, then thrusted her white fingers onto the back of Subaru's throat.
Subaru.
Ram, I knew that Barusu's unskillfulness was hardcore, but this is just like a baby. Having someone else's fingers entering his throat, Subaru felt like his esophagus was being rudely violated. But then, the stomach and the throat, which had resisted vomiting until then, gave a new surprise. This time it desperately began to push out the gastric juice and saliva altogether.
With tearful eyes, Subaru gets rid of his urge to vomit on the sand by letting out the stomach's content. He only spit out gastric juice and drool, but it was still much better than it was before vomiting.
Subaru, bastard, ha, bad, well, okay.
Oh.
Ram, so?
I'm glad that you seem satisfied. Subaru, you.
Subaru wiping his mouth with a sleeve, Ram shrugs her shoulders and returns to her usual childish attitude.
Despite her attitude, it was true that she was guilty of treating him like a baby.
There was no room to argue that, and Ram's palm was still gently stroking Subaru's back.
It was hard to understand her bitter affection. Subaru, the hand, it's all right. More than that, this place.
Ram, you remember that the barrier got broken and the sandy sea cracked in front of us? That swallowed our dragon carriage there, and as a result we got thrown in here. Ram threw out her considerations while Subaru looked at the surroundings. Subaru was hesitant to decide whether to embrace the relief or anxiety for the continuation of the return by death in response to her remark. However, in either case, action must be taken quickly. According to that judgment, trying to keep up with the words, "When you awoke in the underground, did Barusu worry about Rem? What about Emilia?
What about Beatrice Summer?
Did you worry about someone you did not find?"
Subaru. What revitalized his mind was those sharp and depressed words of Ram's.
The discord that invited the last events, the situation where friends killed each other, was obviously abnormal.
He must come back to his senses, but he can hardly return to himself recalling the situation. In the first place, the trick was abnormal.
The accumulation of negative emotions was amplified to the extent that it became so absurd to the point of killing each other in a bloody fight. Ram, Barusu? Ram tilts her head at Subaru's state as his words don't come out. The last time they talked, that abnormal situation followed suit. But of course, there was no meaning in being concerned about the words Ram said in such a state.
But it was inaccurate to say that everything said was a lie.
The fact is that Subaru felt that Ram's dissatisfaction or indignation was not fake but true, even though it was amplified to the extent that it was abnormal.
Not everything was untrue.
Then, it was true that Subaru's attitude seemed like he didn't worry about Emilia and the others, and Ram had held some grudge at his wording. If consideration was given to that feeling, Subaru should be worried about Emilia here in any shape.
Actually, he was worried, so it wasn't a lie to act that way. However, he just knew that he couldn't do anything about what he was worried about. Subaru.
In the meantime, Subaru realized deception should be packed in words.
He knew it was necessary to avoid a discussion, but still hesitated to deceive Ram by lying. Calculatively worrying about his peers and deceiving others, disgusting. Naturally, that's hard to swallow.
Because that's how you get someone's displeasure, because it means nothing to some extent. Subaru, that.
Everyone.
Ram, it is useless to blame yourself so much, there is no point in pursuing what you are not responsible for.
There should be something to give priority over wasting time like that.
However, before Subaru could speak his words of worry, Ram reached her own conclusion on Subaru's feelings.
That being said, she had misread the expression of Subaru, who had a serious face.
It was rare to see through Ram's heart with her erroneous words and actions, which was evidence that she was impatient. Ram, besides, we've already wasted time with Barusu's vomiting. Of course, Ram never displays such threatening behavior of her own heart. Subaru was lost in judgment as to what to make of Ram's attitude, who could be very stubborn. After that, Ram moved first without saying anything. While she wiped the finger which was thrusted into Subaru's mouth, she turned the lantern toward the back of the labyrinth. Ram, we can't stay here, I need to be with Rem and we have to join up with Emilia Summer. Subaru, I know, here, where is this place? Ram, besides Ram and Barusu,
It seems like you came back.
Ram turns back, and following her words and gaze, coming from the other side of the labyrinth were Anastasia and Patrash with a shaking light, fluctuating and swaying. Subaru's eyes shook slightly, as he saw the jet-black dragon mixed in the dark, the glamorous and ferocious beautiful face that was illuminated by the flickering orange light. A row of fangs like blades that could be seen in the closed mouth, crushed the girl's head, and even Subaru himself all of a sudden. Those things can't happen normally. Subaru, idiot, I'm stupid. Clenching his teeth, Subaru tried to push back his fear. In that abnormal situation, the directed murderous intention couldn't be real. For Subaru, the experience of being killed by Patrash was carved into his heart as a scar that could not be healed. Still, Subaru should have repeatedly confronted the existence that killed him.
Subaru, yeah, even Rem and Ram, at first. But now Ram and Rem have become very close.
Subaru remembered the dedicated support they gave him and forgave them.
At first the relationship was at its worst, there were times when his life was targeted, and he was deprived.
Compared to that, it's a good thing that those previous events were not true. Subaru, yes, that's right.
That should be. He embraced his shoulders and grabbed his skin as if he was feeling the cold.
In the basement of the sand sea, this place dominated by sand and darkness, it was certainly cold. However, the reason for feeling cold was different from that of outside. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, you seem to have woken up. Ram, thanks. So, how is the surrounding?
In the front, Ram and Anastasia were talking.
He should be able to find a balance between the strategy of this labyrinth of sand based on the information he got today. Originally, Subaru had blended in there and there were many things he had to say. But even now, the priority was to calm his mind and to stop the shaking of his knees. With returning by death, he should have left behind the events and impacts immediately before death.
But even if you try to quench it, fear emerges and the passion of that moment revives.
Subaru kept endlessly resisting to disperse those feelings.
Subaru.
In such state, Subaru was looking at the lonely jet-black earth dragon. The heart of Subaru, which should have returned by death, has not returned to its original state. Apart from such circumstances, the contents of the exploration of the 4 underground labyrinths time loops were almost identical. In search of others, the group headed by Subaru slowly moved in the cold darkness. With the lantern lighting up a small area, the journey is slow and frustrating, while the rest of the roadside was drenched in shadows. Truth be told, Subaru wants to omit the road selection.
For Subaru, this had been the way he'd gone twice already.
There was no way Amelia and the rest were strolling in the area that he could see.
If it was said that it did not mean to appeal to 2 people at the back, omitting himself and not speaking up was impossible.
As a result, it was not even settled at all, and even as the frustrating march upped its pace, Subaru's impatience only rose as time went by. Anastasia, everyone else is probably okay. In our case, we're just barely in luck to have Patrash-chan here. Subaru and Ram, Anastasia, if you think about a situation without any ride, it's hell for men in this sand sea. Anxiety is normal due to insufficient battle strength. Subaru and Ram, Anastasia, at worst, I will not hesitate to make use of my trump card, but I'm afraid it would eat up Anastasia's lifetime.
So let me rely on the 2 of you?
Subaru and Ram,
Anastasia, hey. Would both Natsuki-sama and Ram-san care to talk? Well, for a little while I am the only one talking.
As their exploration expanded, Anastasia chatted continuously as she indicated her crossness. Subaru stopped and looked back at her complaints about the silent environment. Anastasia then brightened up her face, taking a deep breath.
Subaru, well, we've run out of things to talk about. For now we are sort of desperate to find the other guys. I don't have time to chatter uselessly, Anastasia, there's no twaddle or anything. I'm talking to you about the future plan.
And, it is usually Natsuki-kun's role that the chat continues. Only now, it is quiet, the 2 girls.
No, us 4's anxieties are going up. Subaru, 4, ha. As Subaru pouts his lips, Anastasia doesn't lose her will to fight.
The two girls referred to Ram and Anastasia, but if you rephrased them as four people it would be the result of adding Echidna and Patrash. Strictly because of the Anastasia equals Echidna state, it is a scene to paraphrase with three people, but it is not a problem to correct in the first place.
Subaru.
For Anastasia, who is puffing her cheeks, Subaru thinks, narrowing his black eyes. The real Anastasia is dormant, and only now she appeared as Scarf Donia. Even so, her behavior had become so familiar, it seemed as if she had blended in. It is unfortunate that neither Subaru nor Ram held the initiative to see her true intentions from her expression or behavior, in the discord that culminated last time in killing each other. Though the thing about Ram and Patrash was conscious because of the enormity of the endings, Anastasia's attitude was also discomforting. Ram's enmity and Patrash's attack, the two who apparently had gone crazy, were easy to understand. However, it was hard to judge whether Anastasia had fallen into insanity at first sight, and he didn't know what was in her mind until the last moment. Of course, due to the difference in strength, Anastasia was killed by Ram, but the cunningness was not a thing to worry about, such as concealing a knife in emergency bag or making a pretense to seize it. Normally, you have to be unconscious to be caught off guard and killed in a strange way.
Subaru, do whatever. To think, have they always been hostile to him? Subaru.
Facing ahead, Subaru hit himself hiding from Ram and Anastasia.
His mouth was cut with just one punch without a miss, and he felt a sharp pain as his tongue tasted blood. Then he would hurt himself to dispel the cloudiness of his consciousness.
Ram and Anastasia, they are not acting abnormally.
It was Subaru who was not able to let go of the abnormality now.
Subaru, great, it's funny that I can't understand myself, just shivering.
Has he gone crazy or is everyone else insane? Subaru had become a little haughty, so everything except him was wrong. Ultimately, of course, it was all a mistake.
Straying himself, Subaru arrogantly decided that he was right, acting like a fool denying the surroundings. Finally, he was told that he was wrong. It was pointed out from the beginning that he could acknowledge it.
It's an accurate, vivid memory.
However, the current Subaru acknowledges its abnormality and normalcy. It's terrible not being able to tame the abnormality, so much that it's dreadfully horrible. At this point, Subaru remembers
this desolate sensation in his heart, where the loneliness drives into craving madness.
This was the horizon that the madman, Betelgeuse Romane Conti, had reached.
Being aware of his own madness, recognizing his abnormality simply, this was the view that madmen saw.
Ram, Barusu, what's wrong?
While he was feeling disgusting empathy, Ram's voice fell on trembling Subaru's back.
Subaru swallowed the blood mixed with saliva and looked back at those two, acting like nothing happened. Subaru, nothing, just sand in my shoes makes me feel uncomfortable. Ram, Barusu being silent in particular, Ram's heart doesn't care even a bit, but behind Anastasia Summer's words, there is also a reason. Subaru, what? Ram, even if it's you who are silent, holding back something won't ease a woman's anxiety.
If you want to do that, then hide it better. Subaru. Subaru once again bends his lips to those words.
The meaning of Ram's words was obvious, it couldn't be mistaken. Then he also noticed that Ram's words were translations of Anastasia's hard-to-understand words.
It seemed as if he was being seen through, and his heart rather began to scatter.
Subaru, it's vague, I don't think I can explain by saying it. Ram, it is too bad that the meaning of Barusu's words are not understandable now.
If you're worried about something, you should pay more attention to it.
Anastasia, Ram-san is really an unforgiving opponent for Natsuki-kun.
Tutting at Subaru's words, Ram's usual sharp tongue strikes back.
With bitterness and sharpness close to being poisonous, Anastasia gives a bitter smile. To Anastasia's calm composure, Ram shrugged her shoulders. Ram, please be relieved, Barusu is pretty happy, cause he's a pervert who enjoys suffering.
Subaru, what the hell are you talking about? Why on earth are you judging on what I am?
Don't turn me into a punching bag so freely, okay? You know?
The only one you can hit is a guy who's ready to hit you?
Ram, humph. Snorting her nose, Ram's attitude of making a fool out of a fool is almost her usual self. Unlike Subaru's mood, her already being able to return to her self-indulgent self was envious.
Enviously being envious or just hateful, he feels disgusted just thinking about her.
However, even though they are having the usual chit-chats, the color of disturbing shadows would soon be diluted. Subaru, explaining something that is difficult to explain.
I am just a little paranoid now. When he said it again, it sounded more futile than he had imagined.
It's also worth mentioning that Ram and Anastasia may act surprised in response to that.
Looking at it, Patrash seemed to be somewhat amazed.
For Patrash, who is clever and able to discern the reason behind things, it is possible that she sees Subaru as weak-minded now. Rather, if she quits being with Subaru and starts serving a proper lord, it would be way better for her. Actually, he felt like even Ram and Anastasia were better at handling Patrash. If she thinks that he was an obstacle for that, it is natural to peel her tusks into Subaru. Subaru, stop it. Anastasia, I understand it was more serious than how stupid it sounded when put it into words. Anastasia evaluates Subaru, who was staring at Patrash and was gradually getting swayed. When it was realized that the reason was ridiculous, relief and anxiety simultaneously increased. It was like the girls had excluded Subaru from their choices.
Before that happens, still.
Subaru, I am a really bad person. Anastasia, perhaps it would be easier if we seriously tied him up and carried him, no? Turning his face red or making it pale, Anastasia threw a spoon at Subaru, who was making faces. Ram curls her eyebrow, thinking however about Anastasia's observation. Ram, even if we do tie up Barusu's hands and legs, it won't be a fundamental solution. Subaru, do not use such words that you might make an enemy out of me. Ram, it's not that of a big deal, but I don't want to turn Ram an enemy of Emilia Summer and Beatrice Summer.
I won't be able to face Ram again. Thinking about Ram, Subaru struggles not to harbor any hostility against her. While fighting with such emotions, there was in fact a good thing.
Really, that isn't something to think about in this situation. However, making a journey to explore the Pleiades watchtower, in the labyrinth of sand, twice going through return by death till now, a question which has to be asked.
When it comes to Ram reacts awfully sensitively. Subaru. Of course, for Subaru it's a good sign that Ram cares about Rem.
For Rem, who is erased from everyone's memory other than Subaru, only Subaru has a bond with her. Although, it certainly brings a special feeling in Subaru, but it does not bring any meaning in a practical sense. As for the isolated circumstances of Ram is trying to get closer to her family as much as possible. Of course, no memory of Rem is left in her. That's the sad fact he came to know over the past year. On the other hand, however, there is no doubt that Ram accepts the existence of another girl alike herself, Rem, more heavily than the truth informed by Subaru. And apparently those feelings were so much so that was beyond Subaru's imagination. Perhaps the actual feelings were being brought back to Ram. That can be seen from the explosion of discontent in the previous labyrinth loop, which triggered the outburst for Subaru's lack of consideration.
She could not remember. Yet, Ram's feelings were comparable to what he could remember. The feeling was deeper than what Subaru thought. But in reality, is it only that? Ram, it's unpleasant.
Subaru, no, it's disgusting.
Not even that.
It's damn paranoia. Ram, have you gotten yourself up on a pedestal?
There's no use.
Subaru, if I am on a pedestal, aren't you taking yourself on a god-level pedestal and looking down on others? Thus, it is safe to say that the relationships have not changed from usual. Even though the mood changes instantaneously and the warm feelings turn into cold-hearted hostility.
Only at that time, you could hate someone.
Anastasia, if you look carefully, Natsuki-kun's behavior, what should be the cause? Ram, did you also notice that Anastasia Summer? Anastasia, well, It seems that Natsuki-kun is obviously affected to some extent.
I think.
Because of the circumstances, Subaru was being invaded by the paranoia of suspecting anything and everything. Ram and Anastasia looked at each other as if they were getting some hint.
Rather, only Subaru knew the real reason. With both of their perceptions, they were becoming even more cautious.
Alas, while speaking so, it was clear that Subaru's every move was being carefully observed to an extent that it was getting annoying. Subaru, annoying, how foolish.
Anastasia, did you say something? Subaru, just my stupidity. Therefore, what do you think?
While puzzling the minds in their own sensitivity, Ram and Anastasia were also getting puzzled.
Then, in response to Subaru's question, they turned ahead together. Being lured by the development looking forward, they could definitely understand what he said. The crossroads have appeared in front of the eyes.
Anastasia, I felt the disgusting wind flowing from a while ago, but
now I realize the source.
Ram, this bad wind invokes discord. As Meili described it, Barusu's body odor seems to summon demon beasts.
And by nature, the affinity is bad. No, I wonder if it's better.
Subaru, do you understand what this disgusting feeling is? Ram, Barusu's present condition, and if Barusu's body odor multiplies the factor by many times, the answer would be the same. Subaru, don't say body odor so many times. In the past 2 loops, they unanimously agreed on the subject of bad feeling. Then, Subaru's current physical condition and present circumstances were intertwined.
Thus a different opinion was born.
Ram and Anastasia looked at each other and nodded together. Ram and Anastasia, miasma. Subaru, the witches,
Then, going ahead would mean.
Anastasia, though I'm not sure, it is a well-known fact that there is a witch's shrine beyond the sand dunes. Oh, and since the sand sea distinction is solvable, even if it was connected by some accident. Ram, it turned out to be an unexpected shortcut, or something like that.
Therefore,
the miasma caused their souls to become corrupted and stirred up a discord that ended up in killing each other.
On top of that, the possibility of that statement's existence, Anastasia smiles bitterly and points at the way.
The crossroads splitting into 2, miasma drifting from the right and the centaur's nest on the left. Of course, about the threats lurking in the left road, he intended to cleverly speak after this, but for the time being, which way should they go? Anastasia, so, which way do you think is the right answer?
At Anastasia's question, Subaru and Ram looked away from each other. But their voices had joined together unintentionally when said.
Subaru and Ram, left.
That was the case. Arc 6, Chapter 17, The King of the Sand Sea. The non-combatant team unanimously opted to take the left path in the fork.
It was evident that if they progressed down the right path, they'd end up being swallowed up by the miasma, resulting in discord arising that would develop into them killing each other. That's why there was no mistake in that choosing the left path was the most natural thing. That, and for Subaru, the questions were providing him answers too. Though, since the left path wasn't exactly a safe bet either, the one who was setting him those questions was of ill nature. If he labeled the right path as an emotional snare, then he'd have to label what awaited them on the left path as a physical snare. That grotesque witch beast clad in flames, he would prefer to avoid meeting the centaur, if possible.
Even if he engaged in battle with it, his odds of success were slim, that much was obvious.
Their difference in strength wasn't the only issue. The reason being that when the time came to encounter the witch beast in his current emotional state, he didn't hold any belief in himself about whether he could fight alongside Ram and Anastasia. Subaru, to tell you the truth, there was a time back at the sand dunes where I saw a damn weird witch beast in the distance. It had a human body sprouting up from the neck of a body that looked like Patrash's, and it had a huge mouth gaping from abdomen to chest there. And finally, a huge horn sprouted up from its human body, where the head should be.
Anastasia, what the hell? That's so gross.
Ram, honestly, that's so off-putting. They followed the same flow of witch beast-related talk as last time, in which he naturally included his explanation about the centaur's particularities. The reactions from the two female members of the group in response to his description, 3, including Patrash, were once again unpleasant. It's not as if Subaru wanted to give this explanation because he wanted to. Nevertheless, he had to consider that there was a 70% chance that they wouldn't be able to avoid an encounter with that thing now that they were going down the left path. Subaru, I'd expected all of you to be charmed by it, but in any case, it definitely seems like a dangerous creature. For the time being, I'll go ahead and call it a centaur, but it ain't just that its appearance looks disgusting, the mane on the back of its body burns up into flame.
It seemed crazy strong. To say the least, it doesn't seem like we'd be able to beat it.
Ram, why did you ignore a witch beast like that after spotting it?
Do you have a death wish? Subaru, He had explained it whilst keeping his emotions from billowing out as much as he could, however anger had welled up in him the moment Ram had replied in her usual frivolous manner.
Despite him having expressly warned her, who did she think she was? She always arrogantly looked down on others, thinking that, he felt his anger morphing into hatred.
Subaru took a deep breath.
He did everything he could to keep his violent emotions in check, to settle himself down.
Subaru, damn this. This place is the worst.
Ram, it sure is demanding, isn't it?
Even I have to pay attention to the words I choose.
Subaru, if you're going to choose them now, then perhaps, they ain't gonna make anything better. Both Ram's voice and expression were tinged with sympathy for Subaru, who was overwhelmed by his emotions. However, as her sympathetic attitude kept irritating him, he had to say that what she'd done too had ended up producing the opposite effect. Anastasia, it's easy to talk about the effects of the miasma, but that's all that's scary about it, don't you think?
In reality, me and Ram-san ain't affected. Subaru, what do you mean by that?
If you're thinking flowery thoughts like only we will be okay, then you'd better stop.
If we scratch off the surface, me and you are the same. Anastasia, what harsh words.
I didn't mean that. Even I've got that much self-confidence. One's capacity for judgment and determination, and so on, are different issues to the strength of one's mind and body. However, going about it like you're completely paralyzed by the scariness of the miasma is pretty bad, don't you think? Anastasia offered her candid advice to him, phrased with an air of superiority. Though her words were rational, Subaru grew irritated that she hadn't gotten the point. Standing at the head of the group, Subaru had pressed his prior point to her as he marched on through the passageway of sand.
On hearing that, Anastasia cleared her throat with a small hem-hem, and said,
Anastasia, what I have to say is related to the miasma, though since it's not like even I know too well about it, can you forgive me if what I say is gonna be rough? Subaru, I imagine the only ones who really know all the details about it are the witch cult, right? Anastasia, indeed, but in the world, there's also the kind of people who like to poke into things which people despise. For example, there's the weirdos who go around studying stuff like miasma,
Though, what I know about it is something which barely resembles the truth from a rumor of a rumor of a rumor.
Was what Anastasia had brought up surmised to be a witch researcher? It had a strange ring to it, but it would be pretty silly to presume they didn't exist, if he thought about it.
This world likely had people like researchers too.
And of course, all such individuals who possessed this thirst for knowledge would rationally avoid searching for taboos and keep in line with the flow of the world. No, there was no way they'd have such an upright, pious nature. There would be incarnations of curiosity who wouldn't fit in with the mold, whatever world or era it may be. Anastasia, though before I dive straight into what I know from that rumor, we have to ask first of all, what is miasma? Ram, it's the contaminated mana which the witch and witch beasts let off, right? I've also heard that witch cultists let off the same thing like that. Anastasia, Ram-san's answer is the prevailing view. The miasma's something which the witch gives off, so even the witch beasts which were created by the witch emit it in a similar fashion.
However, have you heard of this?
Ram, Anastasia, have you heard that witch cultists and witch beasts in fact really detest each other? Anastasia equals Aridna spoke without pause. Knowing what the creator was like, They were fond of flaunting off their own knowledge, perhaps. It looked like Anastasia's gilded plate had been torn off, and underneath it, the white fox's true nature had showed through. Ram's eyes widened at Anastasia's words, in stark contrast to Subaru, who had harbored that impression. Both witch beasts and witch cultists were creatures that she thought were leal to the Witch of Envy.
Perhaps she was surprised to learn that in the truth they didn't get along.
Ram, I can barely bring myself to believe that.
But, is this for real?
Anastasia, unfortunately, I don't know for sure, since I ain't acquainted with either any witch cultists or witch beasts. That's why I introduced it as something from a rumor. But, don't you think it'd be interesting if this was a true story? Subaru, interesting? Subaru responded, having gotten the impression that she shouldn't have described it that way to begin with. Anastasia replied to him with a curt nod, saying MHM. Anastasia, everyone in the world thinks that the witch and the witch cultists and the witch beasts are good friends, right? And yet, it ain't known that in fact, the two of 'em under the witch are hostile with each other. This misunderstanding has gone on overlooked for 400 years.
No one knows the actual truth.
Ram, surely that's. Anastasia, I apologize for bringing this rumor forward too, but it seems like there's many misconceptions about the miasma too. For example, the relation between the witch beasts and the miasma is the exact opposite than what is known, in that the witch beasts loathe it.
And it's said that they hate the witch in their true feelings as well.
Ram, no way could it be like that. TL note, all throughout this dialogue, except where translated as such, they were referring to the term witch with just so to me it felt a bit unclear whether this meant witches in general, or the witch which the world knows too well about. I opted for the latter based on the context, but the world does have an understanding of the old witches, so we can't discount that they were using the term to refer to witches in general. Ram kept piling Anastasia with her doubts, drawn in by her story. Behind the two of them immersed in this exchange, Subaru grasped that Anastasia equals Aridna's words were substantiated by a rather undeniable factor. The relations between witches and witch beasts were in fact poor, and witch beasts do hate the witch.
That possibility made complete sense to him, considering how much he'd made use of the witch's lingering scent until now. If it wasn't like that, then why would it have made the witch beasts seethe so much, making them frantically pursue him, who was covered in the witch's scent? He had used his lingering scent against the first witch beast invasion after he had been summoned to this parallel world. And he'd even used it against the white whale.
It was impossible to disregard the relatedness between the witch's lingering scent and the miasma if he gathered all the evidence he'd seen up until now. The witch's lingering scent that surrounded him seemed to be miasma itself. Subaru, there's no way that all of these witch beasts would have Peterleggers like Yandere attributes.
He wouldn't be able to allow the witch's scent from these creatures, other than from the witch. It'd be like having another woman's scent.
It was disgusting to think about, if that was the case, but the aforementioned possibility was suitable in regards to a logical explanation. In other words, the witch beasts hated the witch's miasma and strongly looked on at it in hostility. And to start with, most people shouldn't know that the theory which stated that the Witch of Envy created the witch beasts was actually incorrect. The one who created the witch beasts wasn't the Witch of Envy but rather the Witch of Gluttony. Since that hadn't been circulated around, it seemed like nobody noticed the relations between the witch beasts and the miasma as well. Anastasia's source of knowledge, rather, he didn't know whether there really was a researcher who studied the witch, but if they did exist, they sure did make a good point. Subaru, what a complete farce, huh? Subaru sighed at his own lack of concern, having thought about it to this extent. It was more natural to think that she just spewed out the knowledge that Anastasia equals Aridna had known from the start, rather than doubting whether said researcher existed or not.
When Subaru's train of thought moved to that, a different form of anger gradually started to take root in him.
Why did Subaru have to hide the circumstances around Anastasia being Aridna like this?
There was his consideration towards Julius and the Iron Fang.
In particular, Julius in his current state had completely slipped out from the memories of the world. Julius tried to act his same old self as much as he could, but even in him, there was a part that was careless about it. Taking that into consideration, Subaru had decided that he should avoid any extra mental burdens.
He should avoid them, but why was it that he had to bear the burden instead?
Subaru, dash.
Everybody was selfish.
Why was it just him who had to do everything to cover those guys' asses?
It was irritating. It was annoying.
He might as well just spill the beans about everything, shouldn't he?
He might as well tell them about Anastasia's spirit, his return by death, everything.
Ram, Barusu.
Stop sticking your head in the sand all of a sudden, it's strange.
Subaru, it's just my natural defensive reaction to stop our relations from getting any worse.
Far.
Since Subaru's anger was reaching its boiling point, he had stuck his face into the wall of sand before he hurled abuse at them. The wall of sand was unexpectedly brittle, and it appeared like he'd be able to dig through it with his hands. In return for finding that out, Subaru spat out sand from his mouth. There was something to think about in Ram's cold expression, but since he was responsible for his own actions, he kept any retaliation to himself. Anastasia, could Natsuki-kun's eccentric behavior also be from the miasma's influence?
Perhaps?
Ram, nope, Barusu's behavior is as usual.
Subaru, it ain't as usual.
It's just an aftershock from the miasma's influence. Anastasia, well, regarding the authenticity of things there, if we get back to what we were talking about whilst you were crying out.
The witch beasts in truth hate the witch.
If we presume that, then there's gotta be an explanation for the witch cultists and the witch beasts being hostile with each other, no? Anastasia, who deliberately found a lull in their conversation to shift the topic back to the main point, ponderously inclined her head. However, Subaru's like-minded opinion didn't reach her words.
Instead, Ram nodded, and said, Ram, whether they're hostile with each other or not, I've never heard of the two of them acting together. To begin with, there's also that rumors of the witch cult don't spread.
Subaru, I see, then it's really the type of secret organization where those guys keep it hidden and move about in secret. I wonder why they don't leave any impressions at all, though. Ram, Barusu and Emilia Summer come across those guys far too often. All the witch cultists which Subaru knew strongly craved the limelight, and were absorbed in an inflated sense of their own self-worth. He couldn't even say that Betelgeuse's movements had been kept surreptitious, and what's more, the other Sin archbishops had went all the way up to making a broadcast after having hijacked one of the great cities. How could those guys claim that they were an evil organization that operated in the shadows? Subaru, but wait up.
What about the white whale?
That thing was cooperating with the witch cult, though now it's a bit suspicious whether it was or not. There was still that time. Anastasia, Even though I know that the witch beasts definitely do hate the witch cult, I'm not too sure whether the witch cult hate the witch beasts, though, either way, even if it's not like that, I ain't gonna fuss over it.
Subaru, that's what I'd told you.
Providing a suitable rebuttal to Subaru's objection, Anastasia threw down her personal opinion straight away.
That she didn't cling to it was perhaps indeed proof that she'd heard it from the rumors of another's opinion. However, she'd thoroughly used it as the basis of her conversation.
In the end, Anastasia closed one of her eyes, and said, Anastasia, in the end, we can just put it as that we don't understand the connection between the miasma well. There's also the way Ram-san looks at it, in which it's like contaminated mana, but, well, doesn't it seem like there's no one Arun who can explain what goes on for the mana to get contaminated like that? Ram, Anastasia, mana is mana, regardless of whose body it goes through.
Even if its nature changes in magic, or when you craft with it, it ain't possible for anyone to add a little extra to the mana itself.
Subaru, that's. Anastasia, why is it that the mana Kanju get contaminated with the Witch of Envy? And also, why the heck do witch cultists acclimatize to that contaminated mana? Quite unusually, Ram kept her mouth shut as Anastasia launched this barrage of questions. It was rather strange that she didn't raise any words of objection and kept silent. At the same time, Subaru was experiencing a sense of déjà vu along with his feeling of revulsion.
The way she had presented it made both her point and conclusion vague. Everything about her attitude felt like she was speaking in riddles.
That she seemed to overlap with Echidna left him quite the sour taste. Anastasia, all right, all right, all right, it seems like we've spent too much time idly gossiping, don't you think? Anastasia suddenly spoke out without any consideration for Ram's silence or Subaru's cathexis. The tone she'd been speaking in up until now suddenly changed, leaving them behind with the abrupt change of subject.
Leaving the two of them in her wake, Anastasia shone her lantern at the front part of the passageway.
Subaru also stopped in his tracks, imitating her.
And as he held his lantern up, he noticed what was up.
Subaru, dash. In front of them, the passageway gradually turned to the left, and a faint breeze blew towards them. The wall of sand still hadn't changed in any respect, but he vividly remembered that smell of burning that mingled with the breeze, along with that sudden bend in the path. Ram, it smells like something burnt, like grilled meat, doesn't it?
Ram let out her candid impressions about the breeze, which carried a tinge of hot air to it.
The smell of overcooked, charred flesh streamed in from the depths of the passageway. Maybe it was possible that this aroma was proof that there was someone cooking, and that they'd be able to meet a friend party up ahead. However well-intentioned his thoughts were, they were tantamount to ignorance. Ram, Emilia, Summer and the others carelessly set up a fire and are taking a break. I think something along those lines? Subaru, I do agree that Emilia would be the one that had seemingly set up a fire without any care, but with me mentioning the centaur, I can't at all imagine it being that. You two have to believe that this isn't your head filling up with overly optimistic thoughts, right? Ram, I'm looking forward to how you're going to come up with excuses for all these reckless remarks after the influence of the miasma is gone. Every time he replied in a snappier manner than was necessary to Ram's questions, he'd get toxicity scathingly thrown back from her too. Letting out a snort to that, Subaru reassured himself that the one he needed to turn his hostility to was not her.
There was no doubt about that, considering they'd already made it here.
There would be a large cave up ahead, and right there, the blasphemous witch beast clad in flame would be awaiting them. The time they'd spent getting here seemed to be a little quicker compared to last time. Nevertheless, considering that they were going to encounter it, perhaps that place was the witch beast's burrow. He held no fleeting traces of hope that it would have moved from there.
If possible, they would have to.
Subaru, we've got no choice but to kill it to get past, huh? Ram, I think it'd be productive of us to come up with a plan that can be put into motion with our current fighting strength. Anastasia, we ain't got any fighting strength even if I use my trump card, and even then, I want to keep that grueling thing as a last resort if possible, since I can't undo its effects. Both Anastasia and Ram opposed Subaru's course of action.
Though Subaru was annoyed that he'd been denied, even he had no intention of pushing his own opinion on them. In fact, it would be absurd. He hadn't dubbed their group as the non-combatant team for nothing. All the choices which entailed confronting the witch beast would probably end up being reckless.
Subaru, on the other hand, there's no way we can go back and take the right path. Ram, after looking at all the different faces you've made up till now, Barusu, I can see that you wouldn't have the guts to go down the right path, isn't that right? Anastasia, but, by saying that it means we're cornered. It wouldn't work to do such a laudable thing as to go back to where we started from and wait for the others to come look for us. Right?
Ignoring Ram's flippant reply, Anastasia's reply hit the nail on the head.
If he still feared the witch beast enough to turn back, then he should have resorted to spinning those words from the beginning and stopping back there. Since he hadn't, his conclusion had left him with just the option of passing by the witch beast. Thus, that didn't mean they couldn't find a way to accomplish that. Subaru, first things first, we need to gather information on our opponent.
If everything goes to plan, we have a chance.
Subaru spoke out, reaching a conclusion before the other two, who were puzzling over a plan, did. Subaru hardly knew anything about the centaur witch beast's mode of life. That was due to the fact that he'd come across it for only a few dozen seconds before being burnt alive. All that remained pitifully carved into his soul from that experience was that its grotesque-looking figure made him feel sick to the core, and that it had tremendous firepower. If he briefly thought about it, His manner of death had been such that it felt unavoidable to perceive it as anything other than having been a death in vain. However, it'd be bothersome if he got worked up about it over that. When it came to unexpected deaths, Natsuki Subaru was a veteran. Subaru, first of all, we need to pay attention to the centaur's appearance.
Its repulsive appearance was something which you couldn't forget once seen. Though he'd seen it only for a few seconds, its grotesque appearance was seared vividly into his mind. That would give him a helping hand in his reflection. It had a human body on top of a horse body, with its head transformed into a horn. In addition to that, it had a gaping maw across its body.
It looked shoddy, like something half-assed a child would have made out of clay whilst playing. However, there was something he'd taken notice of when he racked his brain without averting his eyes from his memories. Subaru, it definitely didn't have eyes.
In essence, it didn't have a head in the place where you'd usually find one.
Thus, he was certain that there hadn't been any organs on that witch beast's body that provided it with a sense of vision. Or, since there was no light down in the cave systems underneath the sand dunes without being in possession of a lantern, perhaps the negative effects of moving about down there had caused it to evolve. Subaru, something like a mole?
It adapted to living underground and lost its eyesight.
Or, he wasn't sure whether it had an eyesight to begin with, but at least that witch beast probably didn't rely on it and went on about its business without it. Back then, the witch beast didn't seem to have noticed him due to the lantern light. It had noticed him from the noises and indications he'd let off from his own carelessness. Namely, from either a sense of smell or hearing which the witch beast would have developed instead of eyes. Subaru, if I'm recalling correctly, I once heard that moles have a good sense of hearing to make up for their rather poor noses. It wasn't something he'd heard from Anastasia earlier, but rather surely some odd knowledge he'd picked up somewhere. However, Subaru's guess ended up far more useful than what he clung to in his groundless thoughts. The centaur's forte was in its sense of hearing. Having come to that conclusion, Subaru sprung into action. Thus, Subaru, dash.
Without uttering a single word, Subaru swung his arm up and down as quietly as he could.
From the moment he'd stepped onto the sand, he'd taken care so that his footsteps wouldn't make any sound from crunching against the sand. The thing he'd thrown from the extremity of his arm was one of the flasks of water that they'd put in their survival kit.
Without any particular aim, the flask flew straight forward to the end of the large cave, drawing the attention of the fiery witch beast in the middle of the cave to where it had landed.
Centaur, dash. As soon as the flask of water landed on the sand with a quiet clunk, the reaction of the centaur, who heard it, was dramatic. Shaking its blazing mane, the witch beast leapt up with its horse body and galloped forward to the source of the sound.
It ferociously rammed its body there with no trace of hesitation.
Centaur, dash. Sand billowed up, and flickering sparks flew about around the cave.
Thrashing about violently, the centaur skidded around.
It gnashed the fangs inside its huge gaping maw together and continued to let out a shrill yowl which sounded like the cries of countless babies crying. It stamped on the flask of water, crushing it flat, and set it aflame over and over again. Once the centaur reduced its original shape to nothing, it let off more flames which were brimming from its mane onto the sand. And when everything other than the parched sand had been burned to a crisp, the witch beast stopped in its tracks with a hint of satisfaction.
It did seem to look satisfied.
Whilst looking at its handiwork from the corner of his eye, Subaru shook the string he had attached to his waist and motioned them forward. The sound of them carefully stepping on the sand was drowned out by the shrill cries of the witch beast that permeated all across the cave. Taking absolute care with each step, they crept on forward one step at a time. Dash. Subaru tugged at his string, indicating a halt to their march, stopping his advancing earth dragon in its tracks.
To his surprise, the earth dragon, who shouldn't have been able to understand human speech, had faithfully followed his instructions.
It had slowly trodden along the sand with a prudent gait that was not befitting of its large build. Dash. Subaru and the others were conducting a march along the precipice of death in the cave that was coated in darkness. Come to think of it, the width of the cave was probably around the size of a school gym, or thereabouts. They were in an area where the charred corpses of the creatures that had been incinerated by the witch beast had fallen just about everywhere. Subaru and the others were trying to move across and get past the witch beast by trying to silence their footsteps and breathing. Dash. The area wasn't such that only quietude like that of the grave would descend upon. The centaur's ridiculously large maw was panting wildly over and over again. The sound felt like the awkward sort you'd get from air coming out of a balloon. It wasn't just its appearance, but also its behavior that was repulsive. Nevertheless, he was thankful that it was behaving so plainly right now.
Thanks to that, he'd managed to come up with a plan that wouldn't involve fighting.
Dash. Once again, Subaru took out another flask of water and threw it behind the centaur. The simple-minded witch beast reacted to that sound and once again fiercely assailed the empty flask. Flames and the cries of babies permeated the cave, and the flask of water burst open thanks to the centaur's immense heat.
With a parched sound, the flask turned to black charcoal.
Regardless of that kerfuffle, Subaru and the others moved forward and managed to shorten their distance to the passageway during that time. This simple diversion was the conclusion Subaru had reached from observing the centaur's mode of life. Having deemed that it didn't have an eyesight, Subaru determined that the centaur relied on its sense of hearing.
Leaving Ram and Anastasia behind him, he'd attracted the witch beast's attention by using the same method of throwing stuff.
He'd repeated this demonstration a few times until he won over their confidence. The centaur was a witch beast that sought its prey using its sense of hearing. And on top of that, it was a simple-minded creature that could be tricked a bunch of times with the same method. So long as he'd been able to ascertain that, the rest came easy. He'd made Ram gather the items for the diversion as well as made her read where the exit was using the wind, for after they made their escape past the witch beast. After that, he'd scrupulously told Patrash about their covert plan, and the need to keep a strong heart so not to succumb to stress or anxiety, and to just put her game face on. Dash. In actuality, Subaru's tactics were working really well to the point that it felt anticlimactic. The distance between the cave and the passageway had already been half cleared, and the time they'd spent stressing wasn't all that much. Since it had no capacity for intuition, the witch beast would probably be clearable by repeating the same thing over and over. Dash. Of course, they had dropped the lantern light, and the only thing they could see was the centaur's blazing mane that was crackling in the distance. The lantern light likely wouldn't have affected the sightless witch beast, but still, they'd made the bourgeois decision of narrowing down anything which could trigger its senses as much as they could. Dash.
Feeling the string being pulled, Subaru's attention, which had wandered off in thought, was brought back to the present. He was holding two strings as he put the diversion into effect.
One of them was fastened to Patrash, whilst the other was held by Ram, who was riding on her.
The instructions he'd set to Patrash were stop and go. However, its connection between him and Ram hadn't been particularly well stipulated. It was just there to get each other's attention.
Even so, their connection using the string that merely conveyed their presence, without being able to look face to face or exchange words, was something that settled Subaru down a rather surprising amount. Having this for now made it so that Subaru wouldn't bear any ill feelings towards Anastasia or Ram. He was in a state of mind where it felt easier for him to not look at someone else's face. On the other hand, it didn't mean that there wasn't any anxiety in his heart, which had grown at ease to such solitude. Subaru had convinced himself that it was partially due to the miasma's influence. However, many parts of the story which Anastasia had told them earlier regarding what miasma is had become cloudy.
Would he be cured from its effects when they left this place?
In truth, that also felt doubtful now. Supposing he wasn't cured from it, would he end up being unable to get rid of these unpleasant feelings even when he met Emilia and Beatrice? Subaru, dash.
The string was suddenly pulled with strength, causing Subaru to unintentionally pitch back.
The string that had been pulled was the one that was fastened to Patrash.
The Earth Dragon had made a snap decision to stop him by force. And right as he lifted his face up, he immediately saw why. Subaru, Uke.
A clump of fire hurled past a step ahead of Subaru. The clump of fire was approximately the same size of a football, but it hurtled past spraying waves of heat to its surroundings. It crashed against a wall of sand a few meters away, letting out a violent booming noise, followed by an explosion. A hot wind gusted out that scorched Subaru's cold body, he barely managed to stop himself from screaming.
It would definitely have landed a direct hit if Patrash hadn't stopped him.
He didn't know whether it had enough power to kill him, but he was sure that it had enough firepower to injure him. Subaru gritted his teeth, realizing that he'd barely escaped with his life as a shiver ran down his spine.
Why had the fireball been thrown at him?
Subaru reflexively turned to look behind him. The centaur should have been deceived by his diversion, and should have been messing around with the water flask on the other side of the cave. However, the witch beast now had turned its horned head to where they were, snarling,
just like it knew that Subaru and the others were standing there.
Subaru.
No way could that be it. Subaru shook his head.
Subaru unfastened a water flask from his waist and took hold of it so he could set up the diversion again. The string which connected him with Ram was constantly being tugged, calling him, but he took no note of it. His highest priority now was to lure the witch beast's attention away from them. He swung up the flask of water into an arc and threw it far to the left of the centaur, where it dropped onto the sand. And just as he'd expected, the witch beast's attention turned to that spot and the clumsy beast was attracted to the obvious diversion. Once again, flames gushed out and the lament of crying babies echoed out. And whilst the shrill echo reverberated across the cave, Subaru urged Patrash onwards towards the exit. TL note, the exit is another passageway, by the way. Sometimes I just translate it to exit because it sounds more clear in English than using the ambiguous word passageway that could refer to where they came from. They just had to keep repeating this predetermined routine over and over again.
With just that, they ought to be able to break past, however.
Subaru, HK. Once again, the fireball thrown by the centaur hurtled past next to where Subaru was walking. It had gotten even closer than last time, with the shot being so accurate as to graze his skin. Subaru's breath was instantly taken away from him by the fireball's explosion, and he was buffeted by the wave of heat. Subaru, bathed in the illumination of the newborn orange light source ahead of him, Subaru locked eyes with the witch beast in the distance. Their eyes didn't actually meet, so saying they locked eyes wasn't quite right.
However, the witch beast's attention was clearly focused this way.
The witch beast had no way to track them except by sound, so why was it able to find them in the middle of its own cry?
Subaru, its own
cry. Ram, Barusu, the echo. As the question and answer came together in Subaru's mind, Ram, who was still pulling the string, finally called to him and made a sound. At the moment they both came to the same conclusion. The centaur kicked the sand. Its hooves kicked the surface of the sand, and the witch beast, which was so large they had to look upwards at it, flew lightly through the chilly air. The heat of its blazing mane increased as it moved, and all at once was streaking towards Subaru's group.
The human torso attached to the horse's body raised its arms, and pulled away pieces of its own flaming mane.
While held in its hands, those pieces changed into balls of fire, and after the blink of an eye, became explosive flaming bullets. Subaru. Run, 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 run. At this point, avoiding a fight with the centaur was no longer possible. Discarding the plan to move with as little noise as possible, Subaru slapped Patrash's haunches, ordering her to run immediately to the corridor. Subaru's group was currently in the exact center of the cave, far from both the corridor they entered from, and the one they were moving towards, a position so advantageous for the centaur that it seemed likely this had been the witch beast's plan. Subaru, was it playing about with us? Ram. Subaru's mind froze in amazement, but the witch beast didn't let up. Hurling the fireballs as it created them, the centaur blew clouds of sand into the air around its fleeing targets, as if playing with them. The witch beast had expected that they would run straight for the corridor.
Having said that, even if they tried running a zigzag course to confuse it, its hearing captured every sound, and wouldn't fall for such a trick. Subaru, whoa. Wah. Grazing their lowered heads, the fireballs were thrown one after another.
Out of sight, the witch beast ran circles around them as they fled, not letting up with its explosive barrage, hurling bursts of sand into the air. Subaru, Gar. The heat wave of an explosion at his feet lifted Subaru easily into the air, and sent him flying.
He quickly protected his head with both arms, but the rush of hot air burned the inside of his nose and throat.
Breathing was painful, and with the inside of his nose scorched, he temporarily lost his sense of smell. He rolled on the ground from the agony in the center of his face, then raised his teary-eyed face. The mouth in the centaur's torso was open wide, and the toothy maw was emitting an ear-splitting noise, almost looking like it was laughing.
No, it was actually laughing.
Laughing at the weak human plaything, that couldn't even win a battle of wits with a witch-beast. Subaru, damn it, arg. Hatred boiled in him, and gave Subaru the strength to stand.
Compared to suspicions and mistrust, what a wonderfully healthy feeling it was to hate the vermin that opposed him.
As he was swallowed up in a blackness of distilled fury, Subaru snorted at the witch-beast that looked so pleased with itself.
Acting like it had won was laughable.
How could a lowly miasma-hating witch-beast think it could ever hope to beat Natsuki Subaru? Subaru, dash.
Putting a hand to his waist, he took out his whip.
Letting his hand remember the feel of the handle, he lightly flicked the sand with the end of the whip. The centaur immediately stopped its roaring laughter, and intently turned its ears towards the crack of the whip. Most likely, it was the first time it had ever heard that sound. However, that wasn't Subaru's real plan.
The whip was nothing more than a diversion. Subaru, invisible providence.
In response to the witch-beast's violence, a roiling, seething black emotion formed in Subaru's heart. Given direction, it turned into strength to tear the centaur limb from limb.
Using it this way made him look like a one-trick pony, but he didn't care. It was a trick that would work on anyone. Subaru. Swinging the whip above his head, he let the witch-beast listen to the sound of it splitting the air. Taking care not to alert the centaur, which was paying close attention to the first sound, the invisible magic hand advanced like it was slipping through the darkness, infiltrating the witch-beast's shadow, aiming for the horn atop its human torso.
Between the human body and the horse body, he couldn't tell which one had vital organs.
With its head being a horn, if there was a brain stuffed inside it or not was a mystery.
Despite that, there had to be a vital organ of some kind inside.
With that decided, he would crush the horn in the palm of his invisible hand. If the loss of the horn happened to make the witch-beast obedient, he'd simply have it kill itself. That would be much more pleasant.
Subaru. Boo. Arg. Gar?
With that thought, it happened just as he was about to carry out his plan.
Focusing on the centaur, his unseen hand reaching for its head, Subaru's own head was filled with a burst of unimaginable pain. Feeling as though something had stripped away his scalp and was drilling directly into his skull, his eyes rolled back and yellow foam frothed from his lips as he fell to his knees. Subaru, Gar, ah? Gar, arg.
Bringing both hands to his head as he knelt, he struck himself on the side of the head to try and fight off the pain. Rubbing his head, holding his head, nothing else helped with the pain.
To fight the pain, he tried to inflict a sharper, stronger pain.
He struck himself again, and again, but no matter how hard he hit himself, he couldn't overcome the pain.
He rolled on the sand while his head felt like a hell full of thorns piercing his brain, and nearly fainting from pain, he ended up swallowing sand without understanding why.
Subaru, it hurts.
Or,
it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts. He shouted like he was spitting blood.
With a mouth full of sand, chewing it with his back teeth, Subaru thrashed on the ground, fighting against the mysterious pain to keep it from blocking his throat.
He couldn't fight it, he was losing. Of course, invisible providence had vanished instantly. With that dispersed, he had no way of affecting the centaur.
The witch-beast, as though disappointed with his lack of resistance, prepared to turn him into a smoking corpse. A huge ball of flame drove away the chill in the air as the explosive heat warmed the world around them. Just like that, Natsuki Subaru would be changed into charcoal. Patrick's, dash. At the last moment, the jet-black earth dragon charged in fiercely, tearing away the witch-beast's arm. Patrash, dash. With a body color that blended into the darkness, the earth dragon had soundlessly approached the witch-beast, and landed a biting attack. Losing its balance along with its arm, the witch beast dropped the fireball it had raised above its own head. In other words, the heat of the fireball the witch beast had created exploded at its own feet, and the point-blank blast wave blew it into the air. As it was thrown away by the explosion, blood dripped from the centaur's wounded arm, and it fell over on its back. Without sparing it a glance, Patrash sprinted over the sand, and, holding Subaru's clothing with her teeth as he thrashed in pain, she immediately began a sprinting retreat.
Held by Patrash's teeth near his waist, swinging left and right as he dangled, tormented by poor circulation and the continuing headache, Subaru looked behind him.
Behind Patrash, the centaur unsteadily rose to its feet.
The wound on its human torso foamed, and the left arm that had been bitten off grew back in an instant.
Its monstrous regeneration ability was at work on its other injuries as well. The wounds all over its body, inflicted by the explosion moments ago, closed one after another. The centaur returned to full health in a matter of seconds.
With that done, there was nothing left to slow it down.
Screaming viciously at Patrash, who had struck it by surprise, the centaur sped up to pursue the madly fleeing earth dragon, and its mane blazed brighter as it leapt. Patrash's running ability was impressive in even the worst terrain, but the centaur's was in its own habitat, and its acceleration was a step ahead. Along with their difference in size, Patrash was weighed down by Subaru, and the witch beast was soon running side by side with her. A burning fireball appeared in the witch beast's hand, but this one was stretched tall. Looking closer, the fireball changed in the witch beast's hand to a long-handled weapon, and in the blink of an eye, it had become a spear, covered from end to end in flame. Centaur. Raising the flaming spear, the centaur drove the tip towards Patrash. The black earth dragon ducked as the spear approached, almost diving into the sand to avoid the attack and using that as an opening to speed up further. However, just when it looked like they could get away, the witch beast's hoof drove straight into the earth dragon's torso from the side. The force of the attack passed through her hard skin, and she cried out as the impact smashed into her guts. Even then, she refused to drop Subaru, still dangling from her teeth.
The heat he could feel near his waist was from the blood Patrash was coughing up from her internal injuries. That was the only sign she was badly injured.
However, she still wouldn't let Subaru go, and Subaru had no way to care for his loyal dragon's wounds.
All he had was the seemingly eternal torture of the unending pain in his head.
Ram, El Fula.
Anastasia, Gewald.
A second strike from the flaming spear was aimed at Patrash, who was clearly slowing down. However, before it reached the earth dragon's body, it was interrupted from two different directions.
From one side came an invisible blade of wind, from the other was a convergence of white-hot rays of heat.
Both of the incantations came from familiar voices, but that was all Subaru could say for sure. Both spells landed direct hits on the witch beast, blowing holes through its body and cutting through the human torso at an angle.
Those wounds, too, closed instantly.
Ram, Barusu. Oh, fine, if you're dead, you should say so. Anastasia, that's a nasty one, that witch beast, I won't be able to do much to that thing. Even though it sounded normal, one of the girls' voices carried a trace of desperation. On the other hand, despite being in a desperate situation, one of the girls' voices lacked any sense of stress. Feeling his loyal dragon's breath and blood on his skin, Subaru was on the verge of falling unconscious. If he was going to go through this much pain and torment, maybe dying wasn't so. Ram, don't you dare die, Barusu.
Ram would cry. Subaru, oh.
That voice, shouted right in his ear, cut through the pain and reached his brain. What the voice awakened was a hatred no less than the one he held for the witch beast.
They had forgotten.
Not a single one of them remembered that girl. Don't talk about Rem and I like you know anything about it. Subaru, invisible providence ye.
Releasing his feelings of anger towards the witch beast passing through the edge of his tear-stained vision, Subaru struck at it with a pitch-black magical hand in an outburst of rage.
Partway there, another raging pain tore at his skull. Before he was swallowed by it and lost consciousness, Subaru's unseen hand hit the witch beast's spear head-on, breaking it as a token act of defiance.
That was all the resistance he could muster.
Centaur.
The reward for his angry counterattack was another burst of furious pain.
The centaur planted its front legs in the sandy ground and pivoted on them, turning itself around forcefully, and then its rear legs lashed out like a catapult. Its solid rock-like hooves kicked sand into the air as they sped towards Subaru's group, himself, Patrash, and Ram and Anastasia, who were likely nearby as well, intending to tear through them all at once. In an explosion of leg strength sufficient to bring down part of the cave, everyone was sent flying different directions by the wave of sand. Subaru was even torn away from Patrash's jaw, rolling helplessly on top of the sand, and thrown by the aftermath of the impact against a destroyed, burned body.
Subaru, ah.
A headache that couldn't be described, and a body trampled by the centaur's kick. Assaulted by continuous pain from the inside and out, Subaru could no longer hold on to his consciousness. Somehow, as he rolled loosely on the sand, he could feel the approaching darkness of death.
Destruction, annihilation, futile death, death in battle.
Heartless words like that roamed the back of his mind, but Subaru, in a situation where his lungs had forgotten to even breathe, Subaru saw someone standing in front of him.
It was a small, delicate shadow.
In a world with too little light, he couldn't see it clearly.
Even then, it was a familiar shape that he knew immediately. It was Ram. She was wobbling as she stood.
She had both arms outstretched, to protect Subaru.
Stop it.
It's stupid, impossible, useless. He tried to say it, but his throat would no longer listen to him, as though it was filled with sand.
No, it actually was filled with sand.
Because of the sand he'd stupidly swallowed trying to fight the pain in his head, Subaru could no longer even speak clearly. Subaru, why? With all his strength, Subaru managed a weak cry. Despite all the pent-up dissatisfaction and anger he had felt towards Ram and his other friends, that surely they must have known about. Ram would cry. Ram made only that quiet response to Subaru's words.
For the little sister she couldn't remember, for the person most dear to that unremembered sister, Ram stood. What pushed her to go that far, Subaru couldn't understand. He couldn't understand that, but there was one thing he did understand. At this rate, Ram was going to die, Subaru would die too. There was no way to avoid it.
Subaru, The centaur bellowed, swinging both its arms and creating a blazing sword in each of them. They didn't really look like swords, though, so perhaps it had meant to make hammers or axes.
Regardless, they were both weapons wrapped in flame.
It stood on the verge of using them to cut Ram's much smaller frame into pieces, and roast Subaru as well.
Subaru, come on. There's gotta be something.
Staring death in the face, Subaru reached down through the depths of his pain.
Fighting against the relentless pain was like diving deep into himself. Looking outside himself, to Ram, Patrash, or Anastasia, was unrealistic. Even if it would be derided as a dream or delusion, Subaru looked inside himself for something, anything. This unrealistic approach was the most realistic hope he had left. Diving inside, reaching into the murky depths of his body, pulling aside the writhing black thoughts, Subaru looked inside himself for anything that could help. Not the unseen hand he had overused. Something different, something new, some way to pull through this mess. His last-ditch search yielded. Subaru,
Nothing, and Subaru watched as the witch-beast in front of him raised its swords. The flames crossed above the witch-beast's head, and after a moment's pause, descended towards Ram. Burning the very air, the oncoming slashes would heartlessly cut a burning path through the girl's slender body, burn her away, leave nothing of the path she had walked, the memories she had held, or anything at all except black charcoal. At that scene, Subaru cried out against his own powerlessness. The next moment, white light unleashed with tremendous speed blew away the witch-beast's upper body. The body of the witch-beast which had wielded those swords of flame vanished from the world thanks to that tremendous light. The light didn't bring forth such simplicities like crushing or severing its body, but rather it was the literal meaning of annihilation. The centaur was a monster that had a human body on the head part of a horse's body.
And the light had blown away the part which was construed as its human body from chest up.
Of course, that included the arms on its shoulders, the horn which was in place of a human head, and the fanged maw that gaped across its chest. Blood soundlessly gushed out from the witch-beast's wounds from the impact, and immediately after, its wounds started to foam, readying itself to use the same hyper-recovery technique it had used thus far. Its squirming flesh swelled up, and its obliterated human body reformed anew. The human body regenerated right away, and explosive balls of fire quickly surged into life on both of its arms. Centaur, dash! The centaur roared, and the alluring voice of countless babies filled the chilly air. Turning its body around, the witch-beast paid no heed to Ram or Subaru, and instead leapt straight up towards the dangerous enemy that had blown away its upper body. The witch-beast summoned a heapload of fireballs on its arms and cast them one after the other as it rushed forward. Consumed by its heated frenzy, the witch-beast prepared to unleash its own battle cry.
However,
Centaur. The fireballs brought into existence by the witch-beast were all intercepted from in front of it one by one. The things responsible for that were the flashes of white light that pierced the fireballs head-on with tremendous accuracy. The speed of the flashes of light were out of the ordinary, and its strength was clearly superior to that of the fireballs. The lumps of flame were struck by the light dead-on, pulled in by the power of it, and clashed against the body of the witch-beast itself. Immediately after Subaru had thought the centaur had ended up like a hedgehog with quills of white light, the flames exploded all around the witch-beast's body. The centaur's arms were obliterated to nothing, its maw was torn to shreds, its horse body was burnt, and finally it had collapsed. It thrashed about on top of the sand, letting off a shrill cry in sheer anger.
However, the witch-beast's wounds squirmed over, and it refused to die.
It was as if it was telling them to grow stronger, to change their approach, and that they should evolve their manner of bestowing death, since they couldn't achieve it by blowing away parts of it into nothing. Dash!
The witch-beast's appearance transformed as it regenerated its lost parts.
The human part of its body changed. Now its arms had increased from 2 to 4, and sharp, long fangs jutted out from its maw. Its lower horse half also had more legs, numbering 8 in total.
Doing a simple calculation, they had doubled in quantity.
As well as that, its charred skin had hardened, now shining with a black luster to it.
At a glimpse, it maybe looked like a being that was clad in armor.
And it held an axe, a hammer, a spear, and a sword of flame in each of its newly added arms. The witch-beast had managed to evolve itself in an unbelievably short period of time, all to alter itself so it could face the being casting the white rays of light. Dash! Raising its 4 forelegs, the centaur thunderously let out a roar.
It clacked its raised hooves together with a piercing clang and began to spur forwards. Its huge figure was similar to that of an armored train decked in steel.
Its weight and acceleration would easily turn any opponent to mincemeat, causing them to meet a vicious end. The being that had put the witch-beast to shame would end up being completely annihilated if it was treated to a fiery finishing blow. Centaur, dash! Kicking sand up into the air, a white light pierced it, and trailing up, a white light pierced it, a plume of fiery heat. The witch-beast fiercely, a white light pierced it, broke through. A white light pierced it, the heat of its flames, a white light pierced it, had flared up, a white light pierced it hotter than ever before. It was like a white light pierced it, the hellfire, a white light pierced it of the abyss. Its grotesque and atypical figure, a white light pierced it, made it so that you couldn't avoid, a white light pierced it, breaking into shudders when a white light pierced it, you caught a mere glimpse of it. A white light pierced it regardless who you were. A white light pierced it, that was what the king of the sand sea was. A white light pierced it, a white light pierced it. Dash!
Dash dash dash.
Dash 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 dash. Subaru, dash! There was nothing left behind anymore right after the crazy amount of light had streamed out. The witch-beast, which had wielded such menace, had been completely obliterated by the light all the way up to the smithereens of its flesh. The witch-beast had completely been blown away somewhere far out of this world. The only thing that was left on the sand was the countless number of light rays which had been fired at the witch-beast to erase its existence. The source of that came just from those white, elongated stingers.
Those two instantly turned to powder as if they'd effloresced away.
TL note, opting to TL as stinger this time instead of needle.
Literally, it can refer to any needle-like object.
Subaru, dash. Subaru had even forgotten his headache as he gazed aghast at the spectacle with his own eyes. He realized that a feverish, slender body had happened to leap in between his arms.
It was Ram. He didn't remember what had happened, but it seemed like he'd been embracing her body in their final moments.
Though it should have been a meaningless gesture, it looked like Ram wasn't conscious. Subaru, dash.
Subaru could hear the sound of someone stepping on the sand.
That someone was ever so slowly approaching Subaru and the others. They were definitely approaching them.
The inside of the cave was still enveloped in darkness along with a frigid silence.
The only source of light came from the scattered fiery scraps that had been spewed out by the witch beast earlier. There was one such fiery scrap right next to Subaru that allowed him to look around a few meters.
Someone's foot entered the very edge of his field of vision.
Subaru, dash. Lifting his face up, Subaru looked up to where the owner of those feet, and perhaps the one behind that light was.
Gradually lifting up his field of vision, what he saw reflected in his bleary eyes was a human being.
Subaru, dash.
It was a woman. A woman with a rather queer air to her.
Her legs were audaciously bare all the way up to her thighs, and the only thing that covered her crotch was the hem of her shorts that were just barely cut down for that task. Above that, her waist and belly button were exposed. A piece of cloth was wound above her slender waist like a muniate to keep her breasts concealed. TL note, muniate, literally a device that acts as a chest protector for women. For example, female archers may wear a chest protector called a muniate to prevent their breasts being struck by their bowstring. However, she wore something akin to a cloak from her shoulders which barely protected the greater part of her body, exposed from her pale shoulders, from the wind. Her hair was a brown that was closer to black to the point that it seemed to blend in with the darkness around them.
Her long hair was tied into a ponytail that collected all of it together.
She gazed at Subaru and the others with moist eyes which were chock full of thick emotion. Her thin lips curved up, breaking into a rather bestial smile.
I found you.
At least I can understand what she's saying, Subaru thought to himself.
And just as he thought that, his consciousness reached its limit.
Tasting the feeling of sand, Subaru let go of his consciousness still without uttering a single word. At least, it didn't seem like he'd have to let go of the girl wrapped inside his arms. He held her tight.
He only had enough willpower left to persevere to that point.
Arc 6, Chapter 18, The Keeper of the Sand Tower. Out of the dregs of murky darkness, consciousness emerged. It had been a long time since Natsuki Subaru visited here. Like the several previous times, it was an empty dark world where only darkness, eternal sky and endless lands reside.
It looked like he had been summoned to this place just like when he returns by death. If he were to think about it, it was a truly mysterious place.
At any rate, it wasn't like Subaru could pull out his memories of this place and bring them to the outside. Despite it not being his first time visiting this place, he sometimes even forgot entering it after leaving. A transient feeling, just like as if he was a mere bubble floating by in a dream. Within this pale darkness, in the narrow gaps of his faint recollections, the consciousness known as Natsuki Subaru moved his arms into strokes, and slowly swam amidst the jet-black darkness. Using only his consciousness, he rose to the surface. Of course, when it came to his body, he had gotten used to the feeling of not having his limbs, his eyes, his ears, his mouth. As well as that, the fact that he didn't know what was top, bottom, left or right, and the anxiety towards not being able to see anything, including the depths below.
But that didn't matter to his consciousness, which was dominated by just one thing.
There was an unbearable, unending passion at the core of his consciousness, or perhaps within the formation of his consciousness itself. No, more so, it was familial love, platonic love, deep unconditional love.
When he comes here, he can be with the source of this love.
His consciousness had learnt just this thing, that it was delighted that it could visit this place once again. Before he began to even relish that long-awaited encounter, The feeling pounded in his rightfully non-existent chest was one of such joy that he wanted to open his rightfully non-existent lips to sing.
However, the emotions of this consciousness were. Mysterious Voice 1, we finally welcome the conclusion of this period of joy. Mysterious Voice 2, good grief, it's no joke. Acting all smug due to just a bit of luck. Have some restraint, even shamelessness can go so far, how unbearable.
Do take a long, objective look at yourself, maybe then, you will see just how far your impudence has gone.
Suddenly, he heard them, he was disturbed by voices which by all rights he should not be able to hear. ? His consciousness turned to look behind.
If neither face nor body exist in this directionless world, then what's the significance in the act of looking behind, was there any?
It was not to find a meaning in this, rather it was an act for the sake of giving meaning to it. You needed a body to look behind.
If he consciously thought so, and acted, then the jet-black darkness has no choice but to give that to the nothingness that was Natsuki Subaru. Thus, the consciousness which looks back became Natsuki Subaru, who had been bestowed vision so he could look around his surroundings, and a body which he could turn back around with.
Yet, that alone was still insufficient, and his body was far off from being complete.
This Subaru was an imperfect recreation, the real Natsuki Subaru couldn't be reproduced at all.
Would it be better if he had hands, or legs, or perhaps a nose and mouth? No, making a human being out of nothing was not that easy.
Natsuki Subaru didn't know nearly enough about himself to recreate himself. It wasn't easy for Natsuki Subaru to complete himself using only his own memories and knowledge.
Therefore, it was impossible to make any more of Natsuki Subaru.
However, in that lacking state, the incomplete Natsuki Subaru wasn't even able to recognize this, and that was why the incomplete Natsuki Subaru only gave his transient body some transient eyes. Whilst existing in a state in which he can't even place a foot down onto the ground, he looked around at his surroundings, and noticed something.
There was something other than the consciousness of Natsuki Subaru coming to the fore within the depths of the darkness. Mysterious Voice 1, disgusting and shameful, nothing more than the result of self-conceit.
Yes, how very sinful, how dirty you are. Just so worthy of disdain. Mysterious Voice 2, subpar, way off from a human, we could say we have the ultimate imperfection here, doesn't it feel like that? Ike, what were they thinking making this version of me serve such a guy?
Shouldn't it have been obvious from the beginning whether we could count on him? Who are you to stand in my way, a nuisance? A hindrance? Pretty much everything.
So lacking.
Not enough.
Ike, if you think like a logical, human being. You're a subhuman, Ike, the likes of human cattle. His consciousness rose to the fore in the darkness, where jeers rained down upon the very much imperfect Natsuki Subaru. On one side was insanity, and on the other was annoyance, both respectively venting out their hatred towards Natsuki Subaru. However, unfortunately for Natsuki Subaru, being a mere speck of consciousness, he could not comprehend that hatred. The heart, the brain of this Natsuki Subaru were not prepared at all to comprehend it. If he were to try and gain an understanding of those words which the consciousnesses uttered, then just like he materialized some flesh, and just like he created a sense of sight, he had to create organs to allow him to understand them. ? But, somehow, those organs felt unnecessary. At least, in order to grasp what those two consciousnesses were saying, the meaning behind trying to produce such a thing was weak. Above all, he didn't want to memorize the urge.
It was not easy to drag out his existence from nothingness.
At the very least, if Natsuki Subaru's consciousness didn't truly wish for it, then he could neither create nor acquire it. So as things were right now, he couldn't help but to postpone bringing forth a mind to understand them, as well as words to reply to the consciousness of those two.
No, actually, there was no ulterior motive behind it. Mysterious Voice 1, what insolence! What contempt! What disdain! Here I am, preaching with such diligence, and yet you don't even bother to consider. Contemplating it. How very,
Slothful.
you are truly.
slothful.
Mysterious voice 2, how far will you go in making a fool out of others until you're satisfied? Listen well, just who do you think I am?
I am the most satisfied man in the world, one who worries about nothing and only wishes to pursue his simple joys and live a fulfilling life, undisturbed and free of greed, and yet you would interfere with that?
This a violation of my rights. An act of wickedness.
One such as you, who would crush the dreams of others so easily, must be stopped. Feeling that he wasn't making any progress, he turned his back to the consciousnesses of the two. It was convenient, with this body, to indicate that he has no intention of talking to them. Behind the scenes, he felt that their abusive words would still echo, but he didn't mind because if he showed that he cared, it would be plain enough to them.
Without even looking back, his vision labored.
Right now, what he needed was not sight, but eyeballs.
Should the chance present itself, he would remember to create eyes. However, right now, he had no time to deal with such trifles.
Because, right in front of Natsuki Subaru's consciousness, the silhouette of his purpose was being shown. In the jet-black darkness, where nothing should have been visible, the silhouette clad in deeper black than the midst of the darkness he was in was far more vivid. Sometimes, she would freeze Natsuki Subaru's heart, both arms with such graceful fingers would dangle loosely. Though slender, those limbs possessed such tenderness, garbed in a dark dress. As usual, her features are unclear, as everything above her neck was covered by a thick mist. But, Natsuki Subaru understood deep within his soul that there was someone there that inspired such deep emotions of love. Her appearance was far more clear than the previous encounter, and he was far close to her, distance-wise. In his previous encounter with her, only her arms and body could be seen, a silhouette, but now she was wearing a dress, and he could see up until her bare feet peeking out from underneath the hem of her long dress. Nearly all of her body was perfectly reproduced. What wasn't visible to Natsuki Subaru was just her face hidden by the darkness.
How irritating. But for now, that was okay. Stronger than before, he felt her presence ever nearer.
However, Natsuki Subaru, though clearer she may be, was not yet prepared to go out and meet her. Right now, he was simply content with being in her near vicinity. In any case, reach out and touch those fingers, embrace her slender waist, and exchange love.
I love you.
Faced with this confession, Natsuki Subaru strained his newly manufactured jaw to respond. Through that mere action, the shadow's delight could be felt, accompanying it, a feeling of shyness sprang up. Next time, a mouth and tongue will be necessary so that he can express his words of love from there. While committing these emotions to memory, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness started to leave this garden of shadows, and to Subaru, getting up was always rather easy, for he had that kind of a nature. On the other hand, falling asleep tended to be a struggle. For Subaru, waking up from sleep felt as if he were raising his face above the water's surface. No matter who may be submerged underwater, if their face breaks up to the water's surface, they will not forget how to breathe.
For Subaru, that breathing signifies the waking of his consciousness. It's fairly natural that he can breathe when waking up.
Emilia, ooh, you get up so well, I'm jealous. I am really bad at getting up. This had been Emilia's comment from when they had this conversation before. Incidentally, when it came to Emilia getting up, there was no exaggeration or humility when she said these words. It really was that bad. Speaking of what he just imagined, Emilia did have very low blood pressure. It took her about an hour to wake up and get herself out of bed. When Subaru wakes up in his bed in the mornings, in his drowsiness he waits for to get back to his senses, and then finally he gets out of his futon, washes his face and fixes his hair. That's his style. On the other hand, Emilia's sleep quality differed from Subaru's. It was exactly like a child's. A stark contrast. Emilia, when I was in the forest, and I only had Puck beside me, since Puck didn't come out much at night,
I could only do stuff like sleeping.
This had been Emilia's comment from when they had this conversation before,
and regarding the details of how Subaru had replied to this. But now that she has someone to keep her company late at night, she should have forgotten how she had been prior in life.
In any case, Subaru was honestly quite envious of her quality of sleep. No matter what, when Subaru gets into bed and closes his eyes in the middle of the night, he can't stop thinking about all kinds of stuff.
In particular, what he thinks about includes all the things he could have done differently, and all the regrets he has.
Whether it was about what happened during that day, and sometimes as well what happened the day before, regret torments Subaru without any heed for either time nor means.
When fighting with stuff like that, he can't fall asleep at all. That's the source behind his poor quality of sleep.
So, even the events which happened beneath the sand sea became a newly planted seed of regret as far as it concerned Subaru. It's practically assured that this would become something that would greatly disturb Subaru's sleeping quality from now on. Subaru, where am I? At the moment he woke up, Subaru understood that his waking had differed to the usual one from return by death. First of all, there was light in the surroundings. Quite unlike the underground area beneath the sand sea that he had awoken in submerged by darkness, the fact that he can look around his surroundings serves as evidence of things having changed. In addition to that, the chilliness had also faded, and his body was embraced by a feeling quite different to that of lying on top of the sand.
The soft feeling against his back was perhaps that of a bed.
Below his head there was also something like a pillow there. In other words, Subaru was.
Subaru, I'm lying down in a bed.
If he were to check and say it out loud, resting on top of his body was a white cotton blanket. The feeling of a bed with a pillow was not a feeling he wasn't familiar with if he were to really check. Rather, he was really familiar with it. He immediately realized that it was the bedding that came from the dragon carriage. Thus here, he was inside the dragon carriage that they had used in their attempt to seize the Pleiades watchtower.
Subaru, what's this doing here?
Subaru sat himself up, understanding that he had been laid down within the dragon carriage that was supposed to have veered off course.
In that moment, he noticed that someone was clutching his right hand.
If he were to turn to face his right-hand side, there was a young lady kneeling on the floor right next to the bed, her body sprawled out across the bed, sleeping. It was the silver-haired Emilia who was clutching Subaru's hand, with somewhat of a look of relief on her face.
Softly breathing, with warmth radiating from the palm of her hand.
Subaru let out an exhausted, hoarse breath seeing that she was definitely here. Subaru, Emilia, that's you right?
Safe.
Emilia's form, nestled beside him, left Subaru with no feeling of reality. Since his right hand was being held, he stretched out his left hand and placed it against her cheeks. Her white cheeks are hot, as if she was developing a fever. Her skin was quite unlike its usual soft and smooth self. Just by touching them, it felt like love and affection are about to burst out of them, stroking them as much as he dared, just to make sure.
Subaru, there's no doubt, it's Emilia.
Cute, delicate, warm. You wouldn't be happening to be doing something inappropriate, in fact. Emilia was terribly worried for you, I suppose.
She didn't sleep for 2 days, in fact.
Subaru, Hayuu? When stroking Emilia's cheeks, having his fill of her soft breathing, Subaru had reflexively flinched at the voice that had abruptly interrupted him. And in a panic he tried to turn his head around. Standing by the door which connected this living space with the bed, he found the little girl leaning on it, with a look of disgust on her face. Subaru, Beatrice, I suppose. I dislike this unreasonable Subaru, in fact. Subaru, Instinctively, he had raised his voice, delighted in seeing her again, but he had been interrupted by Beatrice. Subaru placed his hand over his mouth, and quietly looked down below at the still sleeping Emilia. Whilst letting him chew on his words, her stiff expression loosened, leading her to look somewhat more happy.
Subaru, it's dangerous, Biko. Come over here. Let me hug you.
Beatrice, what a foolish thing to say. Well, it can't be helped, I suppose. If he can't show his happiness at this reunion using words, then he has no choice but to show his happiness at this reunion using actions. With Subaru beckoning her, Beatrice sighed and drew closer to him. The little girl was indifferently playing with her drill curls, and when she came beside him, Subaru hugged her with his free left arm, firmly embracing her against his chest.
Subaru, thank goodness.
Seriously, thank goodness.
I was really worried.
Beatrice, that's Betty's words, in fact. We couldn't find Subaru or the older sister anywhere, and we were all frightened to the core, I suppose.
We were totally numb in fear, in fact. Subaru, is that so? Were you worried that I was about to die? Beatrice, not entirely. I suppose. That's right, I was worried, I suppose.
Really. While embracing Beatrice's light body, the little girl cast her gaze down and her words faltered mid-sentence. He continued to stroke Beatrice's hair, who nuzzled her head against his chest and cherished her reunion with him in silence for a moment.
And after a little bit of time, the silence was broken. Beatrice moved her face away from Subaru's chest, with a feeling of relief traced across her features, and hopped off of the bed with a boing.
Beatrice, anyway, other than the sleepyhead Emilia, I have to tell you what happened, Subaru.
Because in your final moments, everyone was worried, I suppose. Subaru, everyone.
Oh yeah, is everyone safe? Even those who got separated from me, and those who were with me? Beatrice, you can rest assured, in fact, everyone is safe and sound, I suppose. Subaru, I see.
I see.
Subaru's unease faded as he heard Beatrice's guarantee. He had heard that everyone was safe. Her unexpected answer had set his heart at ease. But, straight afterwards, Subaru jerked his head up, an unpleasant feeling of déjà vu resounding from that guarantee. Subaru, wait, Biko.
I'm sorry for how short-lived my happiness is. But, is everyone really all right?
Beatrice, it's upsetting being doubted by Subaru, in fact. There would be no sense in Betty deceiving Subaru like this, I suppose.
I am not joking, in fact.
Subaru, I get that you're in a huff, but this isn't the reason why I am doubting you. Even if you weren't looking to deceive me, that doesn't mean that I haven't been fooled. Didn't we just experience this torment in Pristella? Beatrice, Hearing this, Beatrice seemed to notice the source of Subaru's concern. Even in the battle against the witch cult in Pristella, after their battle Subaru had received an identical report. Everyone had been told that it was safe. In fact, that'd been a correct presumption to make, but...
Subaru, let me review it.
With me there's Emilia and Beatrice. In addition there's Ram, and Patrash. Anastasia, Maylie, Jen, and finally... Julius.
This is everyone.
Beatrice,
Subaru, you're saying that everyone is here?
Beatrice, they're all doing good, I suppose.
Everyone, in fact. Betty forgot one of them, it's just you who remembers them.
Guess it's no big deal, I suppose. Subaru, I see.
I see.
Well, I'm really glad everyone's okay. Having confirmed that everything that was necessary, Subaru carefully thinks about whether there are any more pitfalls remaining. He determined that he hadn't overlooked anything, and finally he found strength in those words which had said that everyone was safe.
Subaru, that's good. That's good.
Beatrice, good grief, you sure like to over-exaggerate. In fact, in the first place, when we found out that you, the most likely to attract danger, was okay, we guessed that everyone else was too, I suppose. Subaru, idiot. That's not always true, you know.
Even if I know that's so, I'm still anxious. Anxious and worried. Very worried. Were you crying after finding out I was safe?
Beatrice, I wasn't crying or anything, in fact. Just because Betty was pressing her face against your chest, it doesn't mean you should look at it like that, I suppose.
You can't prove it, in fact.
With a humph, Beatrice puffed out her delicate chest, however her words seemed to be brimming with emotion. On top of that, there were traces left on the bed that someone other than him had slept there at a space of the lower part of the bed which took up about half of its size. Subaru pointed at it and said, Subaru, there's evidence right here that someone crawled in next to me and fell asleep, but even with seeing this dead giveaway, are you still going to say that you weren't worried? Beatrice, that wasn't Betty, I suppose.
This is completely a false accusation. In fact, I have no idea what you're talking about, I suppose.
Subaru, no one but you would act like this.
Don't feel embarrassed. Beatrice, you're wrong, in fact. Geez, we're gonna wake up Emilia, I suppose.
Beatrice forced a change of subject, as was the norm when they exchanged such frivolous conversations. Everyone was safe. He was relieved for now to hear those words. When they were at the sand dunes, they had been pursued by a herd of witch beasts and they had split up. Subaru had repeatedly returned by death in the underground area of the Sand Sea. He had no clue how Emilia and the others were doing and what would have happened if he couldn't have undone it. Subaru, now that you mention it, it's like feeling suspicious about everything will only raise bogeys. Is that what it is? Beatrice, Looking dumbfounded, Beatrice cocked her head at Subaru, who had placed his left hand on his head.
For Beatrice, the meaning of that behavior felt cryptic, but to Subaru there was a meaning to it. No, there was no meaning to this behavior itself, but it could be said that the subjectiveness of it all was the greatest factor.
Subaru, Biko.
You're the same as always, Biko.
Emilia as well is as cute as always.
Beatrice, what are you even saying?
Although she fixed him with a deadpan gaze, Subaru felt no extraordinary sense of discomfort or anxiety at her words. Toward the sleeping Emilia as well, he felt nothing but trusting love.
Not a trace of the inexplicable hatred that had tormented him underground was left.
Subaru, since I was getting more deranged with the miasma, am I okay right now? We have no idea how to treat it or what causes it. I'm scared to just leave it just to chance, especially given how irritable I am, but... Beatrice, Subaru, if you still aren't feeling well or you feel anxious about your health, it would be better for you to lie down, I suppose.
There's no need for you to get up all in a hurry for now, in fact.
In one way or another, just Betty and everyone else will manage to undertake the trials, I suppose. Subaru, huh? Placing her hand against his forehead, Beatrice had showed concern at Subaru, his eyes downcast. Amidst the concern in those words, was something that he hadn't heard before.
Subaru listened attentively.
Subaru, what did you just say now? Beatrice, so you can rest, I suppose. It's not like you're taking the day off with no good reason. Betty won't get mad at you when it's about you not feeling well, in fact. Subaru, though I remember saying such terrific stuff in this feverish talk, it wasn't that part I was referring to, you know. After that. You said something about a trial. Beatrice, yeah, I did say that, I suppose.
At having heard Subaru hounding her, Beatrice slipped out a damn it in response.
It's not like she had really wanted to hide it from Subaru, rather, it more so came from her concern from worrying about wanting Subaru to rest for a bit. However, it wasn't enough to make him have peace of mind. Subaru was not much of an obedient person, and Beatrice knew that well enough. Subaru, Biko. Beatrice, I know.
I will give you a proper explanation, I suppose.
Really, I thought that it'd be better to talk about it after you settled down.
Despite that, my mouth slipped.
Subaru, it's one of your cute points that you can't hide stuff like this. In the first place, I've looked the other way on stuff that I ought to have asked you from the start. He flashed a faint bittersweet smile at Beatrice, who had admitted defeat, though the smile quickly disappeared from his face. Subaru more or less lowered his voice and opened his mouth, and naturally questioned her with,
Subaru, where are we?
And don't go butting in saying something silly like inside the dragon carriage. Beatrice, Subaru, I think it's no long stretch of the imagination, I suppose. Beatrice gave a quick sigh, putting her arms together. And so, with a click of her heels, she looked up to the other side of the room. The little girl looked up to the ceiling. Beatrice, Pleiades Watchtower. Subaru,
Beatrice, the watchtower at the end of those sand dunes, we are in it, I suppose. And that was what she said.
He carefully let go of Emilia's hand. She was lying down on the bed, fast asleep since she had stayed up for 2 days. Subaru slipped out of the dragon carriage after giving her forehead a quick stroke. Within the dragon carriage, which they'd spent over a month in, it seemed like there were no changes to it from before it had veered off course.
Without so much of a scratch on its body, it looked just as if it was new.
Beatrice, unlike those who were with Subaru, the ones who were with Betty, swallowed up by the sand-wind chasm, were safe, I suppose.
We were hurled away to a different place from that flower garden.
Everyone with us turned pale when we realized that Subaru and some of the rest had been separated from us, in fact. Subaru, you as well? Beatrice, Amelia and Julius too, I suppose.
Betty isn't the only one, in fact.
With a humph, Beatrice pouted and turned her eyes away from him. She opened the door that led to the outside of the dragon carriage. The sensation of the wind outside felt rather like the one present in the sand dunes. The darkness outside was close to that of the one in the underground area of the sand sea. However, unlike back at the sand dunes, there's no sand mixed in with the wind, and the darkness was less profound when compared to the underground area. The cause of this came from some magical lamps which had been installed all the way around the area, as well as some densely packed luminous moss which lined the walls around them. The moss near him certainly reminded him of the kind he had seen inside Sanctuary's graveyard. It grows quite superfluously wherever he may go. It's certainly quite a handy piece of vegetation to have around. Subaru, this place is. Beatrice, the 6th floor of the Pleiades watchtower. Well, the lowermost floor, I suppose. From looking at the tower from the sand sea, it looks like the 6th floor seems to be partially buried beneath the tower, in fact.
The 5th floor is above the sand.
Although you might say it's hard to tell, I suppose. Looking over the circular area, Subaru widened his eyes at hearing Beatrice's explanation. The reason why he can't really get the gist of her explanation was probably because Subaru was completely unfamiliar with the interior and the structure of the Pleiades watchtower. As far as he can see, the inside of the Pleiades watchtower was fairly vast and spacious. In the place Beatrice had mentioned as being called the 6th floor, the floor was on one side made of stone, and right in the middle of it rested the dragon carriage. The circular area that spreads itself around from where the dragon carriage stood was probably about 200 or 300 meters in radius. If the tower was built exactly in the shape of a circle, rather than something more crude like an ellipsis, then he can hardly believe it, mouth agape, at the enormity of the handiwork it would have taken to construct it. Subaru, thinking about the pointless work done back in the olden days, doesn't this remind you of stuff like the pyramids?
It's such a massive waste for just one person's tomb.
Wait, no, I've heard stories where people were thankful for stuff like public works projects, but. Beatrice, I really don't get what you're muttering about, in fact. Subaru, I'm talking about tombstones. Even burying people alive was once popular, thinking they were taking preventative measures about what would happen to them after death. That's how they thought back in olden times. The idea is similar. Beatrice, stories about what happens after death aren't good omens, I suppose.
Ridiculous, in fact.
Hearing Subaru's thoughtless remarks, Beatrice turned her eyes away from Subaru, as if in a sulk. Stroking his cheek, Subaru realized that he had said something he shouldn't have, and so he started petting Beatrice's hair.
Suddenly, he wrapped back around to the front of the dragon carriage, having remembered something. Subaru, oh, Jen. You're also safe and sound. Jen, you aren't dead.
Beatrice, why are you saying such stupid things all of a sudden, I suppose?
Subaru, no, I must have barely noticed. But, I am really glad that he's safe here. At the front of the dragon carriage, reined to the carriage itself, was the reliable earth dragon, Jen. Of the gyrus species which are adapted for the desert, resilience was their strong suit.
Jen had splendidly managed to survive the difficult circumstances. He showed a particularly shameless obstinance to those words. Subaru, by the way, everyone else aside, you're my first survival asset. Saying so sounds kinda flippant. Jen, Subaru, oi, don't make such a long face.
Be happy.
Hey, I will give you a larger share of food later. Jen, Subaru, what is it? Look, I'm a money on hand kind of guy. Beatrice, it'd be high time for you to calm your little act down any time now. In fact, you sure went from being tired, I suppose. Beatrice glowered at Subaru, showing a face that indicated that he was being overly friendly as he performed this pantomime alongside Jen. In response to Beatrice's reaction, Subaru with a twist of his neck said, "My bad, my bad. Subaru, come now, I didn't mean to embarrass you, but there's something I wanted to check."
Beatrice, what is it?
Subaru, no.
Even though Jen's here, Patrash is still nowhere to be seen.
His fellow Earth Dragon, Patrash, it would be normal for her to be reined here to the carriage if she was safe. However, even when he checked the other side of the dragon carriage, her jet black beautiful figure could not be seen anywhere. Not being in an ideal situation, Subaru was uneasy, but... Beatrice, don't jump quickly to conclusions, I suppose.
That Earth Dragon.
Patrash, as we couldn't keep her on the 6th floor, she's on the 4th floor, in fact. Subaru, 4th floor? Is that above? Why? Beatrice, she's getting treatment for her wounds, I suppose.
The younger of that pair of sisters from the dragon carriage.
Rem is also there, in fact. Everyone who is in a poor state was brought up to the 4th floor, I suppose.
Subaru, getting treatment. Will Rem be cured?
Subaru jumped at Beatrice's unexpected words. A faint look of surprise flitted across Beatrice's face as she saw how forcefully Subaru had reacted, but she kept him at bay by pinching his nose as he drew near to her. Beatrice, CA, calm down, in fact. Don't be so impatient, I suppose.
Subaru, is this the time to be calm? Will Rem be cured? What sort of state is she in if even Patrash is being treated there too?
Beatrice, let me start from the beginning.
I can't just say everything all at once, in fact.
We put her in place that is better than just laying her down, I suppose. The Earth Dragon is like so, too, in fact.
Subaru, oh, I see.
Subaru, having tried to press for answers, hung his head down despondently, seeing the energy sap out of him. Even Beatrice gave him a sad look, but the little girl clenched her small fist and said, "Beatrice, look, this isn't a situation where you should feel down, I suppose. Surely, there has to be a way to manage it, in fact. In order to make sure of that, everyone will challenge the trials of the Watchtower now, I suppose." Subaru, dash. In order to cheer up the downcast Subaru, Beatrice clumsily attempts to urge him into rousing his spirit. Seeing her attempt, the poison in the air faded, and he pulled his chin up with a, "That's right. Subaru, my bad, I'm really sorry in retrospect."
I'm sorry about worrying you.
Beatrice, if this worry is from Subaru, then for you I'll be forgiving, in fact. But at least let me worry in a place where Betty keep an eye on you, I suppose.
Subaru, I'll consider it carefully.
Subaru ruffled Beatrice's hair and expressed his gratitude at hearing her sympathetic words.
Beatrice's hairdo was completely unyielding, and even his attempts at ruffling and disturbing it in this manner were in vain, such was its strength. In any case, under the encouragement of Beatrice, Subaru turned his eyes towards the top of the tower.
Subaru, this is the 6th floor.
At any rate, is it okay if we go up?
Beatrice, perhaps. Julius and the others are in the middle of the trial right now. So, beforehand, it's best if we meet with the sage face to face and listen to a detailed account, I suppose. Subaru, sage? Now that you mention it. In the middle of Beatrice's words, Subaru caught hold onto the word, sage. In spite of in the first place having come to this watchtower to meet with the sage, Beatrice hadn't mentioned anything to do with the sage up until now. Subaru, Biko, did you already meet with the sage?
What sort of guy was he?
Did you talk to him and complain about the white light beams which sing towards us? Beatrice, I don't really want to talk about the sage too much, in fact. Well, no, I suppose. Perhaps, when it comes to the sage, it'll be simpler if you met them in person, I suppose.
Subaru, you know.
I don't remember ever having met face to face with any normal guy by the way you're speaking about them. Sure, I feel like I was told something similar by Amelia Tan when I first met with Roswell.
It had already been more than a year ago, but he remembered the conversation back then vividly.
He remembered that she had explained it like this: I think meeting and talking to him will be easier to understand him than talking to each other about him in relation to Roswell. In reality, she thought that he wouldn't have received the impact unless he met with him in person, and he'd be on the same wavelength if they spoke, but, well, what happened back then was now repeating. Beatrice, if you meet them, you'll understand, in fact. Subaru understood. In any case, it'd be good if we try and meet them. How do we get above this? Beatrice, stairs, I suppose.
If you look closely, on the other side of this wall there are stairs, in fact.
If he squinted his eyes to where Beatrice's words had pointed him to, he can just about make out that there's something like steps, a staircase, on the outer edge of the circular room indeed. However, there were a huge amount of steps forming a spiral staircase that wound its way around the big, circular tower. Subaru, eh?
Does this lead up?
Beatrice, climb up this, I suppose.
If you keep going up, it won't take too long, in fact. Subaru, even if you say to keep going up. How many steps is it until the top?
Subaru shrieked this out, as it looked likely that he'd be made to get some heavy exercise, being made to go up and down all over again. His voice echoed around the tower in vain. Most likely it echoed all the way up until to the top before sorrowfully fading away. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders, uttering a good grief at Subaru's lamenting. Beatrice, it can't be helped, I suppose.
If we could use something like a bit of magic for this, it may be possible to fly upstairs in some shape or form, but, well, Subaru, you have no other choice, in fact.
Subaru, no, look, we can use Murak here. How about we use something like that to climb all the way up to the very top without stopping with ease? Beatrice, I can't do that other than if it were an emergency. I feel we'd be in danger.
Since I'm running low on mana.
Subaru, even if we go up the stairs normally, won't running low on physical strength be dangerous in an emergency? Even though Subaru's physical strength compared to back when he had been a hikikomori was stronger, he was still a feeble boy who still has some ways to go before he reaches the standards of strength of this other world, and thus he can't escape from it. He doesn't know how high above the 5th floor was from the lowermost floor, i.e. the 6th floor, but at least when he looked above it he couldn't even see a ceiling.
With how high he thought it is, climbing up would be a deed as respectable as on the level of mountain climbing. Subaru, damn it. Even so I have to go up and make sure that the likes of Rem and Patrash are safe. I have to. Ah, goddammit.
Beatrice, that's the spirit, I suppose.
It's your fight, in fact. Betty will cheer you on, I suppose.
It'd be really helpful if you call out to me when you reach the top, in fact. Subaru, don't let me do it, isn't there a shortcut?
You come along too with me. Walk. Break into a sweat.
Beatrice, I'm sorry, but Betty is a cute spirit and sweating would be. Subaru reluctantly steeled himself, preparing to tackle the stairs. But, in the middle of their argument, Beatrice suddenly broke off mid-sentence, and looked up overhead. Subaru, Biko? Beatrice, oh no, I suppose.
Subaru, get down in fact.
With her sudden change in attitude, Subaru's voice trailed off, as both Beatrice's expression changed as well as coming to jump up to him. Catching Beatrice by her chest, he lifted her up into his arms. And, Beatrice was open-mouthed, and then she beat at Subaru's chest. Beatrice, idiot.
That doesn't mean you can hug me, I suppose. Get down, in fact. Subaru, it was by mistake.
As he held Beatrice within his arms, Subaru gently moved her body towards his back.
He doesn't know what's happening. Beatrice's alertness was the only thing he had to work from.
In preparation for that, he tried to think, but it was too late. Immediately afterwards, a terrible sense of pressure emanated from above them. Subaru held his breath. The source of that pressure came ever closer with ferocity, and in the next moment something blasted towards Subaru, right in front of his eyes. A violent quake shook the enormous tower. Subaru was blown away by the shockwave which raised sand and dust up. He would have probably been thrown about over and over if not for Jen's enormous frame just behind them. Protected by the weight of the Earth Dragon and the Dragon Carriage, Subaru desperately pushed his eyes open in the midst of the sandstorm that was blowing against him. And then, on the other side of the smoke plume, from where the impact had been, the cloud of sand and dust that had risen up abruptly cleared. Something like a gust of wind tore through the smoke, and soon after, from the other side, a majestic figure of a person could be seen. Tearing through the dense sandy haze which had enveloped them, the person's figure started to become visible. Subaru's cheeks stiffened, he was frozen in place.
That figure, their appearance, he recognized it.
Subaru, are you?
A tall woman was walking briskly across the hard floor, stepping ever closer to him.
Her brown, more so black, hair was tied up into a ponytail. She was marching forward boldly, her belly and back were exposed by her clothing. It's safe to say that she was half naked. Her chest and crotch area were just barely covered up, and she donned a black mantle over her clothes.
She was a person who wore rather odd clothing.
In Subaru speak, she was a slut whore that donned her mantle over a black bikini top and hot pants. Long, slender, white arms and legs, along with large breasts which were liberally swinging about. She was around the same height as Subaru, maybe a little taller. A well-in-order face sat on top of her white shoulders, her eyes conveyed a strong sense of purpose. In all, she had quite the beautiful face.
That was definitely the last thing he saw before he had lost consciousness.
She was the one who had attacked and slaughtered the centaur without mercy. And those countless flashes of light that she had launched towards the centaur was something Subaru knew only too well. Subaru, are you the sage? ? Remembering how parched his throat was, Subaru hoarsely raised this question to the woman who was approaching him in silence. However, the woman did not deign to answer Subaru until she came right up to where he was stood. She stopped herself in her tracks at a spot where if Subaru were to stretch out his arm he'd be able to touch her. She was just
looking at him intently.
Her gaze felt as if she was scrutinizing his entire body. Honestly, it made Subaru feel quite uneasy. He hadn't even heard the voice of this person, but her strength was such that she had made short work in burying the centaur that had attacked him. It was at an inhumane level.
Even if you were to try and sucker punch her, this peculiar person would instantly turn you into nothing more than charcoal.
He can't really figure out what her attitude was showing. All he knew was that the only emotion he can feel about her right now was fear. ?
In
Subaru's arms, Beatrice's body remained unchanging, as she clung onto him tightly.
Even in her, anxiety starts to seep throughout her small body.
At least, he was lucky enough for the circumstances to have allowed him to come across Beatrice.
In the worst case, it wouldn't be impossible that they'd have to get into another fight.
Of course, there was no need to come to the point of initiating a fight for the sake of it. He shouldn't be all willy-nilly about such an exertion. Subaru, are you listening? Hey, I heard my friends are being looked after. You don't intend to become hostile or stuff to us, right? ? Subaru, your silence is making me anxious. If you could say something. Or perhaps do you communicate with something like telepathy, rather than words?
If it's that, don't worry.
Ha ha ha. ? Staring at him, the presumed sage did not reply to Subaru's words. She just continued to stare.
He felt extremely uneasy.
The extent to Subaru's bewilderment and confusion could be seen from the confusion in his way of speaking. If things stay like this, they'd end up being killed by the uneasiness itself. Suddenly though, Subaru's anxiety was torn away. ? Subaru, eh? ? While staring at Subaru, the woman suddenly muttered something that way. Her voice was a little husky, but if he could continue to listen to it, he could probably say that the huskiness in her voice was quite beautiful. However, it was relatively mysterious, with unreadable emotions coming from the voice of the woman who stood in front of his eyes. He thought there was a faint charm to it. In front of Subaru, the woman sighed quietly. ?
Well, that's no problem. More importantly, my search ends.
Subaru,
Swiftly, the woman's expression changed, and she blurted out something.
Her attitude looked as if she was trying to peer inside of Subaru. Slowly and steadily, time stood still as if something frozen was melting away. The woman's lips then spread to the sides, forming a shape which you could call a smile.
The woman stared at Subaru and said, "Master."
Subaru, wa? She uttered a word which he had never heard being said to him before, and emotions which seemed to come out of absolutely nowhere. Subaru turned to look behind him, in mute astonishment at her unexpected outburst. As expected, there was only Jen's figure there.
Then,
was Jen the aforementioned master? Subaru, did you come here to suddenly set up important character flags? Beatrice, I don't think it's that, I suppose.
Look at the facts, in fact.
Subaru drew nearer to Jen as Beatrice grew angrier, still in his arms. Even though her words were reasonable, Subaru doesn't turn his head around to her. Instead, he turned around to face the woman, still standing there as if nothing had happened, without having a clue what had been said. Subaru, wait, no, my bad, but perhaps you're mistaking me for someone else or something like that. MMMPH?
Master. I have already been waiting tilde.
In the middle of her words, the woman jumps emotionally and embraces him with her arms. Rather than receiving her tackle in full as she came barging in, he was pushed down. Letting out a shriek, "Mkya!" Beatrice fell from his back, onto the floor. The woman, bouncing in joy, doesn't detach herself from Subaru, who was darting his eyes back and forth in confusion. The woman swished her long ponytail about, and while hugging Subaru with unnatural strength, she kept repeating over and over with delight in her voice.
Master.
Master.
It has been so long. I missed you so much.
I thought that life was just me shooting those approaching here.
Subaru, wait. Wait. What? What are you talking about?
Shaula, it was cruel. Master ordered me, no?
You said to stop anyone from getting near to the shrine.
Well, as for how I handled it, that's a different matter, Buyuat. Subaru, no. I'm your master? What are you insinuating? He was pressed against her soft skin, but he had no time to enjoy that lucky lewd encounter.
Subaru desperately tried to escape from her clutches.
However, there's a saying that goes that women will always be women after all, and she doesn't let go of Subaru. As a result, Beatrice ended up being sandwiched between Subaru and the woman on the floor. Subaru, anyways, let go of me, you.
This is ridiculous. No way. There's absolutely no way.
As soon as you say that, you'll disappear again as soon as I lose sight of you. Master hasn't shined at all.
Subaru, I don't know what you're on about.
The stubborn woman clung to Subaru as if she had gone through some sort of trauma. Whilst he roughly pushed her face away, trying to keep her away, Subaru snapped back at her. Subaru, in the first place, who are you?
What's with all this?
Shaula, what are you even saying? I'm Shaula, the Star Keeper of the Pleiades Watchtower. I am Master's cute apprentice, Shaula. Subaru, I don't remember you whatsoever. A woman, called Shaula, whose name was supposed to be that of the sage of the tower. The great so-called sage in the Pleiades Watchtower could not be such a strange woman who doesn't know such thing. Subaru firmly objected to this idea. However, in this place where there was no such thing as progress, a sudden interruption came about.
That was
Emilia. Oh no. Oh no. When I woke up, Subaru wasn't there.
I need to hurry and tell everyone, we have to go look for him. Subaru, ah.
Having said that, a sleepy-looking Emilia jumped out of the dragon carriage's door. Exiting the carriage, she found Subaru and Shaula entwined with each other. Of course, Beatrice was there too. Her eyes widened as she saw the two. Subaru, Emilia, Tan.
It's great that you woke up. This is actually...
Emilia, hey. Subaru, that hurts? Emilia Tan, what was that kick for? Emilia, I really am not sure, but I was really upset there. With Emilia awake, the shouting and yelling continued for a while. Eventually, When Julius noticed the noise and joined up with them, the hard battle with the assumed sage of the Pleiades watchtower continued. Arc 6, Chapter 19, The Sage's Whereabouts.
Arc 6, Hall of Memories. Chapter 19, The Sage's Whereabouts.
At the unforeseen fight against heavy odds, spread out were the winds of the aftermath of the battle at the 6th floor of the Pleiades watchtower.
An enshrouding cloud of dust, the man and woman grappling with each other were covered in sweat and mud.
And, looking at those two with cold eyes, from every other direction. Subaru, what's with that look in your eyes? You're saying that I've
done something wrong? I've done nothing wrong, I've done nothing wrong.
Julius, Subaru, don't try to fool us so much. Ram, there are some good sides to him is what Ram thought, but in the end, Barusu is Barusu. Those were the comments made by the newly arrived Julius and Ram in regards to Subaru, who had been grabbed by Shaula.
Regardless,
Julius, we were fortunate to be able to reunite safe and sound.
It's also good news that you woke up, but the situation is difficult to comprehend unless you explain it with words. Subaru, I would if it was something I could explain. Shit. Let go. Shaula, no P tilde.
Seeing Shaula clinging to Subaru's arms, Julius, whose hand was at the grip of his sword, shrugged his shoulders.
He must have perceived that she didn't have any intentions of attacking them.
Even Subaru understood that point, but it was true that he was having a hard time trying to get her away. Subaru, don't just watch, help me get her off.
She has goddamn superhuman strength.
Ram, your lips are curving into a smile, Pavasu. Subaru, they're not, don't team up with her.
Don't take it at face value.
Emilia Tan, that hurts. I don't think it'll be too much of a help if you pull my hair. Emilia, I'm sorry.
I wasn't trying to help you, at all.
Subaru, you're apologizing for that?
The stubborn Shaula did not let go of Subaru's arm, and Emilia, with a somewhat blank expression, continued pulling Subaru's hair.
Aside from that, Beatrice, who got trapped between the jostling Subaru and Shaula, was turning her eyes in all directions, in a state of being crushed, saying Kiyu.
Anastasia, what's this? Even after all that trouble, seems it's all been changing into a pretty good mood.
Meili, what's Oni-san doing just after waking you P? I don't do well with noisiness, but I'm glad Oni-san woke up.
Having slowly come down the stairs, Anastasia and Meili had also joined up with them.
With this, all except Rem and Patrash, who were supposed to be undergoing their treatment, had gathered here.
It was all well and good that they'd been able to reunite, but at this rate they wouldn't be able to calm down and have a proper conversation.
Subaru, way. Everyone, calm down.
Let's talk.
Overworking his throat after just waking up, Subaru managed to get everyone to follow his lead, as he tried to take control of the situation.
With that being said, within the group sitting in a circle, Shaula kept latching onto Subaru's right arm, and on his left was Emilia, sitting Caesar style, at a distance enough to make him shiver.
And Beatrice was settled on his lap. It would be an extremely extravagant battle formation in the eyes of an outsider. Ram, repulsive. Subaru, did you even see the disaster a minute ago?
Does it look to you that I wanted this to happen to my right side? My bones hurt real bad. At this rate, my arm's gonna necrotis. Saying that to Ram, who'd spat those words out, Subaru looked at his constricted right arm. Being hugged by a half-naked girl would be a dream-like experience for many, but in reality, rather than experiencing the softness of her skin, the flesh of his arm that had been squeezed, and the pain of his joints that went to the limits had a scary effect on his bones and nerves.
Frankly speaking, they could have been torn off. Subaru, well then, before my arm gets torn off from its roots I would like to proceed with the conversation, but before that, first of all, everyone, thank goodness you're all right. Though it's scary that Patrash and Rem are unconfirmed. Beatrice, you're still being doubtful, I suppose.
It's all right, in fact.
Everyone is all right, I suppose. Julius, it is just as Beatrice Summer says, though your uneasiness and concern are justified.
You can properly visit them afterwards. As you'd expect, this time we were all scared to death.
Beatrice and Julius nodded at Subaru, who was delighted at their reunion. Julius, once again, put on a grim expression on his face, as if reflecting back upon the moment straight after they had been separated back at the Sand Sea. Julius, immediately after the space fissured, all of us, except for you, Anastasia Summer and Miss Ram, fell onto the other side into the flower garden of the witch beasts, you see. There, after many twists and turns, we arrived at the watchtower and were able to get shelter. Meili, Booty, Oni-san and the others weren't there, and since we knew they couldn't fight, we were worried. Julius traced Beatrice's earlier explanation, and Meili agreed as well, pouting.
Their uneasiness was only a matter of course as well.
When they had fallen into the underground area of the Sand Sea, Subaru and the rest had been outside and disappeared, which had made them worry, though that went for both sides. Meili, Oni-san really lost her composure.
We had a tough time when she snapped at that Sage-san.
Such that, when thinking back to it now, it sends shivers down my SPI knee. Emilia, hey, Meili.
You don't have to say all that.
At Meili's flirtatious glance unsuitable for her age, Emilia objected, her face going red. Her comments were no exaggeration, that could be easily understood by looking at Emilia, who was blushing all the way up to her ears.
Though imprudent, he was genuinely happy to see her worry for him.
Subaru, I see tilde, so Emilia Tan was worried. It looks like Biko was worried to the point of crying her eyes out as well. I'm such a lucky guy. Emilia, geez, Subaru, joking about again like that.
Also, Beatrice wouldn't have cried her eyes out. Just around half of that. Yeah, that's right.
Beatrice, if you want to look out for others then do it properly till the very end, in fact, you natural airhead. Emilia, dash. With the truth that she'd been driven to tears exposed, Beatrice pouted while Emilia remained clueless. Loosening his cheeks at that pleasant exchange, Subaru looked up at Julius. Subaru, if that's so, then you must have had gotten pretty worried too, isn't it? It's unfortunate I couldn't see that expression of yours.
Julius, of course, I was greatly agitated.
Regardless of you, because of Anastasia Summer and Miss Ram. It was regretful to lose the two frail ladies somewhere beyond reach.
Without showing you all my form of having a pale face and walking about in worry, currently I am only experiencing relief in my fragile spirit.
Subaru, why'd you make a conversation about you getting scared so graceful? Subaru twisted his lips at Julius, who was touching his bangs as if out of habit, with a bittersweet smile on his face. Without him putting up a strong front, and without even showing a weak side of his, it was an absolutely boring result. With that, Meili started laughing lightly at the exchange of the two. When they questioned her by merely gesturing through their eyes, she placed her braided hair against her mouth, and Meili, oh it's no Tiung, and she deceived them with a smile which seemingly held deep meaning.
Subaru, well, from this I get that everyone who got separated was worried for us.
Nobody is missing in the end, so it's something which we can look back on and smile now. Ram, only Barusu can be so boldly shameless. Even now, Ram's petite figure and soft heart is about to break apart with uneasiness and fear just by thinking about it. Subaru, is the Nei Summer who, among all the people I know, the one which seems to have the toughest heart, saying something? The truth is, amongst all of Subaru's acquaintances, Ram was the one who wielded the utmost mental strength. Her remarks seemed to be a silly joke as if a matter of course, but he ended up intently looking at Ram's face, who was sitting right in front of him. White skin with light crimson eyes. And of course well-ordered facial features, along with refreshing beauty. Beautiful facial features like a suspicious berry found in the valley of sweetness and elegance. No matter how you look at her, she was the same Ram as always. Ram, put an end to that unpleasant gaze.
Looking so intently, what do you want? Subaru, well, I was just thinking that you're really Ram.
Ram, this is totally hopeless now, isn't it? Subaru, stop making judgments without any proper subjects.
Not that, I mean.
Subaru replied in a flummoxed manner back at Ram, who'd cut off and cast aside Subaru's words. The incident that had occurred just before he had lost his consciousness in the underground area came up in his mind. Ram had protected Subaru with her injured body by standing in front of the centaur. Her delicate figure seen from the back, which had been peppered with wounds, had faced that formidable enemy without any prospects of victory.
Back then, he felt the terror of losing her, seeing her figure that showed no fear of being wounded, and now, both of them had made it back alive safely. He'd realized that fact by talking with the usually fearless her.
Subaru, sure enough, there's still this sense of distance between us.
It did get strangely loathsome and worse, but when I think back on it, that too was, no, that still shouldn't be a good memory to reflect back on.
Ram, I don't understand what you're trying to grumble out.
Spit it all out. Like a man.
Subaru, I'm glad we're both safe is what I mean.
And in the end, for having protected and saved me. Ram, that was a waste of time.
Subaru, how can you say that?
Even though he'd honestly expressed his gratitude, it meant absolutely zilch to her.
Following that, Emilia let out a stifled giggle seeing Subaru get miffed like that.
Emilia, it's okay, Subaru. It's just because Ram's a little embarrassed.
Subaru, nay, Summer's embarrassed? Wouldn't the heavens and earth switching places be more believable? Emilia, and not really. Perhaps it's because you kept hugging Ram till she woke up, so she's like to be embarrassed.
Even when separated, 'twas rough.
Ram, Emilia Summer. Emilia had secretly whispered that into his ear, but Ram had reacted angrily to her words. She raised her eyes up unusually in anger as if she'd read Emilia's lips or something. Ram, I think it would be better that you didn't judge things using your own criteria. Because I don't think I want to work for a dunderhead who doesn't understand people's feelings. Emilia, when you say dunderhead, you aren't referring to me, right?
Ram, I'm not.
Emilia Summer, you do properly think about people's feelings. If there's anyone who's got nothing to do with being a dunderhead, it would be you. It'd be so ridiculous of me to say otherwise. Emilia, I see. Wait up, let me think for a bit. Emilia began to brood in earnest thought at what Ram had said, whose words had been plastered with great sarcasm. Meanwhile, Ram glared at Subaru with a glint in her eye as sharp as a blade, and then stirred her lips into speech, saying, "Forget this." Subaru reflexively nodded at her threatening attitude.
When he'd woken up, he remembered that there'd been the traces of someone who'd been lying on the bed together with him.
He'd thought for sure it had been Beatrice, but it seemed like according to what she'd said now, it. Subaru, oh, I've forgotten it. I said I've forgotten it. Ram, good.
You're not a dunderhead.
Emilia Summer.
Let's leave it here.
Emilia, has it come to Ram gradually becoming more outspoken about me? Emilia looked at her with reproach, but Ram turned her aside with a look of feigned ignorance. In any case, Subaru turned his eyes away from Ram, who seemed like she didn't want to touch on this subject anymore, and looked towards the last of his companions, at Anastasia. She sat beside Julius, fiddling with her pon-pons that adorned her hat as usual. But, when she noticed Subaru's gaze, she gave him a graceful smile. Anastasia, so you're done talkin'? Natsuki-kun, I thought you'd forgotten about me. Subaru, I hope you can forgive me for my ego in prioritizing my own.
I'm glad that you're safe too.
Speaking of the last battle in the underground area, I haven't got a clue about what happened after. Anastasia, are you going to make me remember those scary thoughts where I too was thrown down into that pitch-black darkness? Natsuki-kun and Ram-san, and Patrash-chan were fighting their damnedest, so the witch beast was ignoring me. I wasn't of any use there, but I was going to be of use for the negotiations. Subaru, negotiations? Anastasia, with the sage-san who helped us, you know. Anastasia pointed at Shaola, who was still nestling her face against Subaru's right arm. When he heard negotiations with this, Subaru frowned, but Anastasia gave him a wry smile. Anastasia, no, we're also quite confused. 'Cause, She wouldn't answer anything till only a few minutes ago regardless of me pushin' and pullin' her, but with you Natsuki-kun, she's madly in love. Subaru, she wouldn't speak with you?
This thing? Shaola, it's not this thing, it's Shaola.
Master.
Subaru, shut up.
Subaru responded dejectedly at Shaola getting miffed, and Anastasia shrugging her shoulders. Certainly, when he only looked at the situation, she had barely said a single word to Anastasia and the rest. However, she'd been nattering away at Subaru.
So in reality, just about everything of this situation was unexpected.
Subaru, when someone suddenly nestles over to you with 100 favorability, even if they happen to be a beautiful woman, this one's favorability is 0, so it isn't something worth me getting perplexed over. Shaola, dash. Just now, did you say that I'm a beautiful woman? Subaru, you sure have sharp ears when it suits you, hey. Once again, Subaru tried to push Shaola's head off with his empty left hand. However, the more he struggled to do that, the more Shaola's strength increased, eventually leading Subaru to give in. In the end, the out-of-breath Subaru shook his head, saying, "It can't be helped with Shaola still clinging to his right arm. Subaru, for now, let's put off all these trivial matters and talk about what should be talked about."
I don't want us to keep going around and around in circles with a lack of explanation. I want you to tell us about various things.
Shaola, Suwu thing, if it's something Master has to say, then let's hop to it.
Julius, indeed, your collaboration is a great help.
So, I wish to ask about this.
You are the sage who retired to this Pleiades watchtower. Is my understanding correct?
Shaola, turning away SFX.
Subaru, answer him. Didn't you just say you'd talk? Quite in contrast to her friendly smile, Shaola turned her face away sharply from Julius' question.
Straight after Subaru got pissed off at her poor attitude, Shaola turned her pouting face towards him. Shaola, my, what happened, Master? Master, didn't you hammer it into me not to tell, speak or say anything unnecessary to anyone no matter what they ask?
I'm just loyally abiding by what you told me. I can't believe you're angry. I'm gonna file a case against you. Subaru, your master is absolutely awful.
Shaola, yeah. Master Suwatch an awful person.
I should demand an apology from him, and for him to deeply reflect on himself.
Subaru, so, calling people master as you please is just. Emilia Tan, what's with those eyes? Emilia had narrowed her round eyes at Subaru and Shaola's strange spiel. Subaru braced himself in case it was another inexplicable outburst, but Emilia continued by saying, well. Emilia, it may not really be a big deal, but.
How can I explain it?
Isn't the way you both talk quite similar? Subaru, does it look like I'm talking with such a chavish tone? Emilia, that's not what I mean, the expressions you both use is what I meant. You see, you always joke about even during serious conversations, right?
That's the feeling I'm getting.
Subaru, you think of me like that? Subaru was horrified by that completely unexpected evaluation of hers, but Emilia paid no heed to him.
On the contrary.
Julius, surely now that you mention it. Ram, Barusu's typical conversational ability?
There's trouble lying in wait ahead, then.
Meili, but I really like Oni-san's way of talking? Anastasia, though, everyone's got some manner that sits heavy on your stomach, don't you think? Subaru's mouth gaped wide open as everyone appended their own evaluations on top of each other. However, a little girl had furiously lost her temper in Subaru's stead, and that girl had been Beatrice. Beatrice, really, don't go saying just whatever you feel like, I suppose. Not only are all of you acting way too familiar with Subaru, you're also acting far too clingy ever since a while ago, in fact. How hard you think this is for Betty, despite taking Subaru's hand, I suppose.
It's unfair, in fact. The topic had changed quite a bit midway, but Beatrice's had a gleeful disposition to her.
However, Shaola turned Beatrice's protests aside, with a look on her face that a beautiful girl shouldn't be making.
Beatrice's already lacking amount of patience reached its limit, when she saw Shaola's complete lack of concern completely expressed on merely her face.
However, before that, Subaru's karate chop hit Shaola square on her forehead. Subaru, that's enough.
Shaola, ow.
Though it doesn't actually hurt, isn't that abuse?
It is abuse. Master used violence against me. I'll be seeing you in court.
Subaru, pipe down. You can speak with other people properly from now on. Or this talk will go nowhere. Shaola, would that be okay?
Subaru, yes it would. Rather, I recommend it. It's about time for you to start speaking seriously.
Shaola's face turned to one of complete surprise towards the frowning Subaru's complaints. And then, little by little, her facial expression changed, first surprise, then comprehension, then assent, and finally deep gratitude.
Then, she said.
Shaola, you pee. Yai tilde. I got permission to talk. Now I don't have to play the act of the deeply mysterious femme fatale anymore tilde. Hip, hip, hooray.
Subaru, now not even a fragment of it is left behind when it comes to that factor.
Her face was lit up in a deep smile. If she had a tail, she'd probably be wagging it around in full swing. Though as a matter of fact, Shaola's ponytail was swinging about in delight as she still held on tightly onto his arm, with her ponytail smacking against his forehead, his cheeks, and God knows what else repeatedly. Subaru, so, it's okay to say that you're the sage from the rumors, right? The racket had died down for a bit, and finally, they'd truly reached the discourse that they should have undertaken before said racket. Shaola, who'd let go of Subaru's right arm, was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the group, now sat in a circle, surrounding her. Incidentally, his right arm had become numb, and he couldn't raise it.
Nor would it move.
Shaola, dash.
Subaru, answer me. You're the sage, right? Shaola, whom the answer to that question is difficult. Having been greeted with silence to his question, Subaru had once again repeated the same query.
Following that, Shaola replied vaguely, putting on a sour expression as if she'd ate a pickled plum. Subaru frowned on receiving that answer, revealing his bewilderment. However, it was Emilia who raised her hand up, in place of him.
She spoke out, prefacing her words with, in which case.
Emilia, setting aside whether you're the sage. The one they say guarded the sand dunes all this time inside of this tower would be you, right? Shaola, that's me for sure. For 400 years, every single day forever and ever guarding the midst of this sand, and each barren day I've spent would be something that would make both the one reciting it, and the one hearing it cry. Emilia, poor thing, tch. Subaru, Emilia Tan, don't get affected by it.
And you as well, don't go exchanging unnecessary feelings.
The empathetic Emilia's eyes teared over at Shaola, who gave her response as she shook her fist. As he calmed Emilia down, Subaru, based off Shaola's current answer, exchanged looks with Julius. Julius gave a nod at that exchange of looks, and took charge of the conversation, speaking out so. Julius, would I be right in recognizing you as having bore the burden of working as a sage for 400 years, as is typically well known?
Shaola Summer.
Shaola, you're making me blush, attaching stuff like summer.
I'm not used to it, so you can address me without using any honorifics like normal.
Using Shaola Summer, day.
Julius, then, I shall correct myself.
Surely the one that is typically known as the sage is you? Shaola. Shaola, wheel, I'm not so sure about that.
Even if that's what's typically said, I don't ever leave the tower, so I don't know anything about rumors from the outside.
It feels unexpectedly strange, doesn't it?
Like him being called a sage.
Shaola's facial expression, which had been completely at ease, completely changed to one tinged in thoughtfulness, and the atmosphere did too. Julius also narrowed his eyes, facing the depth of her gaze which seemed like it was searching for that. Her current remark wasn't the kind which you could ignore, even if you weren't Julius. Because, what if Shaola's words were the truth? Julius, if you aren't the sage, then it'd turn out that the legend of the sage Shaola is a completely incorrect rumor.
Or, Is it saying that there's a Shaola who's considered to be a sage besides you?
Shaola, the sage Shaola from those rumors is someone I'm not aware of, but, as far as I know, there's no acquaintance of mine named Shaola other than me. I was given this name from Master as well, so Master must have given it just to me, but. Shaola's gaze had fleetingly turned towards Subaru, but Subaru hadn't ever named anyone Shaola in the first place, nothing nor nobody.
However, it was a fact that there was a certain ring to the name, Shaola.
Shaola too was the name of a star, it was the star name that formed Scorpius, and its meaning was the stinger. Naturally, his thoughts extended to the true colors behind the white rays of light which had been fired from the watchtower. However, when it came to getting that information out he wouldn't mind postponing it until later. Right now, what had to take priority was a different issue. Shaola, since Master seems like he has no clue, Shaola is just my name of course.
Master gave that name just to me. There's no need for any other Shaolas.
Julius, I see.
You seem to be really fond of that Master.
Must have been a sinful guy, huh?
Subaru, quit looking at me when saying that. Those are false accusations.
Innocence presumed. Ram, guilty as proven, that's what I think. Subaru, don't you take pride in being a lawful nation? Setting aside the interruption, he couldn't catch any glimpses of there being a lie in what Shaola was saying. If that was the case, then was she different to the one from the legends? Suddenly, Anastasia started to rummage through her chest pocket, without any consideration for the individuals conversing with each other. Then, lo and behold, she pulled some coins out from her purse for some reason or other.
Subaru, don't tell me. You're suddenly counting your money?
Anastasia, even though it's my hobby, and feelin' my change makes me work better when I'm deep in thought.
That ain't my intention. Here you go, you'll get what I mean when you properly see the coins of the kingdom.
Saying that, Anastasia tossed the coins on her palm over at the befuddled Subaru. He hurriedly caught them. What she'd thrown over to him were 4 coins, a copper coin, a silver coin, a gold coin and a holy gold coin.
There was probably no way that it could be something like a bribe for Shaola, or an alternative of a tip.
Making sure to check the coins as she had told him to, Subaru noticed the designs engraved into them. He hadn't really taken a good look at their money up until now, but Subaru, so it's common just about everywhere to engrave pictures and designs and stuff on money.
How strange.
Anastasia, I don't see what's strange about it.
We've got to know from where the money comes from. Besides, it's 'cause money always comes with the history of its country. That's why stuff that's intrinsic to the country's history is engraved on it.
Subaru, Subaru turned his attention to the engravings on the coins whilst he listened to Anastasia's explanation. And when he looked closely, I see, the coins each have different designs engraved on them. Emilia, the holy gold coins have the divine dragon, the gold coins have the first-generation sword saint, the silver coins have the sage and the copper coins have Lugnika's royal castle on them.
Didn't you know?
Subaru, Emilia Tan is speaking like a super-learned character with what she's saying. Emilia, or more so, it's obvious stuff I'd say.
Were you so unaware when you were shopping that you never looked at the money properly?
Subaru whistled innocently, covering his tracks, at Emilia's painful inquiry. And just after he checked them as he did that, the engravings on the money were exactly as she'd seemed to explain them. A dragon was engraved on the holy gold coin, a man with a sharp look was engraved on the gold coin, the royal castle was engraved on the copper coin, and finally, engraved on the silver coin was a Subaru, a young, handsome dude, I guess.
They don't bear the slightest resemblance to Shaola.
Beatrice, but the guy on this drawing is what appears as Shaola to the world. In fact, a handsome man with long hair and intrepid features was carved there on the coin. Naturally, even if you were to try and change the angle of it, it seemed unlikely that they'd be mistaken as a half-naked hottie of a woman.
Shaola herself was pestering him with a "let me see," so he handed the coin over to her. When he did so, she gazed at the silver coin close up, and said,
Shaola, rather well made, huh?
It looks exactly like Master.
Subaru, where are you seeing that?
Ah, no, if the sage that's engraved there is your master, then what do you mean by me resembling the master inside your memories? Shaola, geez, what are you talking about? My master is the only master.
Subaru, so, let me restate myself once again.
Where are you seeing that? He cleared his throat, and shouted at the top of his lungs at Shaola, who was comparing him with the design that was engraved on the silver coin.
Even if they differed in hairdo, their expression and in the first place even their race seemed to be different.
The thing they matched in was their gender, it seemed. Were he to judge it only by the category of having a good-looking face, then Julius would be much closer than Subaru was to it.
TL note, I know a lot of you will see the word race and think, Flugel may not be human? Deep lore? Well, let me clarify that I mean race simply as like Asian, black, white, etc. However, Shaola looked at him with dissatisfaction, saying to Subaru's opinion. Shaola, looks fairly accurate from what I can see. You have hair, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and a nose and mouth. Subaru, that sort of level? Aren't you complimenting it like a preschooler's portrait? Emilia, I guess that I too still don't think that Subaru and this sage resemble each other. Though Shaola had grown sulky, Subaru's verdict, and of course, Emilia's came out.
Their verdicts were reasonable. However, still didn't look convinced. Shaola, it's because I'm not very good at comparing people's faces.
Men and women are just about different, but after that, isn't stuff roughly the same? After that, it'd come down to size, wouldn't it? Beatrice, she looked at Betty right now and came out with that, I suppose, this woman.
Subaru, it's okay, since Speaker being cute and small is unique.
Putting that aside, you have such a sense of telling beauty and yet you call me, out of all people, your master. You're mistaking me completely for someone else.
Taking advantage of Shaola's excuse, Subaru shook off some of the dishonor he'd accrued so far from the false accusations.
It had been a ridiculous suggestion in the first place.
Of course, he didn't even need to consider it. Subaru had nothing in common with Shaola, and that was a relief.
Or so he thought, but Shaola shook her head at that, and said, Shaola,
me having found master wasn't a question about appearance, so there's no issue with that. Subaru, not about appearance, you say, then how did you find out? By aura? Shaola, your smell. Subaru, Shaola, well no, I mean, I can't think of anyone except master who'd let such a dark, pungent smell, to the point that my nose seems to scrunch up, hang off from them. Subaru, honestly, that the first time I've had my feelings hurt like that.
What, am I that bad? When that keyword, smell, had come out, Subaru had readied himself up for just a moment. However, his readiness was shattered in one blow by Shaola's choice of words straight after.
Shaola had a mystified look to her set towards Subaru, whose face had turned red at her unexpected evaluation.
Shaola, why did you get mad? Is it because I said pungent? It's fine.
Master's smell is really bad, but it's the type of smell I want to keep smelling and smelling. It's that of the unusual cooking variety, not the sort that makes you spew, so it's cool. Subaru, girls don't say spew and it's cool together.
You didn't need to follow it up after that.
Subaru covered his face with his palm, about to break down crying on the spot, feeling rather ashamed.
Subaru, ugh.
I thought I'd just about gotten used to people saying that, but being humiliated like this is far too much.
What did I ever do to you?
Emilia, it's okay, Subaru.
I perfectly understand.
So, shall we bathe properly afterwards? Subaru, perfectly understand it my ass.
The anguishedly, dented Subaru had become useless.
Beatrice let out a sigh as she looked at Emilia consoling him from the side. And then, she grabbed a hold of Subaru's underarm, and leaned her weight on his back. Beatrice, I understand the reason why you mistook Subaru as a complete stranger, I suppose.
Shaola, I haven't mistook him.
You sure are impertinent for a lil ankle biter, aren't ya? Beatrice, sorry, but that lil ankle biter is your precious master's partner, in fact. Oops, you mistook him for someone else, so he isn't actually your master or anything.
Pardon me, in fact.
Shaula, Beatrice, Silently, sparks from their gazes flew up between Beatrice and Shaula. The subject of their talk had ended up completely scattered all over the place, but even if they tried to get it back on track, the people they had who'd put the conversation back on course were too few.
Given the situation, the face of common sense would get the short end of that stick.
Ram, Beatrice Summer, let's leave the strife until after we're done. After our important discussion, you'll be free to decide who owns Barusu. Beatrice, Subaru isn't owned by anyone, I suppose.
That is the point, in fact.
Ram, yeah.
Ram let herself take in Beatrice's anger whilst her eyes filled with shock. And after she replied, Ram narrowed her eyes and called out to Shaula, who was still looking at Beatrice with a thorny look in her eyes.
Ram, in any case, if you could speak to us, then that would be a godsend. Up until now, you couldn't go along with having a serious conversation with us, but don't you think now would be okay to do so? Shaula, I have master's permission, so that would be okay. Saying that though, even him not so nice as to answer absolutely everything.
Or rather, I should say I don't know that much stuff.
Ram, merely that answers makes it clear to me that you being called the sage is a mistake. Proudly puffing out her ample chest, Shaula unabashedly declared her ignorance all the more.
Ram puffed out her small chest as if she were rivaling Shaula's.
She snorted her nose, showing an air of superiority more than anyone else here. Ram, you're Shaula, but not the sage.
Then, I wonder, do the Sword Saint and Divine Dragon ring a bell?
Shaula, Sword Saiyan and Divine Dragon? Ram, their names are Reed and Volcanica. Shaula, you woo. Shaula stuck her tongue out at Ram's question with a face that looked like she'd chewed something sour. It was easy enough to understand from her response that both of those names rang a bell. When Ram silently urged that knowledge out of her, Shaula rocked her body from left to right, still sat cross-legged, and said, Shaula, I know them.
The stick swinger Reed, and the cynic Volcanica are old friends of mine.
I haven't at all seen them since we parted, but they must be doing great, right? Ram, one of them.
Reed is dead, a long time ago.
Shaula, seriously?
He's dead, even though he was a guy who was nigh unkillable? How did he die? Did he eat something strange?
Ram, his lifespan.
No one can go against the decree of the heavens above. Shaula, his lifespan. Ah, I see. That's right.
Reed was a human being, wasn't he?
Having been told about the death of her acquaintance, Shaula had cast her eyes down with a solemn attitude to her.
She seemed somewhat sad, having dropped her shoulders, drooping down in dejection all over all the way to her ponytail.
Regardless of what she'd been saying and her behavior up until now, her figure mourning her friend's death was neutrally a sad thing.
Whilst he finally regained his footing, Subaru too felt something panging inside his chest when he looked at Shaula's face from the side. Shaula, so, Volcanica is doing well?
Subaru, it's because they're a dragon. Shaula, a dragon, ha. Though, it would have been better if Volcanica had died rather than Reed.
Subaru, those words seem to be way too much, hey. Having shown only a mere touch of sadness, Shaula quickly went back to herself. Her face had gone clear, as she bitterly spoke about her other acquaintance. To that, Ram closed one of her eyes in thought, and said, Ram, you remember Reed and Volcanica. In that case, you should know your master's name, right? Shaula,
Subaru and the others all held their breaths on hearing Ram's question. Only the questioned Shaula's face remained blank, replying with an obviously.
Ram's question was indeed quite effective at unraveling the mystery of the sage. The sage equals Shaula system had collapsed now, so if there was someone who had accomplished the deeds required to be called a sage other than her, naturally, they would need to meet that individual. Shaula mistook Subaru as that individual for some reason, but a name probably wasn't something which could be falsified. Subaru prayed that a miracle where a sage with the name Natsuki Subaru wouldn't come out of her here.
And his prayer would be fulfilled, in a strange way which he couldn't possibly imagine. Shaola, that's weird that Master's name is on your mind.
Considering he's right there, and though all of you are Master's companions, you don't know it? Ram, I'm sorry, but your master hit his head on the toilet bowl, and forgot a bunch of stuff. Subaru, is there a meaning behind having restricted it to toilets?
Shaola, Master, you did it again.
Subaru, again? With Shaola looking at him sympathetically, Subaru tasted humiliation which he shouldn't have received.
However, she hopped up as if she'd understood that reply, and said, Shaola, then you'll hear it from me.
Master's name. That's right, even that name is that of the famed great erudite. Certainly being called something like a sage is only befitting of Master.
Subaru, get to the point.
Shaola, you're so impatient, but that too is like Master. Shaola gave off a gaudy gesture which contained irritation, but she stuck her tongue out with a pouty face at Subaru's demand, and then she placed her finger on her cheek, and said with an awfully childish gesture,
Shaola, Flugel.
Subaru, huh?
Shaola, Master's name is Flugel. The great erudite Flugel, Shaola's master.
TL note, erudite?
Don't you mean sage?
So this was a difficult decision, but the term that is typically translated as sage is. Shaola however uses the term, which is actually the same term used in the title of the Council of Elders or Council of Sages. It's sometimes translated as. I'm going to translate it as erudite from now on, because elder might give the false impression that Flugel was an old geezer, when in fact the word just refers to someone who is wise, whilst giving it a less roll-y feel to it. Shaola's whole face lit up into a smile and she delightfully puffed out her chest the moment she spoke those words. There was no shadow of a doubt that Shaola was putting deep love, gratitude and pure respect into that, and held reverence and affection towards Flugel. However, Subaru and the others' reactions varied in respect to that name.
At any rate, he knew that name.
Subaru, isn't that the name of the person who planted the tree? Saying that, Subaru craned his neck at hearing the name of that historical figure whose fates had crossed only once before. Arc 6, Chapter 20, Shaola does not equal sage equals Flugel.
The eminent great erudite Flugel.
As soon as Shaola had mentioned his name with a proud puff of her ample chest as she gave them an open-looking smile, Subaru and the others had exchanged looks with each other, wrapped up by an uncomfortable feeling in the air.
Shaola, huh? What's up with that response?
Did I say something weird? Subaru, no, it's because, what the? Shaola widened her eyes blankly on hearing Subaru and the others' dismal response.
He felt bad for her, who was the very picture of confidence, as if to say that there was nothing mysterious to her words.
However, the emotions that Subaru and the others harbored towards the name of that Flugel were rather complex.
The great erudite Flugel.
Though the title she'd given him was unfortunately different, Subaru was familiar with that name.
It was the name of that individual whom he'd crossed fates with just once ever since he'd been summoned into this different world.
However, he didn't have any acquaintanceship with that individual, he only had a one-sided debt with him. In any case, the reason he knew his name was down to the fact that he'd had an experience where his life had been saved thanks to that individual's deed. Subaru, Flugel's great tree, that Flugel-san, right? Everyone except Shaola gave a curt nod at the keyword that slipped out from Subaru's mouth. Although, Meili had inclined her head in doubt as if she didn't know, saying, "What's that?" Meili, I've never heard that term before. Great tree, does it just mean tree? TL note, right, is of course Flugel's tree or more accurately Flugel's great tree when translated in English in the anime/other translations, but because of Meili's confusion, this passage may not make complete sense.
So I will just explain it here.
Meili doesn't understand the term, and because of the anime/other TLs always using tree, I can't really just change it to Subaru saying it in Latin, or something. So when you read that passage, keep in mind that it's like as if Subaru was using a very fancy word Japanese that your average lowly wouldn't understand.
Also, a very interesting point about that word, which is read as, it shares a homophone with the word, which means great scholar/erudite.
I am too lazy to look into the etymology of how these words originated, but I think this double meaning is important.
Subaru, yeah.
Right, there's a damn huge tree that grew on the Liefhaus Plains in the kingdom of Ludnica, and it was called Flugel's Great Tree. It's so huge that it's said that it may have almost reached past the clouds. It was something that could really tickle at your male instincts. Male, he, I say.
When you say it like that, I'd very much like to see it.
Subaru, sorry.
About that, I cut it down.
Meili, only I san so mean. He'd ended up swiftly shattering Meili's wish, and as a result, treated as something less than human. Strictly speaking, cutting down the tree hadn't been Subaru's responsibility. However, it had been Subaru who'd proposed cutting it down and using it, so when it came to talking about who was the most responsible, Subaru was the one. Flugel's Great Tree had ended up being his trump card a year ago during the battle to subjugate the white whale. The Great Tree's existence had been cardinally important in subjugating that witch beast of fog, the white whale, considering that the tree was larger in size than that colossal beast. In the end, he could say that they'd cut down the Great Tree, pinned the white whale underneath it so it couldn't move, and finally delivered to it its finishing blow. Subaru, I do feel bad for Flugel-san, who they say planted it, but
in no shape or form did I ever think I'd hear his name in a place like this.
Emilia, it's the spot where you can see the stump where the negotiations that followed the subjugation of the white whale took place, right? I've heard that they used the chopped tree for various stuff, though. Julius, at the present, only the stump is left there known as the vestiges of Flugel's Great Tree. It's in a status quo where it's protected as an important historical landmark, but after several 100s of years, it ought to go back to how it was before, one should think. Emilia and Julius replied about what had happened after following Subaru's wonderment. Straight after the subjugation of the white whale, they'd subjugated Sloth as well, and the attack of the Sin archbishops that had dragged Crush and Rem into it had overlapped with that. And to make matters worse, straight after he'd joined back up with the Emilia camp, there had been that commotion that he'd ended up right in the middle of in the sanctuary. However, after all these unfortunate series of events, the spoils of war negotiations had taken place. There, a discussion regarding the great deeds against the white whale and Sloth had been the pièce de résistance, but naturally they'd also ended up discussing compensation for the damage they'd incurred. One of the matters they discussed was Flugel's Great Tree, namely taking care of the remaining stump and effective uses of the felled tree itself. Incidentally, they deemed the white whale as having no practical use, so its huge carcass had been cleaved up by a bunch of people and incinerated.
Only its skull had been presented to the royal castle as evidence of its subjugation. In any case, setting aside the great tree's treatment, and moving back to the more crucial Flugel-san.
Subaru, come to think on it, I've definitely heard him referred to as the sage Flugel. Beatrice, but he's a sage who no one really knows what he's done, in fact. So, speaking of strange to begin with, it's strange that he's being treated as a sage, I suppose. Ram, when you consider his achievements alone, it's true that his accomplishments pale in comparison to the title of sage.
Perhaps he liked to toot his horn too much on his achievements.
A guy just like Barusu, eh? Subaru, when have I ever exaggerated my achievements? Subaru grew rather sullen at having received that unexpected evaluation.
However, Ram's face remained nonchalant.
And whilst listening to that exchange, Anastasia spoke out with an, I see.
She was the only one whose face showed some understanding.
Anastasia, certainly, from what the story that circulates Arun says, Flugel-san may be lacking in being called a sage, but I wonder if things ended up being like what I suspect now that Shaola-san, who's been treated as the real sage, turned out to be a person like this. Emilia, what do you mean by things ended up being like what you suspect?
Anastasia, the achievements that are circulated are the opposite.
No, that ain't right, I suppose.
They're weighted tar one side, rather than being the opposite.
I reckon it may be very likely that they were more or less pushed onto her on purpose. Emilia, so, In other words, you mean that it was made to look like Shaola-san did those things that Flugel-san actually did? Emilia opened her eyes in surprise as she heard Anastasia's hypothesis. After Anastasia nodded at her understanding, she turned around to face Shaola once again. Anastasia, I've got my suspicions about this, but Shaola-san, what do you think? I wonder, was your master the sort to try and do these sorts of things, Shaola-san? Shaola, yeah Tilda, though I don't quite understand this difficult talk. Subaru, you better not be. Shaola, no.
You're jumping to conclusions. Let me continue properly with what I was going to say.
Right after Subaru narrowed his eyes at her vague reply, Shaola shook her head as if in fright. And then, she lifted both of her hands up and as she nonsensically blinked her palms open and closed, she said, Shaola, if I'm being honest, there's much that I don't understand about Master's thinking, but, when it comes to Master, he was a person who didn't really like to stand out. So, I think it's quite like Master to aim the brunt of the annoying gossip onto me and run away. Subaru, I don't think a person who didn't want to stand out would have planted a tree called the Flugel's Great Tree, though. Julius, Subaru, you've got the wrong idea.
It's not like Flugel's great tree was a great tree from the moment it was planted.
Many months and years passed by, until finally it attained its majestic appearance from its growth into full bloom. Given that the name of the person who planted it was left behind, it's not that strange that future generations began to call it like that.
Subaru, I don't even know what to say to that.
Subaru's face grew sour as he comprehended Julius' explanation. Indeed, back then, it would have been one of many, but after many long years, it had ended up growing into a magnificent great tree. They'd probably wanted to give it a name, and when they came to do so, they'd gone with the, then, let's name it after the person who planted it option.
That felt like what would have been natural.
If that was the case, then he felt like it had been an oversight of Flugel's to have left his name behind. Subaru, if he feels like hiding, then I feel like he should have avoided leaving the name Flugel behind in the first place.
Isn't there something missing here?
Julius, I read this in a book, but if I'm not mistaken, the reason why we know Flugel-san's name is because Flugel was carved onto that great tree, right?
Subaru, as if there's something missing. He's like a student on a field trip?
Subaru was taken aback by this episode where it seemed like he had craved the limelight more than expected. He recalled that he'd wanted to do something similar back when he'd been standing next to the great tree, however when it came to him actually putting that into motion, well, that was another story.
When Flugel would have carved it in, the great tree still shouldn't have been a great tree in the first place.
Julius, that name stood alone, and thus, the sage Flugel ended up being passed down in legend as an enigmatic historical figure that has next to no information about him other than having planted the tree. Subaru, so, isn't the belief that Flugel was the one who planted the tree unclear too?
Julius, with that, time passed, and it was verified as being correct from the mouth of a different sage. Now that I think about it. We're standing in a place which is chock full of missing history. Doesn't it make your heart leap just a little?
Subaru, don't start talking as if you're a history otaku. Being acquainted with obscure historical facts from several centuries, Julius was deeply moved. Julius had the tendency to speak too much when explaining things regarding magic rather than him having deep insight into it, however perhaps he did have a knowledgeable otaku side to him here. Emilia, but, even though I get that the sage of antiquity was actually Flugel in reality, this still doesn't change much, right? When their opinions came to match each other in regards to Flugel doing that, Emilia diffidently glanced over everyone's faces.
Receiving her gaze, Subaru nodded his head in agreement.
As Emilia said, the fact that it had actually been Flugel who'd really been behind the legendary exploits of the past didn't hold much meaning for them at the present.
No, that wasn't true at all.
Subaru, nope, Emilia-tan.
This fact is a pretty big problem.
Emilia, huh? Subaru, I mean, shouldn't it be? Our purpose from the start was to come here to hear various things from the famed Sage San who is said to be omniscient. But, since the Sage San from the rumors has turned out to be a different person, and all he's left behind is this obviously airheaded girl, Shaola, Master Tilda, I want you to not shake my head.
You're making it go clatter clatter. Shaola gave off that reaction, full of jest, as he shook her shoulders.
If he put it without mincing his words, she was far off being omniscient by any stretch of the imagination. Subaru, to start with, our original purpose can't be fulfilled. If the sage isn't here, then it means we came all the way here for nothing. Everyone, Emilia and the others kept their mouths shut at Subaru's conclusion. Subaru gritted his back teeth at his own conclusion whilst he looked at everyone's reactions. Over a month had passed, and Subaru had already died 4 times. Only a guardsman who was a sage in name only had been left behind in the Pleiades watchtower, which they'd surmounted so much hardship to get to.
They wouldn't be able to bring back any results due to this. The reality of history, the true state of the sage. Those things weren't of any value to him.
Since Subaru only desired for a way to save the people important to him. Subaru, Shaola.
This may be a long shot, but just tell me this. Your master.
The one who should be the real sage, Flugel, where is he?
Shaola, right now, if I were to answer with.
Right in front of my eyes, I get the feeling you'd be mad at me. But, I gotta answer it. The one right in front of my eyes is my master, Flugel. Subaru, I thought you'd say that. Subaru could merely sigh at Shaola's undiscouraged response. In fact, Subaru's current feelings were similar to that of a barren wasteland, overwhelming any urge he had in wanting to burst out in anger at the upbeat Shaola.
Their circumstances were such that they could say their leads had come to nothing.
The glimmer of hope which had been the sage had blinked out, and it looked like things would just go back to them fumbling around blindly. However, the subsequent darkness that came after they had seen a dazzling glimmer once in the dark had a different weight to it. Hope gave people the strength to step forward, but perhaps the dark when hope covered it was something which dyed people's vision in black, rather than always being in the darkness. Either way, for Subaru it meant that. Emilia, Subaru, listen. It may surely be like that, but in truth it doesn't mean that we're at an impasse. Subaru, huh? Emilia placed her hand on Subaru's shoulder and spoke out to him from the side of his face, which had been drooping down gloomily. Turning his face to look at her, he saw that Emilia's amethyst eyes were full of unwavering hope. Giving Subaru a short nod whilst she still touched his shoulder, Emilia continued speaking, saying, "Isn't that right?"
To Shaola.
Emilia, although you'd barely spoken anything to us until a little while ago, the current you should be able to speak to us in quite a bit more detail, right?
Shaola, sure thing.
I dislike it when Master's feeling down toe, but also I was all alone for such a long time, so I'd love to chat. Shaola replied to Emilia's meaningful questioning with a genial look to her, keeping her attitude unchanged. She sat cross-legged, swaying back and forth, then, she moved her right hand up, and pointed it up overhead. Shaola, I said a bit of this to the others, but we're on the bottommost floor of the tower here. This is the 6th floor, Asterope. As you go up, there's the 5th floor Salino, then the 4th floor Alcyone, and at the tippy top there's the 1st floor Maya. Subaru, you named each of the floors? Wasn't that a hassle? Shaola, didn't you name them, Master? Subaru, I ain't got such bad taste, but I don't want to talk about that right now. So? There was hope in Emilia's eyes, and Subaru's mood grew in impatience at the flow of Shaola's conversation that promoted that. Shaola broke into a delighted smile as if she'd perceived that change in his expression. Still pointing up above, she stuck out her other hand, her left hand, and showed him her 5 fingers. Shaola, the 5th floor Salino is straight above. On that floor you'll find the doorway that leads outside. The 6th floor Asterope is underneath it, so in fact it connects straight to the underground area. If you hit it in the wrong place, you'll end up buried alive, so it'd be best that you don't do anything reckless like trying to break the wall. Julius, incidentally, the wall and floor seem to look like they're made out of stone when you first look at them, but they have an unusual strength to them. Let me just say now that they wouldn't be chipped even a bit with either Emilia Summer's magic, or mine of course. Of course that probably didn't mean he'd tried to destroy them, but but Julius nevertheless supplemented Shaola's explanation. He didn't have any intentions of destroying the tower at all, but he nodded with an "I see," just to be safe. Subaru, so, I get that the 5th floor has the doorway, but what about above that? Shaola, the 4th floor Alcyone is like my dwelling area, a simple place for my ins and outs.
I like to leave it messy, so I'm gonna get embarrassed if you look at it too hard. Subaru dash.
Shaola, Master, your eyes look serious. How scary. You usually I stand watch over the sand dunes from here. And, then I take aim and fire at anyone who gets near to the tower.
Subaru, so it indeed was you then.
He'd already half guessed it before, but he could be fully convinced now thanks to her testimony. White light from that Pleiades watchtower had killed Subaru twice in the sand dunes, and it had also been the cause behind their team being separated into two after. The culprit had been, as he'd thought, Shaola.
Subaru, we went through so much suffering thanks to that. How the hell do you plan to make up for that?
Shaola, sorry, I was just following Master's instructions. When you say that, you're just fussing about what I've been doing here for the past hundreds of years. Subaru glared at her, speaking in a harsh tone, causing Shaola to quiver back, her face growing disheveled. There was no ill will showing on her face, and moreover, she showed no signs of remorse either. Rather than lacking in a sense of guilt, she didn't seem to have one in the first place.
It wasn't an issue where she lacked emotions, but rather.
Beatrice, Subaru, there's no use in this, no matter what you say. In fact, there's no sense of remorse or guilt in this one, I suppose.
They just do as ordered. It doesn't make sense to ask a tool their uses, in fact.
Shaola, yepipe, Master's tool.
The lil ankle biter says it well.
Shaola had a big smile which said that's exactly what I thought all over her face as she heard Beatrice's savage opinion. Her moods and facial expressions changed fickly, and with that, his understanding of her current way of being. Perhaps Shaola just had different values. That was probably why they seemed to keep conversing as if they were on different wavelengths.
In other words, Subaru, it's getting real tiring talking with you.
Shaola, you used to say that all the time before. It's been ages. Subaru, is that so? You know I used to say that all the time, donkey years ago.
He felt like he still did now, but Subaru brushed aside that point.
In any case, he understood that the white light that had come from the watchtower had been Shaola's doing, as well as that he'd never get any kind of apology or remorse from her. In that case, there was no meaning in cutting their conversation short.
He'd just have to move the conversation forward.
Subaru, about the 4th floor, your dwelling area.
Like, your living quarters. What's above that?
Shaola, the examination hall from the 3rd floor Taigeta.
To test one's rights to enter the library.
Subaru, the library? Subaru frowned, repeating the word back to her as a question. Shaola calmly nodded back at him saying yeah without paying heed to Subaru's change in attitude.
Shaola, a library.
From the 3rd floor Taigeta and up, there's trials, and each one has a corresponding library.
If you fulfill the conditions to enter the library, then you can read the books inside at your leisure.
Subaru, what's written in those books inside? Shaola, oh? Subaru, oh? It was frustrating that she'd finished with an considering that she'd told him this much whilst assuming an air of importance. Shaola reluctantly shook her head, along with her hair, at the frowning Subaru, and said, it's because. Shaola, I can't read the books and stuff, I've not been told more than to guard the tower.
Subaru, was that from your master? From Flugel as well?
Shaola, yeah.
It would be impossible for Subaru to answer, regardless of how she had put it so proudly.
Though Subaru had only inclined his head in doubt at Shaola's words, Emilia and the others still kept serious looks on their faces. The hope they held in their eyes was still there. Beatrice, Subaru, what lies inside the books of the library is knowledge, I suppose. Subaru, by knowledge you don't mean it in a literal sense, right? Subaru asked the obvious back after he heard Beatrice's expression. Typically, what was written down in books was knowledge, barring fiction of course.
What you got out of books was either a wealth of knowledge, or deep, moving impressions. But that probably wasn't the meaning behind what Beatrice was trying to say.
Beatrice shook her head on top of Subaru's lap. Her long drill curls traced her head's movement. She spoke out to Subaru, who was following that motion with his eyes. Beatrice, this is the place where the knowledge written down by the sage known as being omniscient sleeps. I've heard that the Pleiades watchtower is a name used in the outside, in fact. Shaula, yeah. Since Masters came back inside, the tower will go back to its original role.
A great library where you can search for anything you like, be it something you want to know or something you'd like to be aware of. You can do that in Pleiades.
Subaru, so that means the third floor is at a beginner level.
The second floor is at an intermediate level.
And that you can get access to the top class information on the first floor, I think. So it must mean that the trials are qualifications trials to obtain the clearances, right?
Shaula, oh, as expected of Master.
Even I keep getting more and more confused with what you're talking about. But perhaps it's mucho mejor that you keep it simple.
The Great Library Pleiades. The name of the watchtower had gone from something quite affable to something quite suspicious.
Subaru and the others, lying astern, had left the sixth floor and had started climbing the stairs up towards the upper floors. The spiral staircase carried Subaru and the others up towards the upper floors, coiling around circularly within the tower. However, since there was no manner of railing, the higher he got, the more his blood ran cold.
Subaru, this is scary.
Emilia, Subaru, if you're scared, then hold my hand. Since you still haven't fully recovered, and you're unsteady on your feet, you might actually fall off. The ground of the sixth floor was getting far in the distance, and Jen along with the dragon carriage looked pretty small down there. Emilia called that out to Subaru, who had looked down below, holding his breath. To tell the truth, he wanted to take her hand and enjoy the feeling of her pale fingers, but... Subaru, thanks, Emilia-tan.
But, I'm all right now.
For the time being it doesn't seem like I'll fall off since the stars are fairly wide, and I'm also still full of vim and vigor, don't you think? Emilia, really? But, if you think it's getting tough, you'll tell me straight away, right?
I can carry you on my back if it comes down to it. Subaru, is that so? Then I won't make it come down to that.
The impression of being carried up the stairs on Emilia's back was as expected too horrifying. He would rather make that loan out to Julius, were he to make such an unmanly move.
Julius, what is it? Subaru, that'd just be the worst way too though. Oh, it's nothing in particular. Keep moving, keep moving.
Noticing Julius' eyes on him, who'd just turned his head around, Subaru shook his hand at him.
He shrugged his shoulders and continued to lead them up the stairs, still holding Anastasia's hand.
Right now, they had their eyes set on the upper floors of the tower, progressing on foot.
They weren't in a rush, so they went about it at a leisurely pace, which contrasted their feelings of apprehension.
Julius and Anastasia were at the front, then after them came Ram and Emilia lying astern, with Subaru and Beatrice walking behind them. And finally, Shaula and Meili were bringing up the rear. Meili, who are there, naked Oni-san, don't shake about so much. Shaula, how you sure are a bossy lil ankle biter for someone who's riding on my shoulders. Meili, because, I'm sleepy, we've been walking for ages, and I can't make it up and down the stairs with how many stairs there are. Shaula, yes, but why do I have to carry you?
Quit pulling on my hair. Fussy as she may be, there was no sharpness in their exchange.
The Shaula/Meili group bringing up the rear was, rather incredibly, such that Shaula was carrying Meili on her shoulders as they climbed the stairs. Initially, when they decided to move up, Meili had taken the opportunity to complain that her feet were tired. However, it had been Shaula herself who had said she'd be okay with carrying her on her back, so he'd left it down to her. Subaru, when it comes to actual physical strength, it looks like Shaula is likely the strongest. Beatrice, that's for sure, I suppose. Subaru, don't let your guard down, in fact. Despite her appearance, we don't know when she'll show her fangs, I suppose. Subaru, this woman?
You get that impression from her?
Beatrice, we don't know how she will react if it comes to light that you're not Flugel. In fact, Subaru, that's. Subaru ended up stammering his words as he heard Beatrice's response, her having urged him caution in a low voice. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but he didn't think it was a problem if he left it at the edge of his thoughts. In fact, Shaola was acting pretty friendly towards his group, no, towards Subaru, and that was only because she kept mistaking him as being her master. And Subaru and the rest knew that his relation with him was something she was completely misunderstanding.
He denied it to her many times till now, but Shaola would just smile and disregard it.
Actually, rather than disregarding it, it was more like she didn't care at all, no matter how many times she heard it. But, in any case, it hadn't gotten through to her.
Therefore, Shaola's attitude hadn't changed, and he could even consider it a security.
Subaru, that means that we won't know what trigger will bring everything crumbling down. Beatrice, there's no doubt that things will end up quite worrisome if she were to become hostile, I suppose.
We'd have no choice but to combine mine and your strength, as well as Emilia and that knight's. Julius, in fact.
Subaru, Shaola's strength, huh? He took a quick glance back at Shaola messing about with Meili. She had a friendly and defenseless look to her improper appearance. Ever since their first encounter, all the way to their conversations afterwards, she had been an individual that had been difficult to judge in every manner. However, although Subaru currently couldn't decide what attitude to hold against Shaola, there wasn't any harbored animosity which stood out in her, that much is what it looked like. Although she was acting friendly to them due to mistaking him for someone else, and although they'd been met with such an unguarded reception from her, it was more difficult to dislike her than be bewildered by her. However, he mustn't confuse such touchy-feely emotions with there being a lack of looming danger. Subaru, turning his eyes at their defenseless limbs whilst sneaking glances at Shaola's condition, Subaru broke into thought. She'd confessed that it had been her who'd set her aim on Subaru and the others back at the sand dunes and thrown those flashes of light at them from the tower. The speed of those flashes of light, along with the accuracy of their aim, had been unnatural. They'd been plenty enough to give him an impression of the height of Shaola's true strength. Right now, Subaru didn't even know whether those things had been magic or not. And to add on top of that, there'd been those final moments back at the underground area of the sand dunes. That which remained in his awfully turbid consciousness, just before he had lost it, must have been Shaola who had come to blows with that repulsive-looking centaur. That monster was one which could only be thought of as being either the embodiment of absurdity or outrageousness, was abruptly torn to pieces by a more powerful force, and he witnessed it being blown away out of existence with his own eyes. He didn't want to admit it, but if he ended up in direct combat against Shaola, any visions of being able to win against her were all but gone. Regulus, Betelgeuse and such had been far easier opponents.
Subaru.
I don't know why I start to pretty repulsed whenever I recall those guys. No, feeling that is perfectly reasonable, but it's a familiar repulsed feeling that I'm getting. Beatrice, I don't know what you're thinking, but we need to be careful, I suppose.
Subaru, yeah.
If that's the case, then I guess asking her is quicker.
Beatrice, huh? In fact.
Straight after Beatrice replied in confusion, Subaru turned both himself and her around at the same time. Whilst swiveling his feet around on the stairs so they faced back, Subaru faced straight towards the double-stacked Shaola and Meili.
Shaola stopped in her tracks and tilted her head.
Shaola, what's up, master?
It couldn't be that master's also tired, right?
It wouldn't be an issue for me to carry you, but my back is already taken by this girl who acts like a little princess, you know? Subaru, that in itself would make quite an impression, so I'll pass.
Though I'm sorry to get in between you happily playing with your ponytail with Meili. Shaola, it's not a ponytail, it's a scorpion tail.
Subaru,
Shaola, it's a scorpion tail.
Shaola repeated herself to the taciturn Subaru as if she was a broken record.
Grabbing a hold of one of her ponytail's tufts, Shaola readily moved it in front of her face, and said, Shaola, a scorpion tail.
Subaru, I understand.
What's up with this insistence?
Anyways, I'm sorry to get in between you making friends with Meili, but there's something I want to ask you. Shaola, MHM.
If it's something Master has to say, I will listen to anything.
I'm glad that you're speaking to me like this, Master.
Shaola swung her ponytail.
Rather, her scorpion tail about delightedly. As a result of that, Meili, who was on her shoulders, was hit by one of the tail's swishes. Subaru had already experienced that unexpectedly soft, good-feeling tail, but putting that aside. Subaru, you'll listen to what I say, right? Shaola, not lewd stuff, right?
Subaru, don't even begin to go there.
What are you, brain dead? Shaola, it's pretty dumb of Master to say so, isn't it?
Now we're even.
Subaru was left floored as he couldn't keep up pace with Shaola, who'd had a comeback to spare. Usually, most people ended up getting thrown quite out of sync when they mixed in with the pace of Subaru's conversations. Because of that, suitably finding a thread to start a conversation came down to Subaru, but it would be tough to do this time. The difficulty in this line of approach would still be different than with aberrations like the Sin Archbishops.
In their case, it was difficult to establish a conversation with them in the first place, but it was different in Shaola's case.
He felt a delay in proportion to not understanding his opponent whatsoever, whilst she understood him. Truly as if Flugel, Subaru, and God knows who else had a lot of points in common. Subaru, anyways, I have a question and a request.
I need you to answer them as honestly and obediently as possible. Shaola, that doesn't seem like a request.
They could be an order, though.
Subaru, I ain't that bossy.
So, about the question. You attacked us from the tower, right?
What the hell was that?
Shaola, it was Hell's Snipe, a sniping attack used so that pesky flies don't get near to the tower. Subaru, what?
Shaola, Hell's Snipe.
With her having said it in English whilst beaming, Subaru's face grew sullen. Well, it was a name he knew. Shaola, though, if I think about it now, I'm so glad that Hell's Snipe didn't hit Master. If the dimension gate didn't get lifted, I may have flung blow after blow until they struck Master. Subaru, wait, there's too much new vocab. Dimension?
Shaola, dimension gate. It's a trick to prevent people from reaching the tower.
From Shaola's way of talking, Subaru grasped that this dimension gate, and whatever else, had cut off their path to the flower meadow thanks to that sand time, but even so, the space distortion had been lifted by the efforts of EMT in the end. Shaola, but, thanks to that, I knew that Master was actually Master, so everything turned out in the end. If Master'd been struck, Master would definitely have been mad at me, wouldn't he? Subaru, yeah, probably.
I hope you'd get away with just me being mad at you.
In actual fact, he had been struck and died twice, so he was uneasy about whether he could even get up to those anger levels.
It was rare for his anger to not spike up rapidly when meeting the culprits who killed him.
Part of the reason why it hadn't now was because he understood that it had been some kind of accident, and that it was pointless even to pursue Shaola's responsibility. Meili, Buti, if you'd managed to strike him, Oni-san would have ended up dead, wouldn't he? If that happened, then I don't think we'd be talking about getting mad or not. Perched on Shaola's back, Meili interjected into the conversation in place of Subaru, who was half embroiled in his forgiveness. Upon hearing her words, Shaola let out a fit of rather unladylike, uncontrollable laughter. Shaola, what are you saying, lil ankle biter? There's no way my master would die from something like that? 'Cause from the start, Master's always been someone who you can never tell whether he's dead or not dead. Meili, Bubuti, Sandwon-chan got hit so much, and he ended up dying, so. Shaola, I don't really give a damn about stuff like worms or bears, you know. My master wouldn't die, that is what's important. If he'd died, then it'd just mean he's not my master.
Smiling absent-mindedly, Shaola gazed at Subaru with delighted-looking eyes. Subaru's spine shivered when she turned her innocent, smiling face towards him. Innocence like that of a child's, and faith tantamount to defenselessness.
That which she put into Flugel was an ideal that she'd rigidly built up at her core more than he'd dared to imagine. In accordance with Beatrice's worries, if there ever came a time where she'd come into disagreement with the current Subaru, then. Shaola, I apologize that I was late in picking you up from the Sand Palace afterwards. Whilst I let in the other group into the tower, Master and the rest with him ended up advancing into its depths, so I was all in a fluster. Subaru, no, it's fine. Though, wait, you said Sand Palace? TL note, dash could mean either Sand Palace or Sand Shrine in English. It does not use the same kanji as the shrine where the witch is sealed, which is, but there may be an etymological relation between them if anyone feels like researching. Shaola, indeed.
It's really dangerous over there, so it's better if you don't go into it. It's reckless to approach without having all the keys, even if it's you, Master.
There are hungry horse kings prowling about there too. Subaru, hungry horse kings, you mean those horse-like monsters?
Sand Palace, keys, hungry horse kings. There were a lot of words which were weighing on his mind, but his mind wandered to the last one of them, the hungry horse kings.
Perhaps it referred to that centaur.
Shaola nodded at his question.
Shaola, those things weren't here around the time Master was here, so I thought you'd be surprised.
In essence, they just prowl about inside of the Sand Palace, so you won't come across them unless you go to there.
But once in a while one of those guys will venture outside, so I go and destroy them without any mercy. Subaru, is there a lot of them?
Shaola, there's tons and tons.
Subaru felt truly revulsed from the bottom of his heart hearing Shaola confirm that without any hesitation. The centaur equals hungry horse king's fighting strength, and of course its appearance and ecology were all things which brought feelings of indescribable unpleasantness.
He'd hoped that there'd been just one specimen of them if possible, but that didn't look like it was the case. She'd told him that from using the expression tons and tons.
Meili, hungry horse king. I'm also not familiar with that Nami.
I'd like to see one, Ma YB.
Subaru, stop it.
That's not something a kid needs to see.
Meili, oh Oni-san. Subaru gave Meili a very stern warning, who'd spoken out those rash words. Maybe those words had tugged on Meili's heartstring, who was something like a witch beast collector, but he wouldn't recommend her trying to get in contact with them to fill them in for a picture book.
Shaola nodded in agreement at Subaru's words.
Shaola, I think it's best not to. The hungry horse kings are a witch beast with the concept that their horns can regenerate over and over again, so you can't make arrangements with them like with other witch beasts. Kill all enemies on sight, this is their justice. Meili, bleg, I understand. Pouting with a gesture appropriate of her age, Meili retracted her curiosity. Whilst feeling relived by that situation, Shaola once again spoke out to Subaru, saying so. Shaola, Master, was that all you wanted to talk about?
Subaru, for now that's a.
No, wait, that's not all. Shaola, dash. With her head still inclined, Shaola prepared to receive his question with a bring it on
attitude.
Considering that she had opened her heart to them till now, it was quite insincere of him to continue keeping his guard up.
But sometimes you had to steel your heart no matter how painful it was.
If he could change something by just saying one thing in preparation for the future, then doing so would be fortuitous. Subaru, Shaola, this is my request. Don't cause me, or my companions any harm. Shaola, dash. Subaru, your master's order was to attack anyone who approached the tower, so I would think?
Since we're inside, we are not covered by that.
So, there's no need for you to attack us anymore.
Don't cause us any harm. Absolutely none.
Shaola, dash. Shaola narrowed her eyes at Subaru, who'd repeated his words once more to make absolutely sure. As he looked on at her narrowed eyes, he saw that their color was of a deep green hue. Shaola, whose expression had been pretty much all smiles since they'd met her, had stopped smiling as if she was in deep thought for the first time.
For a while, there was silence.
Subaru, who'd been holding his breath due to this strange tension, couldn't stand it any longer, and let out his breath.
Then,
Shaola, okay. Ivy memorized it word for word as a new command from Master. Subaru, Shaola, master? Immediately after she decided to accept it, Shaola's features changed, turning back to her frivolousness. Shaola brought her face super close to Subaru's, whose eyes had widened without following her sudden change in attitude. Their eyes stared at each other's at point-blank range, but he couldn't find any deception or dishonesty in her green eyes.
At least, as far as Subaru could see.
Subaru, is it okay with you?
Shaola, I have no choice. It's what Masters said. It's not particularly hard.
Non-violence, non-obedience. Subaru, since you're going to follow the order, don't you mean that you'll obey? Shaola, even if you could do as you pleased with my body, I wouldn't let you snatch away my heart.
Subaru, what a pain in the ass you are. He prodded Shaola in the forehead, whose face had tensed up, so to make her take a step back.
Shaola fell back, letting out an ow, causing Meili to panic on her back, even though she was safe. In any case, Subaru's request somehow looked like it had been readily accepted. It wasn't clear how effective it was going to be, but, at least.
Subaru, as long as I don't let her down, the promise should be kept.
Beatrice, if that's the only requirement, then things will be fine, in fact.
You expect to let her down, but you won't, I suppose.
Subaru, I'm really grateful for being held to that high esteem, but in this case, isn't that part of your expectations where you think I won't let her down being far too optimistic? What would Flügel do? Should I grow wings?
He sounds like he's German.
On that topic, to Subaru it felt like Flügel was a German word that meant wings.
He'd never expected that he'd be pulling stuff out from there, but that was suspicious as well.
At any rate, this Flügel, altogether with Shaola's name, smelled fishy as hell.
Subaru, that's right, Shaola. I've got just one last question to ask you. Shaola, what is it, Tilda? Shaola's cheeks were getting pinched by Meili, her face looked completely vapid.
With his back still turned to Shaola, Subaru spoke with a casual gesture. Subaru, Maya, Electra, Taygeta, Alcyone, Celino, Asterope. Beatrice, Subaru? Beatrice, who was beside Subaru, had a puzzled look on her face as she heard Subaru reciting those words out.
They were just a string of words which should have no meaning when hearing only their sounds.
Of course, they had just heard about 4 of those words a while ago, but they wouldn't be words which were so easy to remember as to recite them from memory.
Given that they were unfamiliar words.
Subaru, all of those, in order from top to bottom, are this Pleiades watchtowers, I mean this great library Pleiades floor names, right?
Shaola, correct.
Subaru, so, where's Merope? Shaola, Shaola once again kept her silence on hearing Subaru's question. However, this silence was different to the one before. It was a silence of surprise, like she'd been caught completely unaware.
You could faintly hear the sound of her breath being taken away. Subaru deemed that he'd managed to touch on the truth.
Beatrice, Subaru, what did you ask her, in fact?
What does Merope mean, I suppose? Subaru, it's the name of the last one of the 7 sisters. It'd be strange to not have 7 in Pleiades.
The floors had been allocated 6 names from the first floor to the 6th. However, the names that followed that motif were from the start. The 7 sisters, a floor with a 7th name attached to it should exist. Subaru, if it's not the 7th floor, then I guess it would be a floor 0. Shaola, there's a floor 0. Master named them, so it's natural. However, the place was made after Master left, so you shouldn't know where it is. Shaola replied to Subaru's guesswork with a hoarse voice. Subaru felt Beatrice beside him startle in surprise, but he licked his parched lips and narrowed his eyes.
He felt no sense of achievement at having found something hidden.
After all, it was because it wasn't something that was hidden for Subaru. Subaru, if the first floor is the highest floor, then floor 0 must be the super highest floor?
In regards to entering it,
Shaola, no. Shaola quickly interrupted Subaru's words, who was about to ask her how to enter it. Feeling the strength in the tone of her voice, Subaru took a quick glimpse back at her.
When he did, he saw that Shaola's facial expression hadn't changed. She was still smiling with a look of honesty about her, however, there was a faint look of loneliness plastered around her eyes.
Shaola, you haven't fulfilled the conditions yet.
Master came back to see me in the middle of his journey, and I'm satisfied with that. That's why floor 0 is a no.
Subaru, dash. Though her tone of voice still hadn't changed, it instead felt like a firm wall to the point that it felt queer. The promise they'd exchanged a few minutes ago, and the pervading danger that was quite capable of shaking him even at his core, strongly appealed to him of the sense of danger that was drifting off her. Thus, Subaru gave up on inquiring her further about this place. Subaru, gotcha.
I won't speak such nonsense anymore. We'll just keep to our earlier promise.
Shaola, Roger Roger, I shall keep it, I shall super keep it. Shaola broke into a broad smile, in high spirits as if she'd forgotten their current exchange. Subaru let out a deep sigh as he listened to her upbeat voice from behind him. Beatrice, Subaru, if it gets too much, you'll say so, right?
Subaru, it's all right. Just so much stuff is on my mind.
He gave a weak smile as he heard Beatrice's words of worry, before then affectionately patting her head. When he did so, Beatrice couldn't say anything, but this was also a right for Subaru to settle himself down. Flugel's abnormalness had become apparent in his conversation with Shaola.
It was no big deal. He too was the same as Subaru.
Subaru, Al, Hoshin, and Flugel. A person who'd craved the limelight, who'd brought knowledge that shouldn't be in this world, and ostentatiously left it behind.
He had no more doubt, Flugel was a person from the same place as him.
Subaru, centuries ago, huh? After reflecting back on that for a long, long time, Subaru violently scratched his head.
What had he felt in this different world? What had he thought? What had he aimed for? What had he sought for?
What had this man, who seemed to have renounced the name sage and planted the tree, desired? Whilst he thought about those kinds of things, he wondered whether he still lived on in this world.
Then, coming from Subaru's back, was
Shaola, Master. Subaru, MHM?
Shaola called out to him casually. Without stopping in his tracks, Subaru just turned his face around to glance at her. Shaola looked up at Subaru looking a little bashful. Her expression was adorned by a truly delightful-looking smile.
Shaola, welcome home again, Master. This Shaola has been awaiting the great erudite Flugel's return with all her heart.
Arc 6, Hall of Memories. Chapter 21, The Monolith Challenge.
Regarding Shaola's welcoming words, while Subaru did understand that they'd been misdirected to a different person, he decided that he'd receive them without denying them in the end.
There was also Beatrice's advice.
There was no doubt that in practicality allowing Shaola to mistake Subaru as Flugel was rather convenient for them. With this in place now, it meant that an outcome where Shaola became hostile and commenced battle wouldn't necessarily end up in them being scattered about by her overwhelming strength. Since she was treating them favorably for now, Subaru could at least dull his hand of attack. Though if he were to do that, considering that he lacked in actual strength even under the best of circumstances, it'd probably be enough to end up as a main factor in him making a colossal blunder. Emilia, you needn't worry, Subaru. Even if Shaola realizes that in truth you're not her master, I'm sure she wouldn't do anything awful.
Those were Emilia's words, who seemed to have been eavesdropping on their conversation behind them.
Emilia, who had her silver hair styled in long braids, confidently assured that to Subaru, whilst she fiddled with the end of one of her braids with her fingers. Subaru, I'm glad of Emilia Tan's seal of approval, but, what's the rationale behind it? Emilia, I don't really fully understand what you mean by the expression what's the rationale behind it, but, Shaola's a good girl, isn't she?
She saved you, and us as well, so I can say that we will all get along.
If we do, there shouldn't be any need to fight, right? Subaru, right. Her opinion was a little too optimistic, but he could say that being too pessimistic was also enough of a bad habit. Even if Shaola found out the truth, it didn't mean that she'd get aggressive straight away.
Even if the facts came to light, Shaola should keep herself from coming to blows at her own judgment.
So, Emilia's thoughts that they should all get along weren't so misguided, at least he could allow himself to think so. The reason behind that intent wasn't a calculating goal like appealing to one's emotions, but rather because he didn't want to fight against her. Ram, don't take Emilia's rough ideas word for word, Barusu.
We're in the Sage's watchtower here, and we need to challenge it to even make our way back to the sand dunes. We lose nothing by keeping our guards up as much as possible.
Emilia, geez, you sure were quick to put it like that, Ram.
You should really loosen up a little.
Ram, the result of having let down my guard was that I ended up being thrown down to the underground area with Barusu and Anastasia Summer. With how delicate I am, that feeling of despair was unbearable. Perhaps that's why Emilia Summer you have no clue about that. Emilia, I guess so. But, surely if it's an underground area around this place you're talking about, then shouldn't it be no big deal for you? I don't know why, but I've been in really good shape since coming to the Augria sand dunes, you know. It seemed like Emilia had replied to the sharp Ram's words in a rather relaxed manner. Emilia and Ram's relationship as master and vassal had been pretty good since a year ago. The way Ram spoke and behaved towards Emilia showed a little lack of respect, but Emilia looked like she couldn't help but be happy receiving that treatment. Emilia, who should have experienced the trauma of discrimination and contempt, may have contrarily felt that Ram's words didn't contain that sort of animosity. Subaru, at any rate, Emilia-tan, what do you mean by you being in good shape? Emilia, how should I put it, the air goes well with my skin, I guess. Mana too has a slightly different tone to it depending on the country or region you're in, so I think something like that's happening, but the mana in this place especially seems to go well with my skin.
Though I guess I shouldn't be very happy about that. Subaru, well, I suppose so. But considering that this is the place where the witch is sealed, full of these witch beasts.
Emilia had clenched her fist as if she'd felt a surge of strength go through her. However, straight after, a bitter-looking smile appeared on her dismal-looking face.
Her opinion had been an emboldened one, for sure, as he sympathized with the mood she was in.
Following what he'd mentioned above, he was silently grateful that Emilia's strength had grown in this area they were in, which was chock full of danger with the witch and the witch beasts. Yet even so, the figure which Shaola had defeated had been engraved in Subaru's mind, so that wasn't a reason that could end up giving him some optimism. Subaru, though, the conditions have changed. Unlike before where she could attack us from the tower without us being able to do anything, now that the distance is such that you can see each other's faces, Emilia-tan shouldn't end up losing against her.
Shaola, what is it? What is it?
Subaru, nothing, was just talking about how you have crazy good eyesight. You managed to throw attacks at us from the tower with pinpoint accuracy when we were really far off, didn't you?
How the hell does that work?
Shaola, oh, that's just done by linking my aim and my stingers with mana, and that makes it so it's pulled to where you are. Hell Snipe was Master's invention, you know? Subaru, I see, you didn't even have to train her, Flugel.
He'd gone through hell and back again thanks to that.
He'd probably never get a chance to talk to Flugel, but if he did get a chance like at the tea party, he'd definitely be giving him some very colorful, choice words. Subaru let out a sigh as he heard the upbeat Shaola humming.
Then,
Julius, sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your chat, but we've arrived. Subaru, oh? On the spiral staircase which led to the upper floors of the tower, he heard Julius' voice, who'd been at the front of the group, leading them up. Lifting his face up at the knight's words, who was escorting Anastasia by the hand, he could suddenly see the ceiling from the other side of Julius, who was standing diagonally up from him. Subaru, no, it's not the ceiling, but the floor part of the floor above, I should say. Beatrice, we must be on the 5th floor, Celino, I suppose.
All there is here is a door to the outside. Betty and the others first entered from here, in fact. Betty, who was next to him, commented that to him just as they neared the 5th floor.
As he nodded in agreement to her words, Subaru immediately noticed that something was out of place, and said, "Ah." If she was implying that after they'd been separated Emilia and the others had entered the tower from the 5th floor, then. Subaru, how did the dragon carriage and Jen get down to the bottom floor? I mean, there's no way that this staircase is wide enough to let a dragon carriage roll by, right? Spreading his arms out across the spiral staircase he'd walked up, Subaru checked its width. The width of the staircase was reasonably wide, but even so it wouldn't fit two Subrus with arms stretched out abreast. It might have been barely possible to let the huge body of an earth dragon pass down it, but there was no way that the carriage part of the dragon carriage was getting through. And of course, letting the earth dragon walk down this long staircase itself was a path which really shouldn't be trodden even if it was theoretically possible. Subaru, is there some sort of contraption like an elevator poking around here in fact?
If there is, then we need to use it next time.
Keeping healthy is great and all, but it ain't good to always disregard modern conveniences. Emilia, sorry, I don't really get what you're saying. But, how the dragon carriage got down there is simple.
Shaola lifted it up and carried it down.
Subaru, pardon? Subaru felt like he'd missed something, and so he asked her again. Emilia frowned at his reply, which had been said in English, but she nevertheless grasped that he seemed to have asked her to repeat herself, so she continued her words by saying, so. Emilia, Shaola effortlessly lifted the dragon carriage along with the earth dragon up, and simply brought them down to the bottom. Subaru, no, there's no way.
Wouldn't a dragon carriage weigh over a ton with how huge it is? And you said she did it as a set with the earth dragon too.
Subaru peeled his eyes wide open at those horrifying remarks, but no one from his companions denied it. Finally, Shaola puffed out her ample chest in pride, and flared out her nostrils. Shaola, it's as she said, the one who carried them down was me. Oh man, it was a piece of cake.
If I'd left the lizard near the doorway, he may have ended up becoming loopy due to the miasma streaming in from the outside, don't you think? I was just a little worried. You can praise me, you know.
Subaru, I do feel grateful, but now I know that your slender arms aren't actually slender arms, and it weirds me out.
A person with superhuman strength. I imagine even Reinhardt wouldn't be able to do this.
Though in Subaru's mind the most frightfully shocking human was indisputably Reinhardt, but wouldn't it likely be impossible even for him to lift up something that weighed over what you'd expect a human could lift?
Even if he could cut the world into ribbons with his sword pressure, even if he could walk on water, even if he could revive himself again, carrying a dragon carriage with one hand for him would be.
Subaru, I guess he'd be able to do that.
That makes me feel just a bit uneasy.
Is that guy really human? Shaola, HMMPH, despite my story, Master's thinking of someone else. Jealousy. In any case, he now understood how the dragon carriage had been carried to the bottommost floor. He hadn't in actuality seen her carrying it, so the impact of the scene was diminished, but he had to take it as a new threat potential in the eventuality that the enraged Shaola problem cropped up. And, just as they'd finished talking about that, the group arrived on the 5th floor. Salino, as had been pointed out many times, was where the entrance that led to the inside and outside of the tower was.
A huge door was built in one place at the back of the tower, which was cylindrical in shape. It was large enough that you had to look up at it, and its width was easily close to 10 meters.
It was an unnecessarily huge door, but how much strength it would take to open it, that too was an issue. Subaru, doesn't it look difficult to enter this via the trial doorway?
Julius, at least, when I tried pushing it, it wouldn't give an inch. Thanks to that, we weren't able to search for you, Anastasia Summer, and the others.
As he gazed at the super-huge door, Subaru let out a sigh, and Julius nodded at him. With it being as heavy as it looked, it seemed like this door would stop any challenges in their path. Opening it may have been possible for Shaola, who could easily carry a dragon carriage in one hand, but for the average Joe it would have been impossible. Therefore Emilia and Julius had ended up being unable to leave to search for Subaru and the others, and that looked like it had ended up worrying them a lot. Beatrice, but, it sure does look like it's a bit creaky here and there, I suppose. Anastasia, I think it's 'cause the sand wind's kinda strong, the sand that gets blown up by the wind must be streaming in, don't you think? When you take a bit of a deep breath, it immediately feels like the inside of your mouth is full of sand, and so it's darn unpleasant. Sticking her tongue out, Anastasia traced it with her finger and cleaned some sand grains from it. Just like she had said, the inside of Subaru's mouth too felt like it had sand in it. He'd taken notice that minute grains of sand always whirled around the 5th floor that led to the outside. Julius, the sand from the sand dunes is full of miasma.
If you don't take it seriously because you think it's just a small amount, it could end up eating into your body from the inside. We should move away from here as quickly as possible, so long as we have nothing to do here. Subaru, in that case, let's hop to it.
My goal isn't here, but rather on the 4th floor Alcyone, though yet more stairs sounds exhausting.
Shaula, the same old weakness tilde. But, you needn't fret.
The staircase between the 4th and 5th floor is way shorter than the one between the 5th and 6th floor. If they were too far apart, even I'd feel tired going back and forth, so that was taken into consideration. Meili, stop shaking me Abowat.
Shaula, who'd spread her arms out wide inside of the sand cloud and ran about in it, was met with a karate chop to the back of her head from Meili.
Looking at that scene from the corner of their eyes, the group went through the 5th floor and headed to the staircase that led up to the 4th floor.
The breeze gently streamed in, and through his sight that was clouded over in a yellow haze by the gloomy above, where he looked up, there was a ceiling that didn't look so far away. He could see the floor of the floor above, and it looked like her opinion had in fact been true, in that it wasn't too far away.
And so, as they set their sights on the 4th floor Alcyone whilst chatting, the group continued to march on upwards, and before long, they reached their target floor.
The constitution of the 4th floor itself wasn't too different from the 5th or 6th floor.
The cylindrical constitution of the tower hadn't deviated from what it had been, and even its size hadn't changed dramatically. Nevertheless, there was still an obvious change of atmosphere. First of all, the size of the floor that went up the stairs was quite different to that of the lower floors.
The circular floor had become much narrower compared to them.
And that wasn't too surprising, because a circular wall had been built up as a partition like the main one of the building, and it used the space differently compared to the lower floors, which had just been one big floor with nothing else to them. The spiral staircase from the lower floors had connected straight to the heart of the 4th floor, and a great number of doors were dotted across the wall that encircled the surroundings, indicating that there were multiple rooms on this floor. TL note: if the explanation is hard to digest, then just imagine it like two concentric circles, the inner one far smaller than the outer one, which is of course the tower's main walls. In the inner circle, there's a lot of doors, that leads to a bunch of different rooms compared to floor 5 and 6, which were like one giant circular hall. Shaula, this is the 4th floor, Alcyone, that I use as my dwelling area. And, the green room, which I think is what Master came here for, is right here.
Subaru, the green room.
As Subaru stood in bewilderment looking on at the 4th floor's new look, Shaula, who was standing on the floor after having come out after him, pointed out one of the doors in front with an overly dramatic gesture. The doors that were on the 4th floor were all of a normal size compared to the doorway on the 5th floor. It didn't look like they'd need any special powers to open them, but there was a strange feeling floating about the door she had pointed out. Just like the name Green Room implied, the door was covered in countless green ivy, and it had ended up in a state that looked similar to what an unexplored region of a jungle might look like that had been left untouched for centuries. Subaru, by saying this is what you think I came here for, do you mean that Rem and Patrash are here? Shaula, I don't know their names, but the girl and the lizard are here. Ram, you needn't worry.
You can rest assured that Rem and that earth dragon are inside. For the hesitant Subaru, Shaula's testimony felt like it had lacked in reliability just a tad.
Ram snorted her nose at them as if looking down at them like idiots, cut into the lead of the group, and headed towards the green room. She stretched out her hand over to the door that was covered in ivy and pushed it, which looked like it was made of stone, without any hesitation. Even with how thin her arms were, the door opened readily as if gliding open, and therefrom the green room came into view.
Ram, aren't you coming in?
Barusu.
Subaru, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Subaru let go of his apprehension when he heard Ram's question, which had felt like she was testing him, and moved forward.
Then he confidently entered inside of the green room, following Ram, who'd entered ahead of him.
However, straight after Ram and Subaru entered inside, the door slammed shut. Subaru turned to look behind him in surprise. Subaru, oi, we've been split up. Ram, there's no need to be scared.
This room seems to have a limit on how many people can enter it. The proprietor of the room seems to hate having more.
Ram said that about the debacle that had happened behind them, and Brisky kept on moving forward. Subaru scratched his head at her explanation, and then immediately set out after her. The green room didn't betray the bizarreness of that door. Its interior was covered in a copious amount of green. Wriggling plants stretched out just about everywhere you looked, across the ceiling, the walls and the floor. Every so often, he would need to stoop down to avoid the dangling ivy that got in his way, and sidestep it. And, laying at the depths of this room dominated by such greenery was Subaru, Rem,
and Patrash. There was a small plant-free space at the far back of this room immersed in greenery.
Green grass grew dense and thick there, and some beds had been made, covered in small flowers that had taken bloom there. Rem, her sleeping face ever the same, lay on top of the bed which was made up from greenery and flowers. Her white cheeks hadn't changed in color, and neither had her sleeping face. Her chest was rising and falling with each faint breath, but when it came to proof that she was alive, those were her only vital signs barring the warmth she gave off.
Yet even so, he felt a great sense of relief to the point that his strength fizzled out of him. Subaru, she really was safe, huh?
Ram, I did tell you so. Or, did you think that I'd lie about Rem or something?
What meaning would I have in doing that?
Subaru, I ain't saying that, but I couldn't help worrying until I saw her with my own eyes, you know. And Patrash, I'm glad that you're safe too. Subaru gave a faint bittersweet smile as he heard Ram's words, and then he walked further in towards where Rem was sleeping on her bed of grass and Patrash sat crouched down. She too was lying sprawled on a bed of green, just like Rem.
The situation wasn't all too different than when she'd lie down on top of her rushes in a barn. However, one thing was definitely different.
Subaru, this grass is different to ordinary grass, isn't it? Patrash, dash. Patrash nuzzled her nose against Subaru's palm, who'd stepped over to her to make sure she was all right. Whilst affectionately receiving his beloved dragon's response, Subaru felt a faint surge of warmth coming from the sprawled bed of greenery which Patrash was on. He cocked his head in thought. Ram, it appears like the spirit's power can speed up the healing process. Subaru, there's a spirit here? Where? Ram, you're a spirit user and you don't know?
This whole room is the spirit.
Subaru, dash. Subaru briskly looked around the room at Ram's words as he stroked Patrash. He couldn't see the spirit's existence reflected in his eyes amongst the moss that grew on the walls or in the overgrown ivy. However, straight after he'd been told that by her, Subaru took notice of the overwhelming amount of mana there was. His breathing and body felt at ease as if he was in an area which was rich in oxygen.
There may have been a similar effect to that in the healing mana.
Even the uninjured Subaru felt like he was receiving that grace when he relaxed himself and took deep breaths.
Subaru, I think I get it. This is the spirit for sure. Can't it talk?
Ram, the spirit here is of a different kind.
Though, I guess you could easily say that there's no such thing as spirits who don't differ in some capacity.
Emilia Summer's esteemed great spirit, and Beatrice Summer, they're special. It doesn't seem like the spirit over here has any sort of volition.
It just tries to cure the wounds and illnesses of anyone who enters inside.
Subaru, He. Ram, what's the matter?
Subaru, it's nothing important.
I just thought that sounded like a witch I know of. Ram snorted her nose at that, as if she'd thought hearing the word which was just some nonsense of his. Then she walked over to Rem's side. Following that, ivy started to grow right behind her, rapidly knitting itself together until it became a green chair that propped her body up, as if it had been cognizant of the elder sister's intentions to watch over her younger sister. Ram bowed her head in consideration for the spirit, and said, I really appreciate it, as she let herself slump on the chair. Subaru, whoa, awesome. Ram, at least they're certainly the most gentlemanly amongst the spirits I've known up until now, don't you think? You two should follow their example just a tad, Barusu.
From both this spirit, and that night Julius.
Subaru, I'd rather not from either of them. Subaru drove both of those individuals away from his head, and stroked Patrash.
He stroked her head, and tickled underneath her chin with his palm, before slowly letting her drop her raised head.
Subaru, get some rest now.
You saved me once again, and overworked yourself. There's no drawback in taking some paid leave every once in a while, you know.
Patrash, dash. Patrash curled her body up, closed her yellow eyes and fell asleep after she heard Subaru's gentle words. She'd brought them all the way to the tower, and they'd been able to confirm each other's safety.
Just that had been plenty, Patrash's work had been plenty.
Subaru, any changes to Rem? If curing people is this room's raison d'etre, then I wonder if it can have that sort of intervention on how Rem is right now. Ram, I'm sorry, but that's a slim hope.
It's neither good nor bad. But there's been no progress in her treatment. It can't cure something which is neither a wound or an illness.
Seems like that sort of judgment, doesn't it? Subaru, I guess so. Even so, it didn't look like the Green Room's spirit was unwilling to take care of the still sleeping Rem.
It was also devoted towards Ram, who watched over the sleeping Rem. Subaru, in the end, this means nothing's changed still, doesn't it?
Ram, if we want things to change, then we have to fulfill the aim that came up in the tower, don't you think? Subaru, the Great Library Pleiades, its trials, huh? Their original purpose had been to get in touch with the sage who was in the Pleiades watchtower, borrow her sagacity that had been stipulated to be omniscient, and save Rem and the victims of lust and gluttony that they'd left behind in Pristella.
However, Shaula, the sage of the Pleiades watchtower, had been one in name only, and in actuality what they'd encountered was just one weird girl, who'd mistook Subaru as the sage Flugel.
The Pleiades watchtower had turned out to be the Great Library Pleiades, and the knowledge that had been stipulated as Shaula's omniscience was sleeping inside countless books that were kept in the libraries, or so had been said. That's right, their purpose had become really distorted, and their end goal had shifted in a direction which they couldn't even predict. Subaru, I'll get a hold of this knowledge and get Rem back.
I haven't wavered in that purpose.
Ram, yeah.
So I hope.
Ram cast her eyes down at Subaru, rotating his shoulders, and nimbly stretching. With that, she tenderly took a hold of the sleeping Rem's hand without glancing at Subaru. Closing one of his eyes at Ram's attitude, Subaru pointed his finger at the ceiling. Subaru, I've decided to challenge the trial above.
What about you?
Ram, don't you think it'd be too much of a cause for anxiety if no one is looking after Rem?
Considering that, I will take on that duty.
Since from the start it was for watching over Rem that I came on this journey and even went as far as asking such unreasonableness from Roswell Summer. Subaru, that's, well, yeah, I guess so.
In that case, I'll entrust Rem to you.
Ram, I can't really do much other than watch her, though.
Subaru, you watching over has meaning, you know.
Saying that to Ram, who had unusually disparaged herself, Subaru looked over at Rem's sleeping face just before he exited the room. She was in a dream where her facial expression had been extinguished, and he couldn't say she looked either peaceful or anguished.
He stretched out his hand to her forehead, which her fringe rested against, and gently touched it as if he were tickling her. Subaru, well then, I'm off, I'll see you later.
Rem, dash. Of course, she didn't reply. Ram understood that he'd been talking to himself as well, so she didn't callously interject. Satisfied with that, Subaru turned towards the room's exit. He couldn't help himself from stretching his hand out to the wall, and as he touched the ivy, he asked the spirit, "Please take care of Rem and Patrash, lest the spirit forget."
Then, just before he exited the room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks.
Subaru, by the way, you said something like you couldn't leave Rem alone, but just now you'd left the room empty.
Why did you bother to come downstairs?
Ram, dash. Subaru, no way, could it be that when you heard that I'd woken up, you came to see me as quickly as you could?
If there was something up, then please let me know.
Ram, get a move on and leave. Subaru, Huh?
No, but, if there's something on your mind, then won't you tell me? Ram, hurry up and leave.
Overwhelmed by the ghastly aura that was spouting up from her, Subaru couldn't say anything more to her, and thus was left with no choice but to flee from the green room crestfallen. Subaru, I never really get what Ram thinks about, but I especially don't understand her well as of late. Emilia, I don't think so. Ram is surprisingly open with that sort of stuff.
I find it cute that she tries to hide that open part of hers.
Subaru, it's quite rare for you to speak as if you're her elder.
Though I guess you really are her elder.
Emilia, yeah, it's a little bit like I'm her big sis. I'm older than anyone else here. Oh, wait. Beatrice, MHHHM, Betty is definitely the big sis here, in fact. That's carved in stone and no one can paint over it, I suppose.
You should all adore me, in fact.
As soon as he'd left the green room, he joined back with everyone waiting outside, which had led to this conversation. Emilia looked a tad frustrated at having had her seat of being the oldest in the team taken away from her, whilst Beatrice puffed out her flat chest in satisfaction, though, to be honest, neither of them had big sister-like demeanors.
Besides, a conversation of who the oldest was in light of their circumstances was in fact quite a delicate matter.
Anastasia,
Natsuki-kun, what is it? Ja have something you want ta tell me? Subaru, not really.
Just meant to say that there's many faces here that don't match their real age and appearance. Anastasia, oh?
I get told you look younger than you actually are quite often. It's a little hard for me to take 'em as a compliment, but I look down on being looked down on, so depending how they say it, I may accept it.
Though Anastasia smiled with a strong look of business about her face, how she was really feeling was unclear. Anastasia was just over 20 years old, but she looked about 14 or 15. However, what Subaru had wanted to point out wasn't what lay on the outside, but what lay on the inside. Anastasia still had her body hijacked by Aridna currently. If Aridna's birth had been the same as Beatrice, then it wouldn't be difficult for her to enter into the race for the oldest. However, it'd be impossible for him to reveal what he'd concealed up until now over such a trifling matter, so Subaru didn't say anything else.
Moreover, there were other prominent candidates for the race for the oldest when confined to the present.
Shaula, hey, what's up, master? Aha, didn't you like the grassy smell of the green room?
I get that.
I too find that room nasty and dislikable. Subaru, didn't you say there was a pungent smell coming from me too? You're cool with mine?
Shaula, masters is a smell I've gotten used to. Truly. This time it ain't no lie. Subaru, shut your trap.
Keeping Shaula away from him, who had nestled up close to him and sniffed him, Subaru looked up at the floor above. Those left on the 4th floor would challenge the trial above barring Rem and Ram.
Subaru, what about you?
Are you coming with us? Shaula, me? Wheel, I don't particularly need to, but since it's been so long, I do think I want to come with you, 'cause it gets lonely not being able to talk despite being perfectly able to. I've been cooped up in silence for centuries, so I want to talk and talk. Subaru still couldn't get cold at her with her having said such a heartrending thing with a friendly smile plastered on her face. He imagined that Emilia and Beatrice both knew that sort of loneliness all too well.
His feelings towards Shaula were deeply tinged with sympathy, so he didn't really have any intentions of actively keeping her away.
Meili, I really like this Oni-san, so I think she should come with us. Julius, it's only natural that the examiner is present there if we're going to take the trial. It's just for her to accompany us to make sure that we don't commit any irregularities. Support for that came in an unexpected form from Meili and Julius. With them having done so, it meant that the majority of them backed Shaula accompanying them. Lastly, Subaru looked over at Anastasia, who hadn't made any comments about it, so to unite their consensus.
Receiving that gaze, Anastasia tilted her head and said, Me?
Anastasia, I don't think there's any meaning in just me opposing this here, and I ain't got any reason to oppose it in the first place, and it's not particularly a problem.
Besides.
Subaru, besides? Anastasia, That girl seems way too attached to Tappei Nagatsuki-kun, so if we take her with us, she may tell us stuff about the contents of the trial. She may inadvertently come to our side. Shaola, I'm sorry, but I haven't the foggiest about the contents of the trials, so I'm gonna have to let you down there.
Subaru, geez, did you really have to say it like that?
Anastasia laughed with a tahaha, and Shaola looked smug as if she had been praised. It was questionable whether Anastasia's anticipations boded good fortune or bad, but for now, no one seemed to have any objections to Shaola accompanying them. Although he couldn't deny that it was a little careless, leaving her alone was also an anxiety in itself, so the only difference came from leaving the danger far away or near at hand.
Subaru, okay. We shall go together. It doesn't look like we can count on you, but I have high hopes of you coming up with ideas. Shaola, he's talking to you, lil ankle biter. Do your best.
Beatrice, he's talking to you, I suppose.
What were you listening to, in fact? Shaola curled her lips with a look on her face of having brought up a topic that she shouldn't have.
Whilst listening to Beatrice's angry yells, the group opened the door of a room opposite to the green room, and when they peered inside, they found the stairs that led up there. Subaru, we're done with spiral staircases? Shaola, the 4th floor Alcyone and the 3rd floor Taygeta are directly connected.
I don't really go up unless I got business, so I've seldom been.
Subaru, what this business you refer to?
Shaola, it's a young maiden's secret.
Moving his gaze away from Shaola as soon as she started to show signs of her inanities, Subaru looked over at Julius.
Him and the others should have already challenged the 3rd floor whilst he'd slept. He expected that he'd be able to hear something useful out of him, but that night calmly shrugged his shoulders.
Julius, I apologize for this when you have expectations, but we understood very little about it. Immediately after you climb up to the 3rd floor, you'll come across the room that's referred to as a trial, but... Subaru, but?
Julius, what lies there is an unintelligible enigma.
The honest truth is that we weren't able to find any clues to solve it, and we ended up having no idea what to do.
Subaru, an unintelligible enigma.
Subaru shifted his attention to the top of the stairs without getting the point in Julius' words. The floor above was dark, and he wasn't able to tell how it looked from below.
However, that stillness made it look more sinister.
Emilia, but, it doesn't look like you can just enter and see what to do.
Nothing really changed even when we went in and out. We were simply just given the cold shoulder.
Beatrice, it makes me so irritated when I think on how we were ignored, I suppose. It seemed like Emilia and Beatrice also agreed with Julius' impression.
In reality, although it was said to be a trial, none of them had been able to challenge it.
His levels of wariness had just shot up as the word ordeal closely resembled it. TL note, so to describe the trials of the tower I've been using the translation trial following the way the wiki did it. Which is of course not incorrect, but this line immediately loses its nuance in English, so let me explain. The word, which is used to describe the trials in the tower, could also be translated simply as exam/test, and honestly, if not for backwards compatibility, is what I would have chosen myself. Meanwhile, the word trial in RE0 as used by Betelgeuse, Echidna, etc. is the word. This was also translated as ordeal in the anime, so that's why I went with that translation. What's key to know is that the words are slightly different in Japanese between the trials of the tower and the trials Betelgeuse and Echidna mentioned.
Subaru, well, it can't be helped. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Then let us go?
Emilia, yeah, that's the spirit.
Beatrice, that's the spirit, in fact. Shaola, that's the spirit. Receiving all three of their affirmations each in their own manner of speaking, Subaru took the initiative and put one of his feet on the stairs.
Then, step by step, he headed up towards the floor above. Unlike the spiral staircases from before, the number of steps to get to the 3rd floor was about the same as an ordinary building. Thus, in contrast to his preparedness, Subaru stormed straight into the 3rd floor Taygeta to the point that it felt he'd gotten there way too quickly. Subaru, I'm in A. Immediately after he entered, Subaru felt an overwhelming sense of unease. A clump of unease, or rather should he say that it was an expanse that invited nothing but unease? It was a white expanse. Although it must be an extension of the tower that had up until now been cylindrical in shape, what greeted Subaru after he'd climbed the stairs was a strange expanse completely dyed in white in every direction. The expanse-like vastness shouldn't have been that different in size to the tower so far, but neither its walls, nor the end could be seen in this incredibly white expanse. When he looked up above, he couldn't tell where the ceiling was. When he looked down at his feet, only the part where the stairs were was a slightly ajar black. Other than that, the floor was so white that it made him scared to walk on it. He couldn't tell that the floor was the floor, or he'd end up being hit by an illusion that felt like he was in continuous freefall just about everywhere. The ceiling and the walls were the same. Subaru felt like he'd probably end up going crazy if he lost sight of the stairs that led downstairs here. And, at the front of this white expanse, right in front of the stairs, there was a strange object floating up.
Subaru, a stone slab.
That was the impression that slipped out from Subaru's mouth when he looked at that object. In fact, the object was such that it could only be expressed like so. It was a single, black slab, that had been built in the shape of a quadrilateral, and had an incredibly smooth feeling to it.
He couldn't call it a stone slab if it wasn't built from stone, but he had no other way of calling it considering that it wasn't metallic as well.
If he really had to call it something else that was more flashy, then he'd probably use the term monolith.
The silent monolith had acquired a strange floating power and was floating up dozens of centimeters above the floor. Or at least it should be.
His eyes were thrown completely out of whack in checking how far it was off the ground due to the whiteness of the floor, and it became more and more unclear to him. However, the monolith that was floating in midair was there cool as you like. It was roughly the same height as Subaru, and its width was about the size of two people lined up together. If he had to put it as something that was similar in size to it, then the impression he got was like as if a tatami was floating up. Subaru, what the heck is this strange thing? Julius, if I were to try and put it into different words, I'd say this is the contrivance that stuck out this enigma before us. Julius glared at the monolith, standing beside Subaru, whose awareness had been gripped by this strange spectacle. Julius' face looked sterner than usual, as if he'd been already made to experience great hardship by the monolith many times over. The rest of them had made it up to the third floor now, and were huddled together in an effort to ward off the indistinct atmosphere present inside of the white expanse. Subaru, this ain't a room I want to stay long in.
Julius, that I agree. If we stay here too long, it's quite likely that we'll lose our sense of balance.
And if you end up running towards the stairs and your feet slip, I imagine your life could end up being cut short, wouldn't you think? Anastasia, Yahoo, Julius.
Stop with the unnecessary prattle.
Anastasia puffed out her cheeks in protest at Julius' prattle.
It looked like she'd slipped on the way back before, which is what Julius was referring to.
However, Subaru had no intention of laughing at that mishap. In actual fact, this room had been clearly made with the goal of putting people's senses out of whack.
The room seemed like it embodied the wickedness of the nature of the person who'd made it.
Subaru, so, what should we do about the main mystery? Beatrice, you should touch that slab, in fact. The trial begins if you do, I suppose. Subaru, should I really touch the monolith? Julius, monolith? That's a name that fits quite well with its mysteriousness.
Let's call it like that from now on.
TL note, monolith is an English loan word in Japanese, so of course Julius didn't understand it. Subaru stepped away from Julius, who was in admiration of that strangeness, and moved forward on their behalf. Since no one stopped him, he walked all the way over to the monolith. He'd expected the monolith to let off a strange, ominous feeling when he approached, but it wasn't like that. It was pretty much just a plain old slab of stone other than the fact it was floating.
When he thought of it like a tatami floating about, he felt the fear he'd had at first fade just a little.
Subaru, anyways, so I'll go ahead and touch it? Can I get a countdown? Emilia, right, I'd like to do it. 3, 2, 1. Subaru, so damn quick. I got this, though. Emilia raised her hand up and volunteered to Subaru's appeal, then her countdown began. As she counted down, Subaru panicked and turned around to face the monolith.
And then,
Emilia, 0. Subaru touched the monolith at the same time she counted 0, and the next moment, the surface of the black slab glowed from the inside. Just as it did, the scene in front of his eyes grew blurred.
No, it wasn't exactly blurred. The monolith which Subaru had touched started to grow in numbers whilst glowing with a black radiance. The monolith shot out replicated monolith after monolith from its back whilst making their surface glow. They were all hurled across the room at an incredible rate of knots, scattered in strange positions, all floating.
Countless monoliths had been strewn out across the white expanse, and Subaru had been taken by surprise by that change. Then, passing through the awestruck Subaru's eardrums, straight to his brain, a voice echoed. Touch the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shaola. Subaru, HK? Subaru jerked his hand away from the monolith in surprise when he heard that voice ring out so abruptly. And, as he staggered back, someone propped his back up from behind.
He turned around to look at them. There, he found Julius' face.
Julius touched his fringe with his left hand as he propped Subaru up with his right, and said,
Julius, well, look at this.
Our first surprise, can I count on you sympathizing with it, I wonder?
Subaru, what an assholish thing to say.
Subaru's protests only made Julius' sardonic smile grow deeper.
In any case, the trial had genuinely started now. The trial of the Great Library Pleiades, 3rd floor Tegeta. Time limit, no restrictions. Number of attempts, no restrictions. Challenges, no restrictions.
Trial, start.